From code to game, the spark takes flight, building legends in the light. One more line, rewrite the code, unlock the path, design the road. Every frame, a world he made, a digital sky that will never fade. Press start, let's begin. Base code, running the show. Base code's world, come step within. Press start, let's begin. One more line, press start, let's begin. Base code's world, come step within. The stream ignites, the night unfolds. Dreaming in pixels, I'm alive. Worlds he builds, come alive. Catch the stream, let it unfold. Press start, let's begin. Streaming visions, night to day. Base code is here to play. One more line, rewrite the code. One more line, rewrite the code. From code to game, the spark takes flight, building legends in the light. One more line, rewrite the code, unlock the path, design the road. Every frame, a world he made, a digital sky that will never fade. Press start, let's begin. Base code, running the show. Base code's world, come step within. Press start, let's begin. One more line,
Hey guys, hello. How is everyone? Late start today. I meant to do an early start, but I didn't get around to it. Who we got? Tim Tams, you're becoming a regular. Hold on. Mic volume check. We good? I feel like we're good. We did it, chat. We're good. All right. Tim Tams, you're first in. Becoming a real regular here. I love it. Hello, Goldie. Hello, Katie. Hello, Remorful. How is everyone doing? Good evening. Bit of an exciting one planned today, I think. I'm excited, at least. We are going to be doing holding things today. That's what I would like to do. I would like to do some anchor points in hands and items. Gotta respect a fellow Tim Tam enjoyer. True dat. Caramel all the way. How you doing? Holding things exactly, Remorful. Katie, 35 streams. God damn, that's a big streak. I love that. Gotta love that. We do have a streaker indeed. All right, how are we looking? So, we already did some of the groundwork here where we looked up like what some of the objects that we are going to hold might look like. You're holding a banana, nice draggy hand. Are you holding it in one or two hands? Because we're going to be doing two hands for some objects. I think we'll have one hand each item in. We'll be able to support holding one item in each hand is the plan. And I think that'll work with certain things. So it's going to be a bit more like, if you remember how it works in Overcooked, you can hold one thing at a time. But I think we're going to be able to hold two things at a time potentially. And that's going to combine, maybe some items are going to take two hands to hold. So it's, pause on that. Hold on. Pause on what? Like a torch and stuff. Yes, exactly. Out of context, that is crazy. Hold on. Let's not clip it out of context, guys. Let's not clip that out of context. With a banana, I'm still, my process is thinking about what I'm doing, and Druggy Han, I see what Tim Tams is saying now. I see it. Yes, context is relevant. Context is important. My response probably should have considered the context. That is actually kind of funny. Some monsters should be able to hold more things. Maybe we can do like a Goro character with four hands. I think this one's a kind of important prerequisite to combat too. The combat, we need to drill into an animation system for that. I think at the moment, just being able to like Dragihan, sure yeah. Yeah, we need some way to like. Yeah, there's a lot to think about, but the simplest thing that I definitely can do here is say there's objects in the world, they can be interacted with. Their interactions define, like, their interaction is like a hold interaction. When you activate the hold interaction, the object moves from where it is in the world to into your hand. We could do it as a pop, or we could do it as like a force attract type deal where it like kind of transitions from where it is. I think the simplest thing would just be like pop it into your hand. We're going to need some UI for that. We're definitely going to need some UI for that as well. We'll have to think about that too, like how we deal with picking up and dropping things. Just from a user experience point of view, so there's a bit of design that will need to take place here. We'll have to design exactly how that works. The other thing we need here will be putting those objects in the world and then persisting them and moving them through environments, that's going to be important as well. So we're going to have to think about that. There's a lot to think about with this feature. There's also a few characters who aren't in yet. There's a chance what we do is just like finish that off and get those characters in. I think sometimes we get stuck on prompting, and it might be a good chance to jump back from prompts into hey, yo, it's Danikin. Welcome back in. Thank you again for last stream. That was amazing, man. Really, really do appreciate the support. Good to see you again. How you doing? How's it going, everyone? So yeah, there's a lot to think about. There's a lot to think about here in terms of what I'm going to be building and integrating. The roster of characters is growing, which is pretty cool. Very excited to see that. So what else have we got in terms of? I might even move our crypts like somewhere else. All right, here's where we were at with this. The crypt. I think that can go there. Let's consolidate this a little just because before I get too far into doing everything, I'm looking here at the way that our environments have grown, and like the interior buildings are starting to get their own like section within the environment. Oops. So let's do this. Let's clean up. If that is our crypts, I mean, really, that's not a bad point. Graveyard and crypts could be two completely separate environments. So that can go back here, but it needs to get shrunk a little. So let's lock in on this thing. So how's everybody doing, guys? Everyone having a good time? Everybody enjoying streams and stuff? I know FastV streams have been going off lately. That's been really fun. We raided to Base Trade last night, which was pretty cool to see what he was doing. He's that guy seems absolutely addicted to the game that he's in right now with the content creator server. He was saying he's doing 17-hour streams nonstop, which is that's a lot. It's a lot. Not gonna lie, he might be more addicted than we are. You're a little tired, Goldie? Yeah, I had some sleep to catch up on. I ended up sleeping like a lot of hours. I got a lot of sleep just recently. Just like last time I went to bed, I probably slept longer than I needed to. Well, no, I slept as long as I needed to, but there was, there's a lot that needed to be done. So I feel a little guilty that things I wanted to do were taken up with time spent sleeping. But you've got to, you need to rest. You guys tell me all the time, I've got to get sleep. So that's what I did. Okay, these nameplates need somewhere to go. And now we can probably zoom in on this a little. Honestly, that can probably go here. Maybe that can go here. Don't know if I need those. Most of this is just, I can assume is done. Okay, so you can now come up here with some of these other environments. This is, when you think about it, kind of a sophisticated door. Or is that its own building? I feel like it might be its own building if we think about it. Hold on, Raisins. You shouldn't have just stayed offline and caught up on sleep. Nah, there's stuff I wanted to do. Good, bro. Just jamming Ark and watching. How am I this evening? I'm good. I'm excited about what we're about to do. I've been thinking a while about it, So, finally getting to start work on holding stuff is going to be quite cool. It's going to be really cool to get that done. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Definitely looking forward to that. I've been good, Tim Tams. I've been good. Thank you for asking as well. You look more refreshed than when last I saw you. Penny, that's not a good sign. I must be starting to look really tired. Just like spending too much time working. She's talking to Goldie. Hold on. Oh, Goldie's asking how everyone is, and you're checking on Goldie. All right, all right. All right. That is good. So yeah. Yeah, lots to get done today. The holding things is going to be a whole... Oh, yo, last night, that feature did get finished. Let me show you all. So now, if I run 4 instances, Raisins wants me to sleep and miss my streak. I mean, you're not going to miss it now, Goldie. You've already tuned in. You've already hit it. You could go straight to sleep and it wouldn't matter. You'd be just fine. All right, have a look. So we've got the instances of the game running. We'll matchmake. With 4, we're bound to get somebody who's a monster, right? Okay, so let's show off some of the new characters that we got in last stream as well. We've got... Look at that. We've got the Fasfi's Hobo. We've got Lisa's Artist. We've got the Nacho Priest, the Priest of the Church of Nacho. And we've also got the Loserfruit Fruit Seller. Also, we got the Night In, which is pretty sick. So let's select all of these, see if we get a monster anywhere. Not one monster. What are the chances? Guess there's like 4 characters of 4 of 15. It's like, hold on, that's like 1 in 3 chance that could, no, less than that. It's unlikely, but it happened. So, all right, what we're going to do, quit here, run it again so that we get a monster so I can illustrate this properly. Yeah, like that. Damn right I am. And to be fair, just another thing Twitch makes people obsessed about. Yeah. And I'm overthinking it too. Whenever I'm thinking about, oh, should I do a short stream? I think to myself, no, I need to make sure that the stream's like long enough that if I stream, people don't miss their stream streak, which encourages me to stream way longer. It's an interesting psychological, thing from a user experience perspective. It's that is a funny one. Yo, not many people on right now. Okay, let's go in game. Did you set an alarm today? No alarm. I just figured, I need to catch up on sleep. No monsters again. That's really, really, really unlucky from us. One more run. It's a quiet night tonight. What is it? It's a Thursday. It should, Thursdays are usually kind of busy. There's kind of things going on. All right. Play. Matchmake. Showing off the new characters again. Has something broken in the matchmaking system that no monsters are coming up, or are we just getting incredibly unlucky? I thought it was unlucky when it happened once. We might need a system to just like guarantee that we spawn as like X or Y or Z for testing purposes. You made the assets yourself when there wasn't any AI? No, we used some AI in this, Martin. We've used some AI. This project is not that old. This project is pretty new project. We're kind of on this stream. We're like right on the forefront of tech. So we're trying to, it's inevitable that this tech happens. So we're trying to make sure that we really understand it and are good at it. Something's going off here. I can't believe that there's this many games happening and we're not getting a monster. Unbelievable. Okay, people are doing this IRL. I will never be mad about that for them. Hold on. Doing things in IRL. No, I see what you mean, Penny. It's good that they're living their lives. Okay. Let's get more random characters just because. No, something's broken. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I'm going to host and we're going to reduce the number of players to like 4. Martha, I don't think we've seen you in a while. Welcome in again. Good to see you again. Okay, we're going to host with like 4 players. Create, match, make that one on all these others. This now guarantees us a monster. And if there isn't a monster that shows up, then we know for a fact something's actually broken. Something's actually broken. What could have broken that? What the hell could have broken that? That's such a weird thing to have break. Let's go through our recent changes and try and figure it out. Am I the thing that is broken? No. You're not broken, Penny. You're not broken. You're just right as you are. Not monsters. I mean, yeah, I don't think I've actually made any changes here, so none relevant to this. Okay. To be fair, the game name is not Monsters. That's actually really funny, Jagihan. That's actually really funny. That's good. That's good. I like that. That's so funny. Okay. You know what? We don't actually need that. So the algorithm that determines whether a player slot is a monster seems to have broken. I have just now created a game with 4 players and no monsters were selected. This is repeatable. There's definitely an error with the monster allocation. Examine recent changes in the code base to identify what caused this regression. Introduce tests that assert that this happens. Multi-test that asserts that this condition fails. We'll let that run, and while it's at it, what we'll do could be actually here. We never really checked for errors. Could not resolve the entrance spawn vagabond. That's probably correct. Maybe I was selecting new characters and they were getting... No, it wouldn't have been that. Okay, room travel runtime cannot resolve spawn vagabond in room chapel. It's a fair point. So we need our space layout. Rename title to not a single monster. Yep, accurate. That's actually funny, guys. That's actually funny that the that it definitely had not monsters. There were no monsters. No monsters to be found. Simple. We just turned this game from a horror game to a cozy medieval town simulator, which could actually be good, to be fair. Could actually be fun as a cozy medieval town simulator. Wouldn't that be good? Okay, North Mill Space placeholder. We need the match starts. We've got Butcher, King, Plague Docker, Shepherd. There's the Priest start. We added more, so we've got Vagabond start. I feel like the Vagabond shouldn't get to be in the church for some reason, just like the... Let's put the priest like right here, up the top, just because. Okay, Vagabond start, then who else do we have? We've got the Fruit Seller. It's going to be spawn Vagabond, spawn Fruit Seller. And we also introduced a Knight, didn't we? I think we forgot to create a spawn point for him. Okay, to be fair, history has shown that people don't need monsters to start accusing others of being them. That is true, Penny. Could be funnier if we set a game up where there were no monsters. And if you murder anyone, you fail. Just, for the moral lesson. But, all right, we're going to get rid of this cube while we're here. Debug interaction cube can go. Excellent. Do we still need the chapel space spawn points? Okay, chapel space. So chapel space. We'll update it. Why not? Don't like that their update had an error. Okay, chapel space has spawn points. A node called spawn points. And that is chapel. Everyone starts accusing everyone of being a monster. Now that's psychological. Yeah. Well, I think that might be one of the things that we do fairly soon, actually. I want a system where you can walk up to someone and make an accusation, and it tracks the accusation on the UI, so it shows like how trusted they are next to their name. And then in that like character menu, it shows the suspicion level for every person. And so you can actually like go around and like accuse people. I think that's going to be a fun mechanic there. Content spaces, chapel space has a node called spawn points. However, newer systems also deal with spawning characters. So in space layout, there is, I'm going to copy the path here. Room chapel in space layout. In space layout. Okay. Investigate how these things are currently used and make sure there's nothing vestigial or redundant here. Okay, back to this one's questions. Can you guys read that okay? What you sipping on? I'm just sipping on a tea right now, Daniken. And I've also got my water here for hydration, but mostly the tea. The Tears of Monsters. I think he's drinking coffee. Yeah. It is tea. Very close, Brian. Very close. I figured it's like, 9:40 now. If I want to get to bed at a reasonable hour, it's better to have tea than coffee right now. Are you going to keep a couple of monsters, characters, NPCs, expanded maps, etc., in the chamber for future updates or DLCs? Raisins, I figure I'm going to not waste time doing anything that doesn't move us towards our vertical slice. Anything not in the vertical slice, I'm not going to spend any time doing. I might do some like design for characters that don't get released, and I might have to like trim back the roster of players once we actually get into abilities and stuff like that. So there's a good chance there'll just be characters where we don't have the time to implement them fully and we'll have to backlog them. But I'm going to try and get as much as we can in. What about a vanilla slice though? What about a vertical vanilla slice? What if I get a flat vanilla slice and put it on my side, and then I'll be like, done. We have a vertical slice, guys. It's all good. We can ship the first playable demo. We can all get together and play something. Wouldn't that be if only it was that easy. It's no vanilla slices. I wish I had a vanilla slice. Okay, all right, hold on. I'm looking here at I'm examine the current code base and identify what caused that regression. Yeah, right. So this is the monster slots. For the slot-based allocation, how should a 6-player lobby convert the documented? Okay, guarantee one spot, then roll the chance of the second. Yep, that's fine. Depends how gelatinous the vanilla custard is. I switched from Claude. Peekaboo, I actually have always been using Codex. I was never using Claude. It is the best option for a lot of stuff. Let's to be clear. It's the best option for a lot of stuff, but also. Yeah, no, we haven't used that. We've been using Codex for the work we've been doing so far. All right, let's go have a look at the characters that were work in progress from our to-do list. We had Vampire. I believe we had work done on the zombie. I think the faster thing to do might just be to like roll it again and do another zombie in place of trying to make the existing zombie work. Much like we did here. So, hold on. Let's go here. We can download him. Okay, so show this character from the... Change the perspective to side on. I saw a pretty cool video for this. I probably want to understand what this is like. This looked really cool. I probably want to give this a try. I don't know what kind of costs are associated with it, but it seems really ridiculously good. But you know, we'll give it a go. Give it a go down the line. I think we need to change the rendering of this as well. So let's delete this, go again. We're going to have to change our zombie a bit, unfortunately. Okay. Reimagine this character as a 3D model. Where are we with this? Hello, Casey. How are you? Good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. That's going to be better. That's going to be much better for our character creation pipeline, I think. So change the perspective to side on, but keep him in a T-pose. While this is cooking, okay, the root cause is already identifiable from the history. Yo, thank you for the follow. Another follow. Arosha45, I appreciate you hitting that button. How's it going today? Welcome in, welcome in. How'd you find us? Just browsing on Discover? Welcome in, we're making a game at the moment. We have been since the start of the year, actually. We're, really trying to push towards a vertical slice and looking at getting something playable. It's, okay. That's pretty cool. To side on and keep him in a T-pose. Have I seen the new Clayface trailer? No, I haven't. I have not seen it yet. I'm really loving the character design. I wish I was there from the beginning of the stream. Yo, yeah, check it out. You've missed a lot then. These are all the characters we've designed and built so far. I'll give you a quick tour. So we're building even just to zoom out, this is the game we're trying to create. It's a game we're referring to as Not Monsters right now. It's like a social deduction party game where it's going to be a bit like Among Us or the werewolf game where you have to guess who is the monster, and the monsters will be trying to kill you. And but there'll be lots of villagers and just a few monsters, and so it's a multiplayer game with proximity chat. You kind of have to figure out who's the monster before enough villagers get killed. So we need lots of different villagers and lots of different potential monsters. So every different villager has a different role, as you can see here on the right. So there's been lots of different characters designed so far. We're doing quite well with the designs and making good progress with it. Here are some of our monsters as well. If it would load. But yeah, it's there's a lot going on, and so we're on this one. Anyone with a red square next to it hasn't been built yet. The rest are in. The rest are into the game. But yeah, it's coming along. So lots of different characters in our game right now. I'll hang in, and you'll see them all on the main menu pretty soon because I'm finding and fixing a bug related to that right now. Okay. But yeah, welcome in. Welcome in, Arausha. Thank you for hitting that follow button again. And I look forward to having you around. You'll see a lot more of the character artwork get done. We've just finished an art pipeline, the stream before last, that enables us to make characters really, really quick, which will be, it's going to be quite handy. Okay, where are we with that ding? I need a way to name my console windows just so that like the context I have stays fresh in my mind. I guess I should have put this in plan mode because it's gone ahead and probably implemented a fix where I just wanted an explanation. Which is okay. We need 55 more. Oh my God, you're right. Casey, we're very, very close to 2,000. 2,000 followers. Holy crap, guys. Wasn't it just Christmas that we hit 1,000? And it's only, I guess it's May. So that kind of makes sense. That kind of checks out. We're doing something like 500 followers every 6 months, if I'm not mistaken. It's not the fastest growing channel in the world, but then also this is all we do. I need like YouTube videos or some other source for the channel to really grow. 2K came around quick. Kind of did. We'll give it all to you in the year 2000. That's awesome. Yeah, it's coming along. It's coming along, guys. What do we do? Maybe I can try and maybe I'll race you guys. I'll race you guys to a vertical slice with follows. You know, I'll try and get to the vertical slice before I hit 2,000 followers. Wouldn't that be cool? All right, I need to read this through. There's a commit. Monster role assignment into lobby configuration service and kept the older independent peer-to-peer random role there in a 4-player lobby. This makes the role 25%. Okay. So that matches the reported repo. So the slot assignment is still disconnected. Implemented the fix and requested regression coverage together. Okay. I'll take base code fan page on TikTok. Yo, Jess! Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I really appreciate you, man. Another five gifted subs. Huge. It's very, very motivating. 5 of 5 and on a 5 stream streak as well. Oh my God. Today is all 5s for you. All 5s. Huge. Thank you so much, Jess. I really appreciate the support. Absolutely cool, man. Very, very good. Thank you. So appreciated. Look at that. 5 community. We're off to a good start. Chat. Okay. Proposed plan: the 4-player monster allocation regression and add 4 PM multi-test. The root cause is already identified from the history. That commit moved it. Yeah, we've already read this. Okay. We're going to extend the lobby configuration snapshot with an explicit resolved monster count. Oh my god. And oh, what? Anonymous? Who? Oh my. Salsa Drama, how you doing? Jeez, guys, you're starting a hype train. Starting a hype train on a Thursday night, and we're already on level 3 now with that. Thank you, Anonymous Gifted Subber. We don't get anonymous subs that often here, so whoever you are, thank you. I appreciate you, and it's very mysterious behavior, but thank you so much. That's the second time, like, ever I've got an anonymous sub, so Lucario, do a flip. I still need to, like, properly show you the receipts for when I did that flip on that off of the boat. It definitely need to work on that. Welcome in, Lucario. Good to see you. Thank you, Anonymous, for kicking us off and getting us to a hype train going. My gosh. Thank you. I don't know, we've got such a tight-knit community. It's weird that when you get anonymous gifted subs, you just you assume everyone that's here is front or back. It was a front flip, it was a front flip, Daniken. I did it in Thailand at the Fruity birthday trip. It was it was good. It made it into a few of their big Instagram videos, which is awesome. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. But I did spend a little bit time working on doing a front flip just on the ground. But Harry, happy birthday! Happy birthday, Harry! I didn't realize it was your birthday today. Of course, I know I didn't realize. How could I possibly have known? But that's worth celebrating. Thank you for letting us know, man. Happy birthday! Have you done anything special? What have you been up to today? Okay, it's going to extend the lobby snapshot with an explicit resolve monster count, monster slot count, and thread it through, apply authoritative snapshot, lobby configuration transport serializer. Okay, in lobby configuration service, replace the current independent peer role with the remaining slot allocation. Resolve monster slot count once, and then lobby config starts. Role succeeds with a minimum of 1. When assigning each new player, use the remaining monster slots divided by remaining monster roles, so when the final count is exact, the 4-player lobby cannot end with 0 monsters. Start the authoritative validation. Good. Reject this. Reject duplicate slot indices. Reject peers by ID. Keep the host migration snapshot remapper. Preserves both the monster slot count. Okay. We're going to write some tests. We're going to have a multiplayer test. We need to be careful with these assumptions here today. But yeah, happy birthday, Harry. Seb is in his gymnastics era. I'm in my lock in and make a computer game era. I'll tell you that much. I've spent a lot of time lately, as much time as when I was younger, making computer games. And I used to make computer games a lot. A lot. I used to spend all my time doing it. I would wake up, I would code, and I would sleep. And today, these days, I'm doing something very similar, plus some stuff in between to do business stuff and the R&D rebate and all this other business. It's but yeah, it's busy times lately. Busy times. Okay, I think I need to. That's new. Clear context and implement. I think we need to One thing which needs clarification is that... Whoa, Simba! Jumping in to keep the hype train going. Oh my god. Thank you, Simba. Thank you, thank you. Oh my gosh. Yo, how have you been, Simba? We haven't seen you in a hot minute. It's good to have you back. I keep seeing your statue and being like, yo, it's yours is one of my favorite. How are you doing? How are you doing today? Welcome in. Good to see you again. And what an entrance. With 10 community subs. Dude, that hype train has left the station. It has left the station, guys. It's up to level 5 now. That's actually sick. That's actually wild. Thank you. How you doing, Simba? How you been? It's good to see you again. Okay. On the right here, trace both paths. Since Space Layout is handling the character-specific routing, that split was the vestigial part. Okay, while Space Layout entrances and marked stats were handling the travel, and that split was the vestigial part, so I removed it. Generic chapel lobby spawn now lives in Space Layout. Good, yes. Lobby spawn catalog reads this. And not even a little, subs. 10. Just a big chunk of 10 gifted subs all at once. Already, this stream is off to a great start. Amazing start. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. It's sometimes it's hard when I'm spending all of my day doing this R&D stuff and looking forward to stream. I'm kind of just sitting there being why can't I just be on stream making the game? All of the, often when I'm not doing a few very special things, I'm wanting to get here. But sometimes after a big day, it's oh, you got to get on and have, energy and be productive and stuff like that. It can be a lot. It can feel like a lot. So I'm really excited that I did it anyway, because now we're here on a freaking stream hype train. It's level 5 no less, with already, what is that? That's 20 subs all at once, and we're getting follows and stuff in the mix. And by the way, congratulations, Mondo, for the 30 stream streak. That's awesome, Gorky. That's awesome. Yo, Arkava, hold on. Arkava, you got an anonymous gifted sub. It's yeah, whoever that anonymous gifter was, very, very grateful. Yo, and you're hitting a 25 stream streak at the same time. Huge. It's really cool. It's really cool to see people sometimes who aren't always in the chat, hitting big streaks like that. Very cool. I appreciate you watching along. Thank you. How do you think the game's coming along? Okay, how do you think it's going? It's nice to see you in the chat, dude. The lurkers, yeah, we appreciate them here. We appreciate them. Every stream when it goes well and you see your numbers are decent, it can be very motivating, and you can't do that without those lurkers. Otherwise, chat would be chaos, and we'd never get anything done. Okay, chapel spawn points was deleted. I also fixed the actual match start drift in the chapel. Added spawn artist. Oh. Corrected spawn fruit seller and gave the fruit seller a unique transform. Yo, it did a lot of good cleanup here. Clean the old fruit knight. I really must not have been thinking clearly when I wrote that. I must have been distracted, which is my bad. Okay, the room authoring doc now reflects it. Added regression coverage too. Nice. Let's make a smoke test here that ensures that for every character in the catalog, there's a spawn point. This should help us not make the mistake of missing those spawn points. Ensure that the process for adding spawn points is documented too. Perhaps even direct us to that documentation in the failing smoke tests. Okay. the lurkers. Is it any good at running tests? Yes, it is. Hype train finished, guys. Level 5. Absolutely wild. 20 gifted subs on a Thursday night. That's really, really satisfying. Choo choo. Thank you, guys. Very nice, right? Already now I'm like, yes, going on, hitting that go live button when you're low on energy was worth it. And we're only an hour into the stream too, guys. We're only an hour into the stream, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. Okay. Generalize the tests from a host and client orchestration to host plus end clients for case-specific scenarios. Add the monster allocation case with the client process and distinct results. Add all 4 observed and 4-player authoritative host lobby stuff. Keep the existing 2-peer cases unchanged. Okay, one thing which needs clarification is that when the match is created, the slots are randomized and not predetermined, but will always have at least one monster. Always have a random number of monsters, around 25% of the total lobby. Let's review our implementation and ensure that this is the case. Okay. All right. So here's our take 2 zombie. Not bad. I am actually looking forward to getting him in. I think we might be able to do something cool with this guy that offsets his arms so that they sit forward instead of like, it could be like brains instead of just like running like a normal guy. We might have to write some script to do that, to ensure that his arms always like move out towards the front. I think that'll be really fun. The brain looks really juicy. Yeah, my favorite part of this character, I think, is the gross like worm in his eye. The eye worm is the grossest part of this character, in my opinion. Especially the clothes in the head. Yeah, he'll be good. He'll be good. So let's get him in. Let's get him in. Okay. To process. Zombie. We already have a zombie, but we're getting rid of that one. Let's go find that asset by date. What are we at? The 23rd of the 4th. It's going to be right toward the top here. There it is. Zombie. That's a worm. I thought it was his brain leaking out of the eye socket. You know what? I would be happy with either of those. So even if people think it's a brain out of the eye socket, that's fine by me. It's still gross and perfect for the zombie. Okay, hold on. We need to circle back here. So let's get it to the next checkpoint, so to speak. Next checkpoint. There we go. Get that in here. Excellent. So that's the next step. But for now, let's keep this moving. So, yes, you can run. Okay, the current code base and older April 3, April 12 implementation all match the same probabilistic model. Every player slot assignment gets an independent 25% monster roll. That means the unresolved product decision is whether a floor player lobby with a 0 monsters is valid or should be treated as a bug. It should be allowed. Allocated so lobbies with 4+ players contain at least one monster and makes the requested multi-test deterministic. Yeah. We should never have a game without at least one monster. The other thing we need to do, which I might throw in here, is the nameplates above the characters. Nameplates above the characters is a good idea. Just to ensure that we keep that moving along. Okay, AccuRig. We're gonna keep symmetry. And then let's rig here. I want to, so that sits about there. This goes back to there. Arm there, knee goes lower. Hips go lower. That goes lower. This can come down a little, as can that. Okay, let's go see this from the side. Okay, is this actually finished? Okay, quick test here. Get rid of that. Run this. Whoa, who is this? No one, Raisins. It's not connected to anyone. He was just a character that I wanted to put into the game for a long time. So the minimum players would be 3. The minimum players is currently going to be 4, Jess. It's going to be 4. I think the town is too big for this game to be like playable with less than 4 players, but we might end up changing that down the line. At the moment, that's what it is, though. William, good to see you. How are you, man? Welcome in. How have you been? Hasn't been long. Good to see you in here. Yep, true. I don't know. Like, what do you guys think? Anyone think that this game would be fun with 3 people? Or is 4 the minimum? I feel like a minimum of 4 might work for this. This is why I put all the effort into the matchmaking system, so that hopefully there are lots of games running all of the time. Okay, here we go. Not monster, not monster, not monster, not monster. Do I need to rerun the server? This obviously didn't finish. That didn't finish, but that's probably right because... Yeah, okay, that's right. Because we haven't actually implemented that fix. We do have the fix in here. I definitely tested this last night though, so I'm wondering how I even managed to do that. We have some bugs here related to the face that we need to sort out. Okay, hold on. Avatar face network runtime. It rejected the avatar face metadata for lobby player avatar 3. It requires at least one non-spectator character form to resolve. Yeah, we need to make a note of this one in here as this bug. That's going to be messy. 4 sounds great. Ages 10 and up. Penny, I actually think this game is going to be more like 15 years and up. Just with like the themes of violence in it. I think, yeah, with the themes of violence, it might be a little, aiming at players a little bit older than that. Okay, where's the last thing that we had? I actually think horizontal is my preferred mode of viewing this. Okay, so all of this as it stands. This is monsters can see in the dark. And then we can implement that fix, and then we'll move on to let's rewind this. That was fixing our spawn points. All right, good. You can go. Let's pick up where we left off here. So that goes back. That goes in front of that. He shouldn't be too fast, I think. I imagine that's about his belly button. Yep. That can sit a little higher. Maybe his knee's about halfway between those. Oh, what? Oh, I hate this midpoint placement thing. Now we need to replace all of these. Hips as well, annoyingly. Good call, considering we dragging people to the gallows. Yeah. I think 10 years is probably too low. Sounds about the right bracket. Yeah. It's, it might even be like more than that potentially, but the plan is to have like funny violence. So we're not exactly aiming at kids. There could be an argument we could make for like changing that, but the last game I made the mistake of trying to make it too cute. The last game I made had no edge. It was not edgy at all. I was like, I want to make a game that families can play together. And what ended up happening was like the audience that really liked the game were nostalgic gamers who were a bit older. And they didn't like the game because it was like, many of them didn't like the game because it was too cute. The real market audience that resonated with the game wasn't the kids. And by aiming at something that was appealing to children, we lost the core market that might have enjoyed the game. So I'm very cautious of like trying to make something that has no edge, That's, I'm very cautious of that now. Okay, still kicking on. I think we all need a little edginess. Yeah. If there's no like, this is ultimately a game about murder, right? You kill your friends and your friends are trying to kill you. Okay, so we can do let's try this, hold on. The left upper arm and the right upper arm. This could be really fun, or this could be a terrible idea. I think this is going to be a fun idea, though. Brains. He's just standing idle. He's got his arms up. Isn't that? Yep. It could be a good one. He's just standing idle. That's going to be his idle. So we're going to put this weird offset onto his arms so that he's always in. We'll see if this is where it goes completely wrong. But I think that's not too bad. We're going to have to see with his animations. Some are going to be really wrong, but might be worth it. If we really, our animations are quite restrictive anyway. I think he could be really fun. We're gonna see. We're about to see if this works. Looks like he's strangling himself. Yep. Yep. I think it's gonna be fun. We're just gonna try it. Okay. Zombie FBX. We'll see if it works. It might not. This might be a terrible idea, but we are about to find out. Okay. Let's go to our art tests. Okay, create a new folder. Zombie. And then from here, we take this FBX in. And see what happens. We have to do the whole import dance, of course. He's a bit too big, so we're going to go 90. Put him with the other monsters, of course. That werewolf, so iconic. I'm really glad we started with that one. I feel like he's like the hero character for the monsters. What is this song? I'll put him here next to the mummy. We also should go and do a pass on our Cyclops to get his mouth in, because right now he's the weirdest character without a mouth. I never even really use him because he feels so unfinished. Okay. All right. Let's see if we can progress this now. So Let's add our art pipeline. Whoopsie daisy. Where is it? Editor docs. Character pipeline. Browse to our zombie. Content, character, monsters, zombie. Want to clean our errors up, so all right, where are we? Ability description. What did our zombie actually do? Hello, Gorky. You the best, man. You the best. How have you been, Gorky? You were up pretty late last night too. I think you were here when I was wrapping up, right? It's only a few hours later, it feels like. And we're back again. Oh, I lost this, so okay. Ability idea. We'll leave it like that for now. Okay, there's the character form. I wonder what causes this to happen. Remember that it happened last time? Something causes the zombie to come in lying down. The only way I was able to fix this last time was to just like delete him and start over. So let's do it one more time. Zombie with a V. Okay, zombie. Always going to be last in the list, that one. I'm just finishing my workout. Nice, nice, Mondo. Gonna shower and get ready for work. Good hustle, good hustle. Okay. That zombie goes. Okay, there's something going on with his metadata. That's a disembodied head of a zombie. Though, this is kind of a nice trick. What happened here, guys, is all the bones of the body got pushed up into the head. I'm going to have to remember this. This produced a disemboweled head, which it should not have done. That's a bug. If I save this and reopen, what happens? Might have to remember that. That could be a very handy way to just like quickly create a disemboweled head. Sometimes bugs become features. Yeah. That is, though I definitely didn't do that. There's nothing that I did that caused that to happen. Okay, now it's completely disappeared. So it's like the import settings didn't apply to that one piece of equipment. Sorry, piece of equipment. One item. Why did I say piece of equipment? That's because I'm supposed to be doing that in this stream. Okay, we're gonna go 90. Re-import him. I think I understand why he was on the floor. I missed an important step, which is this one. Humanoid was, yeah, that was necessary, but forgotten. Ooh, we can favorite directories? I'm gonna have to remember that. content, characters, villages. How do I add a favorite here? Oh, just like that. That's so handy. That's so handy. All right, great. All right, before we do, yep, we can do that. Codex. Okay, Call of Duty Zombies had a bug where if you shoot a zombie's head off, they sometimes keep walking for 5 seconds, and they kept it in. Yeah, that's actually a sick idea, Daniken. That kind of thing. Sometimes bugs are features. Most of the time they're just bugs, but isn't it odd the living dead spawns in dead? Hold on. Isn't it odd the living dead spawns in dead? Like the headless chicken. Exactly. Gamosaurus, sometimes I do this when I watch streams, and I'll write a message to the streamer that would be very relevant if you read it the moment when the message was written. But then like 5 minutes later, when they finally get back to reading the message, it's like, it doesn't make sense anymore. I hate that I do that. The zombie spawns in on the floor. Yeah, right. The head thing is a cool idea, because now if I ever want to do something like a cutscene where I have a disembodied head, I can just do what I saw there and shrink all of the bones. Like when the streamer says it, you can totally understand that, like, why they got it wrong, but you also realize, like, that's why now when I write messages to streamers, I try and include the context in the message, which can be a hard thing to do. All right, we were looking at monsters, zombie, cool. To do ability idea. Right now, we don't have an ability idea. Well, maybe you guys do. I don't presently. Any ideas for the ability for the zombie guy? Okay, let's go check out the character here. Yep, he's working. Though his arms are not up, so those offsets were dropped. And I think this also means if I have him play animations, if I have him walking, there's a good chance we're not going to see the... All right, well, that's not going to work here, I suppose. Which is fine. We don't need it to. What we do need to do still is generate a portrait. He doesn't need a face, so we're going to turn that face off. And make sure that, now where we generate the portrait, the face isn't on. Then we're going to associate the portrait with the form. Perfect. Okay. I believe we have a zombie in the game now, chat. We have a zombie in the game. Quick test as we get into our character screen. The epic Riz power of the zombie. Hey there, check out my Wormeye. That is like, I suppose if you're into that, I don't know how many people are into the Wormeye. Here he is. He's on the menu. He's on the menu, guys. We have our zombie in. Very cool, very cool. We need to light our characters better, actually. Now that I see this scene, think about it. We need a direction light right here when on the character screen. I think it's important that we show our characters off nicely. So some kind of like 3-point lighting. So better lighting on... Better lighting on main menu character screen. Needs to happen at some point. But we're not going to do it now. We're going to stay locked in. Okay, we got another character in, guys. How cool. If you get a bit by then, you're infected. And so, oh, that's right. That's what we used to have. Yeah. I don't know if you're coming up with that completely the same as when we used to have it. So infection spreads. That was what we had for the zombie. If you infected someone, they showed symptoms, and then later on they could turn into a zombie themselves, and they had to decide whether they were going to hide the symptoms or not. That was the whole idea behind the zombie. Thank you for reminding me. You basically came up with it yourself there, I think. Slow down, or they have some type of handicap for X amount of time or the rest of the round. No, the idea for the zombie, now that I recall it, was going to be that the zombie could infect others, and that it took time for the symptoms to show. Chance to turn players to infect on hit. There we go. That was what it was. Chance to infect players on hit. Infected players turn into zombies. They're the parasite infected zombie type. Yes. Yo, what I didn't get a notification happened to be on Twitch though. Turbo, glad you managed to find us all the same. I'm sorry about your notification. I don't know what happened there. Chance to infect players on hit. To infect villagers, I should have said. We're going to fix that up. F8 to end that. And then in here, okay, nice. I'm doing good, Turbo. I'm doing really good. Making progress. We're getting things done, which is always really nice. Yes for this. Okay, this will fix the bug we have spawning. And then I can show you guys the night mode. We might even make a few tweaks to night mode before we move on to the picking up items. But that's the next thing on my radar. I'm very much aiming at that next. Okay. Speaking of next things, shall we start moving on to some of these other... should we regenerate the Butcher? The Butcher was really there was an issue with the Butcher. We can move on to the Butcher next. Yep. The characters are going really well, Turbo. We were just looking at the number of them that we have in there now. There's a lot of characters starting to get in the game. And these are just the art tests. I think there's some of them missing as well. So starting to get a lot of different characters in. We did the knight yesterday. He was quite challenging with his armor. Like making his armor animate right was hard. But yeah, it's coming along. It's coming along quite well. Last night, we also got night vision for monsters working. But we've still got something we need to do for that. Okay, we need a... Hello, who's this? Wolfie Odinson. What a cool name. What a cool name. Is that your real life name? If so, my God, what a cool name. The Avengers Endgame entrance. Let's go, Micro. Good to see you. Good to see you. It does feel a bit like that, doesn't it? Like all of them standing there together. We've got a lot of freaking monsters in this game right now, don't we? I can't wait to get more skins in this thing. I need to be careful about the number of skills and environments. There's a bit of like potentially a complexity explosion that happens with the game as it is now, where every character I design has like a knock-on consequence where you know, the number of following things that has to happen for each character is really like significant. And I'm also like very aware that as things progress and improve. Hi, Wolfie. How's it going? Wolfie in short, or Wolfgang, which is my real name. Oh my God, is your real name Wolfgang Odinson? That is the coolest name I've heard in my entire life, without too much exaggeration. That is actually a sick name. I imagine you as we've got like Goldie, who's this one of our, Goldie's probably around. Yeah, he's just said hi to Micro. Goldie has this amazing Viking beard, and somehow with a name like Wolfgang Odinson, I feel like you are some kind of like, you know, the German techno Viking. I feel like it's something like that. But welcome in, man. Welcome in. It's going really well, man. It's going well. She needs redoing. So this character needs to go out, and I think the new one needs to go in as well. Okay. Just the first name is real. Nice. Also still just a cool first name. Okay. So here's the old butcher that we'd made for Crispy Bacon. Let me find him. Hold on, that's the blacksmith. The butcher. Here's the old butcher. And I've been thinking to myself, you know what? His proportions are wrong, and I don't think we really did it justice. So we redesigned him, if you guys can recall. Here's the new butcher design. And I would like to reveal, boom, here's the new butcher character. He's far more, it's a bit tougher than the last one. He's got his mullet going on, just like the real Crispy Bacon. He's got his giant metal ring like the real Crispy Bacon. Of course he's a butcher because he's Crispy Bacon, but still has the bling and the mullet. Yeah, we couldn't change the design from what he wanted, Jess. We have to make sure we give Crispy Bacon the character design that he wanted. So that one's going in pretty soon. Pretty soon, that'll be next. What I want to do, though, is while this is working, I want to queue up the next thing here. So yes, we're going to trust that. Let's see. So the next thing we're going to do is... okay, there's Godot supports attachment points on the bones of characters. Right now we're using this to position the face of all of the characters. I would like to do a similar thing to add a object to which we can attach held items to the left and right hand of each character. Do some research on this Godot feature. Check how we've implemented this for all of our characters so far. Then come up with a plan for how we can achieve the goals we've set forth here. Okay, yes to that, run our tests, of course. And then we can start on the art for this character and upgrade this one. 100%. Yeah, I feel like we still kept the spirit of what Crispy Bacon wants. And when he comes through the stream again, we can let him know that we gave his character the upgrade. I don't think I like it. Like honestly, compare that character to this character. Like which one you guys like better? You know, even if I do this and get him nice and like big on screen, it's just this is more our art style than that guy. It's just an all-round upgrade in character, and we're gonna do it. I don't even care. His proportions just seemed wrong. So out with the old, in with the new. Upgrade time. So is that just now? Yes. Butcher in here. New folder, Butcher. This will be the old one. I'm just going to straight up delete it. I didn't know that Pig could get any cuter than he was in the original clip until I saw him in an emote. Raisins. Am I right? We did a great job with Crispy Bacon's emote. Really happy with how it came out. Okay, Butcher, and then let's take that to AccuRig and go from there. Choose file, go here. Butcher, we'll check on the progress of. Good thing we did. This left one needs auto approvals for tests. Force that symmetry. You really did? You mean like I nailed the cuteness of the bouncing pig character? Good, good. Okay, it's having a lot of trouble understanding this character. So we're going to have to do this all by hand. No midpoint placement. Okay, that goes there, that goes there. There might be some rotation issues with that foot. Okay, that's his collarbone. Okay, let's check it out from the side. Make sure these positions are right. They absolutely are not. It's annoying that every program has its own shortcuts. It seems like every 3D program has its own set of rules about what keys you should use to move things around. And then every time you jump into the new one, sometimes your brain has to like re-acclimatize itself. All right, and we need to go look from the top to get this right because these are way off. All right, let's just rig and then we'll see how it moves and we'll go back from there. 3D program standardized keys? Yeah, but like that's the problem with standards, isn't it? It's like, hold on. This is the problem with standards. Our standards proliferate. This is the problem. This is the problem, Jess. It's like there's 14 competing standards for how controls should. 14? We need to develop one group of universal standards that covers everyone's use cases. New situation. There are 15 competing standards. It's like, it's just how it goes. Okay. Nice ears, bro. Nice ears. We definitely need to, just to illustrate how ridiculous this is. Let's go for a walk with his giant ears. This is why we tested. The friggin', I swear though, where's the rotate key? There it is. Left click for this one. All right, so our issue there is we need to move their arms out a little. Recalibrate. Okay, this looks like a defense mechanism. Hold on. Cobra Man, yeah. He will have great hearing. That looked like a character who could hear everything. He'll hear the monsters coming. New ability. New ability for okay. This is an interesting question here that I'm considering, guys. Is should we introduce an API right now so that we can attach things to the hands? Um, so I don't know. It's an interesting question. Should I move this task into a bigger task? Because this is an eventual task, but I think the place to start is probably to figure out where those items are. But I think, yeah, let's go straight into it. Why not? We don't have time to mess around with little decisions. Oh my god, look at his foot placement. He's so sassy. We need to fix his legs, but we need to see him walk first. Look at his sassy little walk. What if he does this one? What if he does the, oh my gosh. There's something very wrong with his legs, but it's hilarious. And we still need to fix his hair. He is fabulous. He is fabulous. Supermodel Butcher, you ain't wrong. I think what we have to do with it is something more like that. How did that go so wrong? Let's focus on his legs first. Okay. UI mock weapons status, but no actual held item data, no equipped state, no network attachment state. Yep. Before I lock in a build, I just need one decision that materially changes architecture, whether equipped items are shared game state or just local presentation for now. They are networked. Okay, where should the first equipped item assignment come from? Okay. Plan new fields on character form data so forms can spawn with authored data left and right items. All right, one moment. We'll circle back to that question. I want to make sure that this is... Why are his legs so sassy? What is it about the placement of legs that's gone so wrong with this character? Oh, that's what it is. Holy crap, no wonder. No wonder. I have to remember that if I want to make a lady walk in a sassy way, we just we skew the position of the feet so that that's a fun trick. Okay, that's a really fun trick actually. Isn't that cool, chat? Did you see what happened? I put his heels and toes in the wrong direction, and it created a movement. Thank you, Goldie, for the bless you. I don't see the difference. All I see is one look. Hold on, you mean the shake it, let little tush on the catwalk? We can make a sassy walk, guys, by just changing where the joints for the heels and toes are. If we move the heels and toes for female characters, we'll make them more sassy. And now we've got a more chunky walk. Okay. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing to know. So now if we make him a little bit more normal or tough with his walk, that'll work. All right, let's get our attention back on the hair. Okay, that more there. This more there. Back to calibration. All right, now let's consider these difficult questions. So, where should the first equipped item assignment come from? Runtime first, plan a data-driven equip API, and let gameplay call it later. Do not hardcode starter items into forms yet. Plan new fields on character forms and data so forms can spawn with authored defaults left and right. Players may never need to spawn with items in hand. Actually, that's not true. Where should the first equipped item come from? Plan a data-driven equip API and let gameplay call it later. Plan runtime equipping plus optional per form default items that hydrate from the data. I mean, it's a good point. There is one character that I know should spawn with an item in hand, and that's the Reaper. The Grim Reaper is one who I think should get an item in hand. But what we can maybe do is like cause it to drop an existing item. So if a character picks up a new item when they already have an item, they're going to need to drop an item and swip it and pick up an item equally at the same time. So we'll answer all of its questions, but that's one thing to keep in mind is we want to support dropping things. All right, this is going to be hard because of how his look at him. He's very like, he has a little like, come on. His sass is just too much. Though I'm noticing he may have, does he have way too many fingers? Has this done the AI fingers? Have we got AI fingers here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got 6 fingers instead of 4. We might need to like abandon this and start over. He's got very AI fingers now that I notice it. That's quite annoying. That's really annoying. All right, we can go back with this character. We need to go back to the drawing board for him. Copy as PNG. 7-fingered man. Exactly. No good. All right. Back to the drawing board. Reimagine this character as a 3D model. If anything, the butcher might be missing a couple of fingers. True. That could actually be quite funny if we did that. Could be quite funny if we were to do that. All right. Well, since that character ain't gonna cut it, we should switch to redesigning him and switch to another character instead. Okay, how's this going? Yes, perform that. You going to sleep, Jess? Yo, thank you for coming by the stream. Thank you for the 5 subbies. I really appreciate you doing that. Thanks for swinging by. Looking forward to seeing you next time, Jess. Have a great night. Sleep really well. If you got a sub from Jess, say thank you, guys. Sleep well, Jess. Thank you. Okay, so we did get a new fix in. Let's verify it before we go and add a bunch of new features. This should have fixed it so that if I go look at our diffs, I might actually even need to rerun our server. I'm noticing it didn't actually change the server at all. All right, hold up. So let's rerun the server just to be sure. Hold on. Server can stop and start again. I'm actually surprised no changes to the server took place. We would expect to see that happen. Heck yeah, that is our dude right there. That is our dude right there. Majestic. Do we copy him and try and keep a... Okay, I mean, change the perspective to a side view and keep him in the same pose. Side pose for sure. Okay. Okay, so yeah, let's run this now that the server's back up. Get a look at all the different characters, spawn one in, choose a monster, the zombie, of course, and then see if he can see in the dark. We're going to have to wait till nighttime as well for this one, guys. So this is going to take a hot minute to test our fix. Host a game. Configure that. 4 players. Join. 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 All right, we've got a full match. We'll try the night. We'll try... Hold on. Fastfy's character is not showing up properly. One quick fix. One quick fix before we move on there. F8. The Vagabond. Let's go to her form and make sure the resource data is treating her correctly. Here it is. She's a Twitch person. Okay. With that done, now we'll run it. Okay, heard a ding. That gets its run. I swear I auto-approved that one, but maybe I didn't. Okay, play, host with 4, create, play, join, play, join, play, join. Let's try some tough dudes this time. That dude's tough. That dude's tough. The king's pretty tough. Is that all the really tough dudes? And then the crispy bacon, just to show you the difference. Not monster. Monster! We finally got a frickin' monster. Alright. And of course, we're going to choose our zombie for this. Select him. Let him load in. The match will start. 3, 2, 1. Match start. We had 2 people join in the same place. So let's get them all outside for now. He's so funny. His legs are so short, it's ridiculous. We might have to re-rig the king just because he's too slow. He's too slow. Okay. I can all watch this moon rise and the sunset. And then you can see he's got his evil smile on already. Nighttime's coming. This is going to be our monster. All right, ready for the big reveal? Let me just frame him up nicely for you guys. Ready for the big reveal. Here we go. That's pretty dark. Boom. Look at the zombie. Look how well he can see in the dark, guys, compared to the other guys. And everything gets a little bit red. I designed it so the world shows up in red mode. So he can see in the dark. And zombie looks pretty good too. Maybe I should make it so zombie can only walk. But he's really, really hard to hurt. Zombie looks pretty good too. He's got too much strut. That king is funny. Yeah, he's good, right? He's good. Yo, thank you for clipping. Thank you for clipping, Druggy Han. I appreciate that. But yeah, check it out. We have a zombie and the night mode definitely works. At daytime, it's not going to do anything, so it looks exactly the same. But as it gets darker, actually, I might let the sun set and then show you guys the actual mechanics of the day-night transition. So you can see, you know, from everybody's perspectives. Let's go to the king, show you the perspective of, he can have the wide view. We'll keep the, let's move Butcher to something like up here. So he's not really around lights. And then top right, you're going to see the night mode. So as I go daytime and nighttime, I'll swap it. So although it's still night, when he's in monster mode, he can actually see really clearly. And he can see way further. Like, he can see everyone right now. The only person who can see him is the Butcher, but he gets to see everyone else. Isn't that cool? So you all have been like, you can't see a thing, there's too much fog, and this is why. Monsters will be able to see perfectly clearly at night. So that's the plan, guys. That's the plan coming together, and you're gonna have to, as a zombie, keep in mind how much visibility they have versus you, because when it gets daytime, it's basically the same. Once it's daytime, there is no difference between the night vision and the day vision. Notice the distance is the difference is disappearing. Until daytime, it's exactly the same. Well, that looks unfair. Yeah, Rue, it's going to be so unfair. The monsters become, and they'll also be stronger at night too. So they're going to be doing way more damage and have way more health at nighttime as well. So they're going to be very incentivized to strike at night when they have the advantage. So night vision is in. Night vision is in, guys. And that should be really fun. The game is looking sick. Thank you, Sponge. I appreciate that. Multiplayer is in, as you can see, Sponge. It's getting along. It's getting there. Making progress. Okay. Side view looks good. Have we done this house? Yeah, we cataloged that house for sure. Okay, one more to do here. Let's get a head start on... Where is she? The bar girl. This one. Add photos. Reimagine this character as a 3D model. Where are we here? Okay. Yes to that. Now this is fixing our... Yeah, okay. Fix a bug. We're fixing the regression where... And tests. I think we don't need any of the rest of it. Okay. Fix the regression to ensure that there's always a monster in a match. Fix a regression to ensure there's always a monster in a match. And then we may as well add our zombie character and also just our character catalog changes. Add zombie character to the game. Okay, nice. We let this run to test the regressions are safe. ETA for the beta? Sponge, it's... All right, it's a good question. This is what we're looking at. Oh my gosh, where is it? Too many things. Here are important milestones for the project. So I think October, I would like to try and have a beta version of the game. I would like to have, by the end of June, a playable demo. And I'm pushing pretty hard now for mid-May to have a vertical slice. So vertical slice just means all of the features are in, and we can start to play a test as a community. I think if from there we can have, by June, if we can have a full demo that the public can play, that would be amazing. And then, yeah, by PAX time, we might have an alpha version of the game, and then by October, we may have a beta version of the game. Going through Actuator or just a solo project? I mean, good question, Sponge. You really need a company behind a game. I think it'll be both. I think I might solo the build on this one, but then like run it through Actuator as a business entity, if that makes sense. So I think that might be the plan at the moment. So Actuator will publish it. Then, yeah, I'll just continue working as I've been doing now. Yeah. So yes, that's where I'm thinking on that one right now. But yeah. Okay, so lots of characters in. Good. I like this. We like this. I think we can still put a bunch more. There's still a lot of missing characters that were planned as well. Hey. Run those regression tests and then definitely make sure that we're doing some auto stuff there. Auto approving the run of this right panel. Okay, where are we at? Let me think. That's interesting. Okay, sorry. Getting a bit distracted trying to figure out some of the next steps. Did we get the vampire to the point of rigging? I feel like we did at one point, right? Though what happened? Did we get distracted? As we tend to do. Have a real tendency of getting distracted here sometimes, don't we? Okay, that can get saved. I just don't want to kick this one off until this one's properly finished. Where actually is it up to? I think it's really just testing. We could run the risk that the tests will pass and start on the next set. It could also take a while for it to actually think this stuff through and come to some implementations. But all right, let's have a review of this, a read of this while it goes. All right, we're going to use Godot's Bone Attachment 3D for hand sockets. We're going to use the modifier Bone Target 3D. Skeleton Modify 3D project already uses authored Bone Attachment 3Ds. Yes. Nodes for faces so that it remains the correct feature. All right, that validation passed, which is what we wanted. That's good. We're going, oh, whoops, we're not going to do that. We're going to oopsie daisy, hold on. Going to go with approvals and then have this ready for the next thing, but we're focusing now on this. So we're going to use Godot's attachment systems. We're going to Bone attachments. We're going to runtime. Okay, we've got 28 characters in, guys. GPT 5.4 is fantastic. It's really nice. It's really nice, yes. Current repo state, the character catalog references 28 body scenes. All 28 contain left hand and right hand bones. 21 scenes already have face attachments, 7 do not. And skeleton parent paths differ per scene, so skeleton parent paths differ per scene, so hand sockets must be authored per concrete body scene. Where does this... The skeleton should not be different. All right, so there's an interesting question that needs some resolution there. Add an authoritative multiplayer. Yep. Okay, so let's see. The summary stated that skeleton paths differed across character scenes. This should not be the case. Flag instances where it is and direct us to the assets. The other thing that I maybe want to do here is use this as a chance to tackle this problem. Where is it? We have this problem here where the animation controllers are copied across scenes. So this might be a good chance to just say, hey, I want to reuse animation controllers here so that there is one authoritative animation controller. And that's like toward the top of my list of things to do, right? That's pretty up here. If we exclude technical debt, this might be worth investigating at this point, but we shouldn't probably get too distracted with it. We could queue it up here so that it does that investigation, but not yet. I haven't written a line of code for work in about 8 weeks, dude. You should probably I hope you're like reviewing and improving what GPT does, because it writes a lot of code, but some of it's garbage and I end up reviewing a lot of it. I review and improve a lot of the code that we see come through here. But it is really good. You're not wrong, Sponge. Okay. Ship a full V1, add left and right hand sockets to every body, surface them through the body runtime API, and add authoritative multiplayer handheld. Yep, good. 21 scenes. So yes, okay. Changes. Bone attachment 3D nodes under each scene's actual general skeleton. Absolutely review. Also use other models for advanced reviews too. Yeah. That's the way to do it, Sponge. That's the way to do it. I find I have good markdown documents that say like, assess these changes against the standards documented here. Okay, add bone attachment 3D nodes under each scene's attachment, left hand and right hand attachment. Under each attachment, add a child node 3D mount named anchor. Good. Keep the override pose equals false and use external skeleton equals face. Author perform grip offsets of the child mount nodes. Yep. Update all 28 body scenes, including the forms that do not currently use face attachments. Yes. Body and runtime wiring. Extend the character root locomotion with exported typed node 3D references for both hand mount nodes. Do not copy the face system's descendant scan pattern for items. Held items need explicit typed refs so gameplay can and presentation can resolve the active mounts deterministically. Held items need explicit typed references so gameplay and presentation can resolve the active points deterministically. Ensure each body replacement and form swap code re-resolves the active body hand anchors and notifies presentation consumers. The structure of the bones for characters should be consistent. And we should be able to use the path to find the hand bone deterministically. If this is not the case for certain characters, then we may re-implement those characters with the proper bone structure to maintain consistency. Okay, held item data. Add avatar held item slot enum with left hand and right hand. Where's our music? Treat held item scenes as avatar-owned presentation only in version 1. They are not separate network-spawned entities. They are not separate network-spawned entities. I mean, maybe they are. We need to ensure that held items are network spawned entities. Players will be able to drop and pick up items in each hand. Those items will exist in the world, in spaces, and should move with the player between spaces. Yeah, we definitely need to account for that. As Avatar own presentation in V1, they are not separate network spawned entities. Authority and networking. Add reader requester authority services for held items. Snapshot shape is avatar spawn ID version left item key, right item key. Where empty means no item is equipped. Avatar held item network runtime auto loads. Clients send their equipment and clear requests to the host. The host validates the avatar ownership and item key existence. Applies. Oh, so it is actually talking about having them be. I think they should be. I think they should be separate network spawned entities. Players will be able to drop and pick up items on each hand. These items will exist in the spaces while they are held. When they are not held, and should move with the player between spaces. Items can exist independent of players. We need to be clear on that. Authority and networking. Sorry, chat. I'm so sorry that I've been zoned out, not reading messages. Hold on. The luck I'm having on Ark tonight is wild. What happened? Token energy? The hell, man. I care. You don't know the dynamic in this community. What you talking about coming in here? Unless you lurk a lot. But like, welcome in. But I don't know. That's not a positive thing to say to a person as you're just like walking into a new space, man. I think it's pretty cool that he's having luck in Ark. I like this community, man. We kind of all hang out here a lot of the time. So I'm here doing this, but I also care about what everybody else is doing, you know? If somebody's having a great night and they're having a fun time on Ark, like, I don't mind hearing about it, man. How are you? How is your night? What are you up to? Are you playing a game? Are you having luck? How'd the game jam go? I couldn't keep watching. Sponge, the game jam ended up really good. Hey, how we doing? Yo, Commander, thank you for saying hi. Welcome in. Doing really good. Doing really, really good. Sponge, let me find you a link to, I think we called it Firepiercer. And it's up on itch.io right now. I'll get you a link. Oh, what the hell? Some rando on x.com has relinked our game. That's pretty cool. One moment. We're going to go. I mean, this will do nicely. So, but I wasn't doing that. I was doing this. We're going. Look at that. Some rando has gone and tried our game and made. Oh no, that's not a rando. Everybody go like bears on friggin', I'm giving him a follow. This was so much fun. All right, sorry, side quest, but here it is, coming all the way back to respond with how the game jam went. There it is. Still think Railed by Dragons was a better name. Hanslar, that's actually kind of funny. Might be a little bit more viral, but that's not the kind of sense of humor that we had. I appreciate you, Seb. I was like, yo, don't worry, man. I'm glad you're having a good time on Ark Raiders tonight. That's awesome. Okay, so while we're here, having to think about characters, let's start with. So where was this character? So I guess that's our front. That's our front view. That's our side. And then we've got our back view now. It's going to be nice to have a bow. That bow's actually a nice touch. Yeah, I think that can work. That can work. What other art do we have that we need to keep moving on? All right, not to get distracted. We were reviewing a test plan here. Apologies for the rando. Goldie, you don't have to apologize. This is the internet. There's going to be so many randos. And maybe, who knows, maybe Token Energy is actually a nice guy. And he'll come back and he'll, like, you know, be a productive member of the community. And we'll see. We'll see. We are doing well, Commander. Like, welcome in, man. How are you doing? I hope you're having a great night. We are making a game here, Commander. Seb equals king of distractions. You're not wrong, but at least I stay with it and I circle back. It's okay to be distracted if you circle back to the main quest. Okay. Add an avatar held item network. Runtime auto load. Clients send the equipment and clear requests to the host. So this is all good. For each slot, instantiate at most one presentation scene under the current mount. Apply the definition's local grip transform. Replace or clear cleanly and remount. Ricardo, 40 streams, huge. Congrats, dude. Thank you for tuning in for all those 40 streams. Welcome in, man. Welcome in. And remount current node 3D references with the public getters. I avatar held item requester. Request a held item on an avatar. Authoritative lookup by avatar spawn ID plus change the subscription event. Okay, avatar held slot item. Yeah, this is good. This is good. I do have those notes. We're going to see if it revises based on those notes. Okay, so we're going to also start investigating here. At the moment, every character unpacks the... I mean, what's it even called? It's our... Unpacks the... Every avatar unpacks... Yeah, let's open a character up and have a look. The animation player and the animation tree. Uses a copied animation tree. Uses a copied animation tree. Whoa. Copied animation tree. This comes from the template. Character template. I don't believe this data is shared between characters. If we later want to change this animation tree, we're going to wind up needing to make the change to every character. More animations are planned for the game, and so it would be better if all characters referenced a single animation tree. so that a change to this tree would apply to all of the characters. First, validate if my thinking here is correct. If it is, we need to construct a plan to ensure that a common animation tree is used for all of the current characters. Okay. We can start that plan. Good stuff, man. Unreal Engine, is it? This is actually, we used Unreal Engine for what you saw on screen before, the Game Jam. If you were looking at the link from Firepiercer, that was Unreal Engine. This is actually an engine called Godot, which is it's a bit different from Unreal. It's not as like beautiful in terms of how it renders, and it's not as standardized in terms of how it does stuff, but it's much more flexible, and it's free and open source. It's a lot more like Unity engine, but yeah, the whole engine is free and open source, which I think makes it a better bet to build on for a new project, which this is. This is a pretty new project for me. We've only been working on this a couple of months, so thrilled with the progress I'm making on the project. But yeah, it is not an Unreal Engine project. This is a Godot project. Okay, I have enough repo context to ask the 2 product level decisions that actually change the architecture rather than guessing. One is about whether we normalize the bad skeleton assets now. The other is about how pickup chooses a hand. Before that drives both interaction flows and spawn shapes. Yeah, I was thinking about this myself. So it might be Q and E is pick up and drop for each hand. So if you walk up to an object, you can interact with your left and right hand by pressing Q and E on that object. What are people's thoughts on this? I would love to know what people think about actually doing that. Whether Q and E could be, whether it would be annoying, or because we have F to activate an object, but it might be more interesting to like use Q and E to do this, right? Okay, hold on. That needs to go back. Auto match here, auto match here, auto match here. Let's select some characters. Select. We also need to validate if we actually fixed the, one monster. Good. There should have been a monster. Good stuff, man. Unreal Engine, is it? No, sorry, Commanders. I'm sorry, I'm reading that. So it took me a while to read and comprehend. Okay. Everybody spawning somewhere different. Good. And this was our werewolf. This is also a good chance for us to fix the jump animation once we consolidate it. All right, let me have a think. All right, if I walk up to an object, E to pick it up with the left, Q for the left hand, E for the right hand, I think that makes sense. Q for the left hand, E for the right hand, F to activate it. So in the current situation, so monsters will always spawn lat because of the second choice. No. It's completely random. It is like the first player in might wind up being a monster. It's completely random. And so what I'm thinking here is it's not going to always be last. That just happened to be the case this time. Look at the difference in dark mode and monster vision. Such a difference. Actually, look at that. So right now we can see this guy right there, but he can hardly see us. Though his vision is getting a little bit better. As the sunrise comes up, we have to slow the day-night cycle for our first playtest. But yeah, so it's not always going to be like that, Hansblah. It just happened to be that the last character was the monster this time. It will probably take a little longer for monster characters to spawn in because they need to choose. So maybe there's a little bit of leaking information there, but probably not. I think not. We'll redesign it if it becomes a problem, but I think it should be okay. Okay, there's some errors here that we really need to chase down and fix. This one's an interesting one. I think it's related to the barbarian. Every time we do the barbarian, they all have this. We probably need to redo our barbarian. Bugs, plural. That's fine, it can stay there. This one is... Where's our second bug? Oh, it's a very short bug, isn't it? All right. Many questions. I have enough repo context to ask 2 product level questions. I think what we're going to do for the character scenes whose skeleton path is inconsistent, what should this plan presume? Include reauthoring the flagged character scenes to a single canonical skeleton path. Flag assets now, but keep the normalization as separate later task for held items. Yes. Let us know which of the character skeletons need normalization so that we can follow that up. Don't deal with those characters now. We will recreate their skeletons to make sure they're consistent. Okay, when a player picks up an item from the world, how should the hand be chosen? I think what we're going to do is we're going to have Q and E. What does everybody think about that? Having Q for picking up with the left hand, E for picking up with the right hand. If you press Q, it drops the left hand item, and E to drop the right hand item. That way we'll be able to, like, when we're at something, we can, like, for instance, say we're going to, say we're going to, the plan here is things like this. Just for an example, say the butcher is brought a chicken. He can pick the chicken up with Q to hold the chicken in his left hand. He can pick up his cleaver with E to hold it in his right hand. If he has a chicken and a cleaver and he walks to a chopping block, he gets the option to press F to chop the head off the chicken, right? So he can interact with something, but what he holds is affected by the his action is affected by what he holds in his hands. So it's a new system. I know it might not be intuitive, but it's something different. I'm trying to think of I have an idea here for something that's different. Greybeard, thank you so much for the 5 community gifted. Dude, that makes this stream, we're already up to, 25 subs this stream? Thank you so much, man. And Sponge caught a sub. So did Wolfie. And BB. Sorry, Beanie BBX. Why is that name so familiar? I feel like I know that name from somewhere. Robert got one. This was a high value gifted sub thing, man. A lot of cool people caught them. And you've gifted 80 subs now. Huge. Dude, thank you. Welcome in. How are you going? How about control left and right click? Left and right click are going to be actions with the things in your hand, though. So like attacking, I think, the clicking is going to be swinging the weapon. So there'll be like combat actions related to clicking. So I think I want to reserve the left and right click for those. But that's the one and only B. Oh, that's right. That makes sense, actually, Lucario. That I remember that now. Beanie also streams, and she's one of Dolly's friends. Yes, yes. Gotcha. Okay, yep. No, that is the one. That's where I remember her from, Lucario. Very cool. Fire Piercer is nice. I froze a lot, but I got there in the end. Oh, you just tried it, Sponge. I'm glad you tried it. So thank you so much for playing the game I made at that game jam. That's awesome. Thank you so much, man. Okay, and easy to release one of the keys. Yeah, I feel like QEF is very uncomfortable and easy to release one of the keys. So to be clear, Dragihan, if you press Q, it would pick it up to the left hand. If you press E, it would pick it up in the right hand. And so you don't have to hold the buttons. You just press them once and then your hand has that thing. And then WSD is you just moving around usually. That would be the plan. I would agree with the issue. Could you just have a one pickup button, but having different objects pre-assigned to left and right hand? Clear always left, chicken always right. The problem is I want people to have this like resource management thing where, for instance, if you need to there might be, for instance, a box, right? You could pick up a box, but you can't pick up a box unless both of your hands are empty. So if you wanted to pick up a box, you could go and you could press, I think you would then go and press like F to activate, or you would pick it up with both hands, but then you could go and put things in the box, right? And so you can only hold two things, one with each hand, but you could have something like a box where you fill it with items and then you pick that up with two hands and then you move slowly while you have that object, but it occupies both of your hands. But you could also have like a sword and a shield, right? And so, one item to each hand, I think, is what I'm kind of imagining for this. I know I have a pretty clear idea of it, but I think I'm really valuing the feedback that all you guys are giving me, and letting me know that it might be a complicated design and might not be intuitive. But at the same time, I am trying to push the boundaries and do something a little bit different here, I feel like with games like Overcooked, the interaction with objects is what made it interesting, and we're trying to build something like that into our game as well. But I don't want it to feel clunky at the same time, so it's cleaver always left, chicken always right. It's a big design decision, isn't it? This affects the game in a really, really big way. If we so sword and shield for morning town hall, not a box. Yeah, exactly. That's right. Hello, Snolzy. Welcome in. How are you? How you doing? Good to see you. He's ahead of it. Q and E is okay for left and right hand for me. Yeah, you think it's a decent design, Dragihan? Snolzy. Always your enthusiasm. I love it every time. Shall we start there? Shall we start there, chat, and then just see how that works? We can start by thinking about that design, and if it doesn't work, we can always refactor it. We just need to move to something for a vertical slice. I think it's, better to have something even if it isn't working perfectly. But there'll be instances like this where it's like pitchfork in one hand, torch in the other hand. I think that having a way to interact with an object with each hand is I'm also thinking about streamability. Other players like Among Us, Peak have been successful because of their simplicity. Yeah, I hear you, Greybeard. I just feel like this, she's got a club, he's got a torch, he's got a pitchfork. I feel like torches, being able to have more than one object, like a torch and a pitchfork, would be really good. And I think the idea of being able to choose what hand you hold something in will also be really useful. So it's, how do you attack? Left and right mouse for each hand? Potentially, yeah. Say you have a shield in your, like right hand and a weapon in your left, and then like left click would be swing, right click would be hold the shield up, and then you can block and attack like that, that kind of thing. I think that's the idea behind it. And then you can like swing with the left hand and the right hand. So you could like swing, you can attack always with the right hand, but then the left hand as well. I don't know how complicated to get with it. I did always have the idea of having something a little bit like, the active ragdoll physics, but combat from something like Mount and Blade. What's it called? Arena. See if we can find some footage. This kind of thing, this is what I'm looking for. I mean, it's got directional attacking. I don't want to go that complicated. But yeah, that's the thought. So I don't know, unless anyone's like really staunchly against this design, I think it's probably a good idea to try something like that. Okay, the validation result is solid now. Your core concern is correct. But with one important Godot nuance, the animation tree node itself still needs to exist per character for local animation player and root motion paths. The runtime parameter / playback state. The part that should be shared is not the author tree root graph resource, which is currently duplicated into every scene. Okay. Which consolidation approach should the plan target for the common character animation setup? Shared graph. Okay. Extract the common animation tree root graph into one resource and keep per character animation tree nodes for local paths and runtime state. Make a reusable scene for animation setup and instance it under each character with more scene structure churn. I'm okay with that. Template inheritance. Rebase character scenes around template inheritance for maximum reuse but highest migration risk, and editor churn. I believe for this to work, how does this currently function? I don't think these work if the structure that we have here isn't preserved. I think it'll work. You think it'll work, Sponge? Yeah, I think so as well. All right, let's... one at a time. We're going to... the buttons Q and E will be used to pick up and drop items in the left and right hand. Q for the left hand, E for the right hand. If an item is held in the left hand and Q is pressed, that item is dropped. If an item is held in the right hand and E is pressed, then the item is dropped from the right hand. Whoa, what the hell? I shouldn't have done that. Okay. When a player is close enough to interact with an object that can be held, pressing Q or E picks it up in the corresponding hand. Okay. What motion model should dropped items use in V1? Static on drop. I mean, we eventually need to have physics for these objects. This is supposed to be a physics-based game, so it's a big decision about whether we tackle the physics now, but this might be the best place to just do it the right way to begin with. Objects should fall gently to the ground. They should not be thrown, but we should have physics on these objects. Did that work? Dropping placed items at an authoritative transform in the room, and it stays there until picked up. Okay, no, so let's do that again. Good morning, Jacob. How you doing? Dropping an object should enable its physics with no initial velocity and let physics take control of its motion. It could be pretty cool to attack with a weapon and then press the drop button so that the motion of the object takes over and you throw it. That would be really cool. Held items should, you know what? That's fine. We're going to go with that. All right. The validation result is solid now. Your core concern is correct, but with one important Godot nuance: the animation tree. All right, let's have a think about this then. Okay. Which consolidation approach should the plan target for the common character animation setup? Shared graph. Extract the common animation tree graph into one resource and keep per character animation tree nodes for local paths and runtime state. Reuse, make a reusable scene for animation setup and instance it under each character with more scene subtree churn. Rebase character scenes around template inheritance for maximum reuse but highest migration risk. Okay. Whichever approach produces the easiest maintenance within the project should be chosen as a resolution for this question. We should be able to run a character, a scene with a character as we do now, and have the animations control that player through our existing root motion systems. Each of the different character scenes currently has an instantiated mesh that is whose skeleton is driven by the animation player and animation tree. Ideally, ask further questions if more clarification is needed. Okay. One rollout question remains. Hold on, chat. I'm doing okay, I guess. Jacob, that's not a particularly enthusiastic That's not like that doesn't sound like awesome. That sounds like meh. Anything wrong? What's up? I hope you're doing good, not just okay. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I'm becoming a little bit, with this project, I'm putting so much time and effort into it. Whenever I stop doing it, when I'm not here, I think a lot about it. There's very little stuff that is taking precedence in my mind to this, and I'm starting to really think about the project's runway and timelines. And although I'm still not sure if it's 100% going to get done, I'm starting to think seriously about the future of the project. And every time I'm not working on it, I'm like, must make the project real. So that's taking a lot of mental space. Especially difficult trying to balance that with my other commitments. I got a lot of commitments at work coming up that need my attention, and there's a lot of things going on right now, and I'm just so like absorbed by this project that it's it's an interesting one. But otherwise, I am very excited and passionate about the progress we've been making here, Jacob. So it's like, I'm good. I'm doing good. The streams have been doing pretty well. So many people continue to tune in to watch these happen. I'm starting to think maybe I need to capture some of the content from these streams and turn them into YouTube videos so that we can actually the YouTube seems to be the way that people actually grow their Twitch channels, interestingly. So I'm starting to think more about that. And that's on my mind about whether I'm really doing this right without approaching some other different avenues. And but that means changing what I'm doing and taking time away from the game to make YouTube videos, which is but maybe that's the right way to approach it. So I don't know. But yeah, long answer, man. I know that's a long answer. Sorry, but I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good too. Okay, let's answer these questions before we get too far into approving that plan, because that still needs review. Okay. Because of the unsupported skeleton asset, if we don't touch those forms now, the plan needs to know whether the held item gameplay can ship for the canonical forms first, or whether the whole feature awaits the skeleton normalization. Okay, we're going to do the canonical forms first. Soft approve. Okay, ship the held item support for the canonical skeleton path forms now, and reject or auto drop on deferred forms until their assets are rebuilt. Do not enable held items for any forms. Allow the feature to run, but deferred forms simply won't mount held items correctly yet. So we're going to go soft unsupported. More or less, I just woke up. So yeah, trying to get a coffee into my system. Okay, that's why you're doing okay. That's awesome, man. Don't forget work-life balance. You got this. Oh, man. I mean, yeah, it's hard to say. I've always been meeting Fast is like this too. I think both of us, we have a mum and who's incredibly supportive. I think probably why we're both so locked in is in large part because of how we were raised. She always was so positive about each of us and was so confident that we were going to do big things. And Fast is a bad influence on your hyper focus. Yeah, Jason, 15 stream streak, dude. Good morning, man. Good morning. But both of us just expect so much of ourselves. And for me, I, especially with what happened the last few years, I expected so much of the projects that I was working on. I really wanted them to work. And then when they didn't, it was, it was a lot. I felt like doing the next project was like starting from scratch almost, because I'd worked so hard to get into a position where I could try and make a game. And then when that game didn't work and I had nothing left, it was like, oh. So for now, I feel like whenever there's an opportunity to be working on this and getting to the point where, if this game was really successful, I'd be so excited about it, But also then I would feel like I would be able to be like, okay, I can take care of myself. I can take care of Fastfee if it's needed. I can take care of the people I care around me. I care for around me, and then I'd be able to have a little bit more balance. But who knows? Who knows? I feel like when I was in a place, when I was in a much more comfortable place, I did actually have a bit more balance in life. I had better work-life balance when I felt more security. But right now, I'm definitely in this like grind mindset where I want to get back there. So it's hard. I hear you about the work-life balance, but it's also you're both doing big things already, homie. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Daniken. I appreciate that. But at the same time, it's not enough to do big things. I think you have to do big things and succeed. That's the thing. And I really want to succeed with this project. So that's why my mind is always so like on this. It's always so on this because, or, some other thing. I feel like I had that shot. I got to I worked so hard to get into a place where I could take that shot. And when that shot missed, now I'm just like, trying to some extent, I worked really hard to get back into the position to have another shot at it. And I learned so much. And I know I can, if I just do this myself now, instead of doing it with a group of people, it won't be so expensive. It will, I risk less by doing it this way. But anyway, sorry, big tangent. But yeah, I hear you, man. I hear all of you. We are doing big things. I do appreciate that. But I don't know. I think we both want to do bigger things. We always want bigger and better. We always want more. We're always trying to strive and succeed in bigger and bigger and bigger ways. But for me, this has been like my life dream is just to get a game that was really successful and people loved. So I'm like, I'm grinding on it. We'll get there. Okay. It's made some revisions. We should have, instead of yapping, we should have been reviewing this right plan. So now we have 2 plans to review. Okay. I think this one's going to be backlogged anyway. We need to first, I think before we do that one, we kind of need to do this one anyway. So, because I don't think the skeleton is going to get reused. It's going to be, all right, it's this one. We got to review this one. Plants, how are you doing? Welcome in. Oh my God, what a cute little emote. Mop Love. Who's Mop? Who is Mop? What a name too. MOP, 3-letter name. Very good. How you doing, Plants? Good to see you. Good to have everyone here. Good to frickin' 15 streams, Jason. Well done. That's a good streak, man. That's a good streak. Okay. Use the bone attachment for hand sockets matching the existing face setup. Canonical body skeleton path is character node 3D. 19 catalog forms already match that path. So these are the ones that don't. 9 bodies need separate skeleton normalization and follow-up. And they're flagged here. Root outliers. Good thing we're about to redo the butcher. How is the poltergeist non-compliant? And the skeletons. Some of these are quite new. We're going to have to go and document. So we need to fix up. Maybe I should put tech debt in a separate document from the rest of the backlog. All right. The knight character too. What? Nine form bodies need separate skeleton normalization, follow-ups, and are only flagged here. Root outliers. Okay. Held items are first-class network visible entities. Maybe I just ought to accept that the character skeletons are wrong. There's a lot here. I didn't expect there to be 9 that were wrong. Add left-hand attachment and right-hand attachment under the character node general skeleton for the 19 canonical body shapes. No. We still need to make changes here. No. for these 9 skeletons that are invalid, that don't follow the same structure as the others, what simple solutions could we use to find and assign their hand positions? They should be made canonical, but for now, if a robust solution can be found, we can delay re-implementing all of those characters. All right, let's circle back to that and make sure that everything else is right. Held items are first-class network visible entities. They must exist independently in rooms, be picked up and held with left and right hands, and drop back into the world. They must travel with the holder between rooms. Yes. Camp outside for that. Hold on. Your new PC shipped, Jason. That's exciting. That's awesome, man. How's it that like? How long till it gets here? Very cool. A new PC can make all the difference, dude. Camp outside for sure. For sure. You remember once upon a time when people would like line up outside of like Apple stores to get the new iPhone? Crazy. Crazy. You missed Parloator. I missed Parloator a few times and they don't leave it. Dude, that sucks. They still don't. Do they still do that, Goldie? I remember it being on the news because it was like, there's a hysteria about this product. I know they're still very passionate. I just didn't know they still lined up. You can just like buy it online now, right? Pure later. What's a pure? Still don't know what that is. I'm guessing it's like a delivery service or something, but okay. Key changes, character authoring, add the left hand attachment, right hand attachment, bone attachment 3D nodes under character node 3 general skeleton for the 19 body scenes only. Bind them to left hand and right hand with the child node mounts. We should document the invalid cases in a markdown so that it will make them easier to find and fix. Extend the character root locomotion with exported type refs for both hand mounts and public getters. Oh, it's a courier in Canada. Okay, I didn't know. That makes sense though, Jacob. For deferred skeleton assets, do not normalize now. If the held item cannot resolve a hand mount at runtime, keep the authoritative state valid. Hide local presentation for that item and log once. Item lifestyle and catalogs. Add a holdable item catalog under content/items, keyed by stable item key with approved packed scenes only. I don't know about this catalog. I mean, it's extra work with every new item we create. Adding a catalog for held items adds another manual step that must be followed for every new item that we create. If such a catalog is necessary, it must be really justified so that it does not introduce more complication into the art asset pipeline. If it can be avoided, then items should just be possible to get authored and instantiated and work without needing to be cataloged. Where are we? Add spawnkind.hold item and holdable item spawn record. Spawn ID, item ID, domain using spawndomain.match. Okay. Yep. I don't know. Possibly. It should be possible to... That's the other thing. It should be possible to add items to environments, to spaces, and have the player interact with them and pick them up during gameplay. Some items will always appear in environments, and having to spawn them and having them not appear when creating in the environment will create friction in the development process. It should possible. The process of creating items will differ from characters in that the... Okay, hold on. It should be possible for a developer to drag and drop an item into an environment and for the player to interact with that, pick that item up in their hand at a later time, then move around with it and take it into other rooms, etc. Hello, Ghost. How you doing? Blue Ghost, welcome back, man. And Gamosaurus Rex, welcome in. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Ghost, did you see the Ghost character in the game? We have a Ghost character in the game. Wukong, yo, we have a Monkey King in the house. How's it going? Wukong, you guys know Wukong Monkey King? This is the great game. Great name. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Okay, where were we? Hello again, Gamosaurus. Yes. You were in here way earlier, right? Hold on. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying hello for the first time because you just arrived, but I remember you were here earlier in the stream, weren't you? I must have, yeah, you've been here from the damn start. You've been here for a couple of hours. My bad. I'm sorry. You know how hard it can be to keep track of people coming and going sometimes. Forgive me. Canonical held and world state. Add a holdable item state service plus a holdable item network runtime. Canonical state records shape, spawn ID, sequence. Oh, why sequence? This seems wrong. Why sequence? Mode is world or held. Holder avatar spawn ID. This might need to explain sequence. We need to, yeah, I'm not sure what that means. Do we move on from this or do we zero in on that? Okay, let's move on for now. I do need to understand that. I don't want to get distracted though, so I'm going to do this. Okay, yeah, well, welcome in everyone. Good to see everyone who's joining. Okay, seed initial Where are we? Hold on. Have I skipped past something important? Seed initial independent room items from authored room holdable items spawn marker nodes. Authored room holdable item spawn marker nodes. The host derives deterministic spawn IDs from the room marker. I think we've gone further, or I just didn't read this properly when we first went through it. The host derives deterministic spawn IDs from the room marker identity, so room reloads do not duplicate items. Extend the network spawn registry, network spawn transport serializer, and network spawn runtime. And host migration remapping for the new spawn kind. I'm wondering if we really should have, like, the amount of complexity that Rooms introduces into all of the networking is significant. For a bigger game, maybe it would, no, we kind of need it. We kind of need it. If it was an MMO, it would absolutely be needed. For this game, it's borderline whether we need it. But maybe it's just better to have the better infrastructure to begin with. All right, let's keep reading. Seed initial independent rune items from an authored holdable item spawn marker. The host derives deterministic spawn IDs from the rune marker identity, so room reloads do not duplicate items. Okay, extend the network spawn registry, network spawn transport serializer, and network spawn runtime, and host migration mapping for the new spawn kind. Canonical held world state. Add holdable item state service. Yeah, we skipped past this when we read this last time. Canonical state record shape is, here's the sequence item. Held update state to held. Pick up update state to held. Drop update state to world. When a held avatar's room changes, the host mirrors the item's room ID to the holder's current room, so the item travels with the player. Physics in motion. Add hold item motion service. Holdable item motion service. Ooh. Maybe. Now I understand what it means by maybe sequence is related to motion. Hey, it's Simtex. Welcome in, man. How you doing? Good to see you, dude. You are always welcome. We're not grooving as much with the music, but maybe we need some upbeat stuff. Let's do it. Hold on. I think I need a little higher energy music. There we go. Now we can be grooving. How are you doing, Simtex? Me and Fast were just like the other day we were talking about you. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Wiley Fox. How you doing as well? Good to see everybody coming in. Have you seen the progress of the game, Simtex? It's been a minute since I've seen you in chat. I'd love to show you what we're actually up to. It's coming along fairly well, like really, really well, actually. We've got like network in. We're about to work on picking up items. Like that's what we're in the process of doing. You're doing good. A lot of programming stuff. Yo, Simtex, that's sick. What language are you working with lately? Your name just reminds me of the Wile E. Coyote. It looks nice. If you even seen, check it out. Hold on. We're gonna interrupt the stream just to show you some of the coolness. Have a look-see. So this is multiplayer. I'll show you some of the multiplayer proofs. I'll host a game with 4 characters and they'll all join. So let's see. If I go play, we'll host a 4-player game. We'll make it public. Check out all the characters, and I'll matchmake the rest of these guys so they just like all wind up in the same game. So check it out. We've got Fass. We've got Fass in as a character. We got a Loser Fruit character. We've got like so many other different people. We've got let's go with Pestily, and maybe like we've got Lisa as an artist, or we can go with like the New Knight, or we've got like the Church of Nacho's main figure here. Hold on, let's go with someone like, check out God of War's character. Hold on, I'll show you that here. This guy can go to, we'll take him to Cray. Check out God of War's character too. He's isn't he looking freaking cool? He put in 200 gifted subbies to get his own special character in the game. So yeah, it's coming along really well. Check it out. Check it out. So I'm going to start a game. We got God of War's character ended up as our monster. So let me select something like. I mean, we just put the zombie in today for the first time, but we've got like maybe we do like a werewolf for him, or yeah, let's go with a zombie. We'll do the zombie character, and then we'll spawn them all in. Okay, here goes, here goes. And then the match starts. It's got its countdown. But how beautiful is the world starting to look? Oh, I picked a lot of characters that don't spawn out in the world, but yes. And check it out. So you can now walk around. You can go outside. You can like, the sun will set. Here, I'll show you on. Check out the sun's setting here. And then I'll show you the sunrise as well. Nothing special. Just creating a C# plugin for the company's software. Oh, no way. Where I integrate web shop configurations into WebView too. Dude, that's actually sick. That's so cool. Really cool. All right, check it out. We've got the moon rise. We've just had the sunset. That's actually really cool, Semtex. I didn't realize you were so technical. But how's your servers? What servers? Oh, and check it out. Check it out. We also have, if I go to our, the secret the zombie character, look what happens. The night vision the zombie gets. Nobody else can freaking see in the dark, but the zombie monster gets like night vision mode. See how hard he is to see here? Where if it's like, he can see them, but they can't see him. Right now, I'm standing right in front of them. And check out Fass's character. The Vagabond, she gets a little like, she's wearing a potato sack dress. She's the hobo. She has no home, can't use doors. She gets no doors. And she can also go through the trash and find items in the trash. It's, yeah. Remove a player from world, Jason. Oh, yo, check it out, Semtex. Hold on. You should check out, Jason's got a character too, man. Have you seen that? Is that what you're mentioning? Are you referring to his character? Hold on. There it is. If I end that, we go to run instances, just one. It looks really nice. Yeah, I'm really happy with the progress so far. Fast fee with no doors. Yep, that's right, Jason. She cannot use doors. She's not allowed to use them because she lives outside. She's not allowed inside. She's not allowed to use the doors. But check it out. We've got, check it out, Jason's character. Isn't that cool? What do you think, Semtex? Isn't that sick? I think this one came out really well. The Grim Reaper. We're working on held items right now, so he's going to be able to have a scythe when he spawns. Like if he gets instantiated, he'll have like a Grim Reaper scythe in his hand. So that's going to be a pretty cool thing about this character. But yeah, there's it's pretty sweet. Like looking into a mirror. Exactly. Exactly. I think especially with like the only thing we could have done, Jason, is we could have made a blue hood for you instead of the black one. We could have made it like a dark blue, and that would have been a little bit more on brand with your little, with your remote. But I think he's come out really well. Anyway, enough distractions. Okay. Actually, one other distraction. While we're distracted, let's go see how we are with. Yeah, okay, here we go. So this is the next thing that I would like to get in. Next time we get blocked and we're waiting for something, I think getting this character in is going to be a really good idea. She came out pretty well. I suspect her hands also might be too big. Same problem as with Lisa. The hands might be too big, but I don't know. I don't mind them. We can always get them in and, like Lisa, fix them later. But she's pretty cool. We've got a bar wench in, guys. Isn't that sick? All right. Game and UI are sweet, Seb. Thank you, Sponge. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's awesome, man. Jupios, we work, most of the 3D work we do with Blender 5. And we're using, I think what you might be asking about is Comfy UI. So it's Blender and Comfy UI that we're using for our 3D workflows. Check out Comfy UI here. Hold on, Comfy UI. Oh, that's straight into the run. You need, if you want to generate characters, Comfy UI is a good way to go. And that can get you a similar workflow to what we have there. Okay, where was I? Let's see. Add holdable item motion service. This is interesting because I think the physics are going to be, it's going to be quite, I guess we need this because the host has to be authority for the motion, but Simtex, have you been sick? I'm sorry, dude. GPRs, yeah, check it out. It's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. Okay, add holdable item motion service plus holdable item motion network runtime for host authoritative dropped item physics. Motion record shape is spawn ID, sequence, transform, linear velocity, angular velocity is sleeping. I'm concerned about the shape of this. The physics should be this game is going to have more complicated physics in the future. Eventually, we'll have active ragdoll for characters. How we solve networking the physics is a very important consideration. As much as possible, we want to be leaning on Godot's physics systems to handle calculations related to physics, including its colliders and underlying physics libraries. We should ensure that the standards we create when handling the physics for objects is robust, so that at very least the patterns can be reused for future implementations. We shouldn't be manually calculating physics, though. We should be ensuring that the existing physics systems are what determines the motion of our holdable objects. Just as we allow character controls. Okay. It's an interesting note that we need to add there. Okay, host publishes reliable snapshots on state changes and late joins, plus channel 1 ordered updates while world physics is active. Okay, world state item nodes simulate rigid body 3D physics on host only. Clients follow authoritative motion snapshots with local physics disabled and frozen. Okay, if you say so. Okay, input, interaction, and UI. Add input actions for Q and E in the Godot project and expose them through iLocal Player Input Reader. Yes. Add local player held item controller in root motion. Sorry, in room root. Yep. Hand semantics are fixed. Q is left hand occupied, drop left hand item, otherwise pick up selected holdable item into left hand, yes. If right hand is occupied, drop right hand item, otherwise pick up selected holdable item into right hands. F remains generic interaction button, yes. Extend the interaction kind and pick up held item and pick up right hand. Sorry. Extend interaction kind, yes, with pick up left hand and pick up right hand. I don't think we should have... let's see. I don't think we necessarily want pick up left hand and pick up right hand. There should be a pickup item, and the button that you use to interact with it should... I mean, yeah, that's an interesting problem, isn't it? Do you redo retopology on the models, or are they clean as they are? A lot of retopology, GPOs. Very often, especially with things like the skin painting, like the weight painting for deformation and stuff like that. There's a lot of retopology that's done there, and then also the geometry is the geometry leaves a lot to be desired. You need to do a lot of cleanup. Still, it's getting better all the time, but there's still a lot of cleanup. And the other thing is, right now, especially the textures are quite bad. What I end up doing is often, we deal a lot with it's that the models kind of need unwrapping to be at a high quality, and need rebaking, so that I don't even... you'll see, just try it for yourself, GPOs. The defaults aren't really, really great, but I mean, they're workable. You can just work with it and accept that from the player's perspective, it's not going to be too obvious, but the short answer is we need a lot of work to get the quality of that art up to scratch. But for prototyping and stuff like that, it's a pretty good short stop. Okay, extend interaction kind with pick up left hand and pick up right hand. Update in-game prompt to show hand-aware Q and E actions for holdable targets and keep the existing F prompt. This is correct. We should offset the Q and E buttons to the left and right side of the center of the screen rather than being in the center like the F button. Let's see, the interactions with Q and E. We shouldn't have separate interaction systems for left and right hand, like pick up left hand and pick up right hand. We should have one pickup interaction that can be activated with either the left or the right hand button, Q and E. This will simplify the configuration of objects without needing to think about adding two interactions to it. It will also stop it being possible to have objects that can only be picked up with one particular hand. This should not be the case. Any object that can be picked up with either hands. Okay. F remains the generic interaction button, yes. Mobile dev requires so much in comparison to PC. Yeah, it does. It really does. GPOs, my background, the first game studio I ever worked for was entirely mobile. So my background was for the first iPhone, where optimization was such a massive constraint, right? The original iPhone could hardly do 3D, and we were doing some amazing stuff with it. This game here was the first game that I made, professionally. The first game when I was in an actual game studio. And yeah, for the first iPhone, nobody else was rendering graphics the way that we did that. And we were doing it by combining the meshes into one giant, incredibly optimized mesh and then just baking this incredible, one large 2K texture for the entire map and 256K textures for every one of the cars. Sorry, no, that's not true. It was a 1K texture with atlasing for all of the cars onto the one texture. First iPhone was 2008. Yeah, that's right. It's a long time ago now, Jacob. Something like that. First iPhone was, yeah, like 2007, 2008. So back then it was really difficult, GPOS, to do development. It's a lot easier now. I think people take a lot of like, they take a lot of, they make a lot of like decisions that are like, oh, the computer will be fast enough to run it. You don't have to optimize this. But I come from that background. And more recently, I've been doing VR development where if you really think about it, like those VR headsets, like the Meta Quest, especially the Meta Quest 2, it's like a mobile phone with two 1080p screens strapped onto it, like that are right in front of your eyes. So it's like it's essentially like a 2 to 4K monitor on a freaking phone that's like, strapped to your head. Optimizing for and making a game for VR feels a lot like making mobile games. But yeah, I have a background in mobile games, so I'm still very focused, especially with art, on making sure that it's optimized stuff. Seb is famous. I am not famous, Corgi. You keep saying things like this, but it's so not true. I have so long to go before there's anything like fame associated with me. I do appreciate it though. In this small community, I feel famous. It's did you go native with mobile dev? I did most of my mobile development through Unity. Unity Engine was how I did that. Famous Aussie, no turbo, no, none of that. None of that. There's no fame in here. But I appreciate everybody being so positive. Okay, update the in-game prompt to show hand-aware Q&E actions. Okay, hold on. Materialization and attachment. Add a holdable item spawn adapter in room root with a dedicated item route and refs to the player's spawn avatar and room loading runtime and a local visible room state. Materialize world items only when their room ID matches the local visible room. Materialize held items in their holder avatar when their holder avatar is materialized. Parent them to that avatar's left and right hand. Anchor. On pickup, disable item physics and pickup interaction. On drop, place the item at the release hand actor and apply inherited release velocity. Enable physics and re-enable pickup interaction. Yes, this last part, perfect. Assumptions. 9 flag skeleton assets are marked as follow-up. Soft unsupported means deferred forms are followed. I think we're backing out of that decision. V1 uses authored room spawn markers for initial independent items. No separate carrying and loot generation systems are included here. Dropping an item immediately enables the host authoritative physics for that item. Yeah, so lots of revisions here. Lots of revisions. All right. Quick read here. Even though we're not going to get to this one, we need to understand it for when it's time to actually do that. Okay, your concern is correct. Existing character body scenes do not share the authored animation graph today. Current state. Character pipeline generator duplicates the templated animation tree into each generated character scene via duplicators local. Correct. All 28 character catalogs under the characters embed the same animation node graph locally. The animation clips are already centralized through the animations. The duplicated part is the animation tree graph. Correct. Chosen approach. Keep the animation tree node per character scene, but make every one of them reference a single shared tree root resource. Do not refactor characters into template inheritance or shared subscenes. Okay. Add a new shared animation graph resource. Store the current common animation state machine root there, including its embedded animation node animation. Oh my God. Animation node blend space 2D and transition sub-resources. All right, yes. The shared graph must preserve the current state names and animation names. Update the character pipeline, the character template. Replace the embedded animation graph sub-resources with an external resource reference to the shared character locomotion tree. Yep. Keep the animation tree node itself as a template so generated scene contracts stay unchanged. Migrate all 28 authored bodies to the shared character locomotion tree. How's it going, God of War? Yo, it's good to see you. That game reminds me of Micro Machines a bit. Yeah, it was very inspired by that, Jacob. It definitely does. Was going to say Xcode Dupios. Dude, I feel your pain. That was my, I hated that. I actually really enjoyed porting that game to Android. That was like very happy when that finally happened. And when we went to work on PC, I absolutely hated Xcode. And I hated that you had to work on a Mac with the Mac editor and all of that. It was just like, yeah, I'm with you. But the worst part was like those certificates and signing and all of that horribleness. It was a really, really gross experience, Dupios, but I feel that pain. We're doing really good, God of War. It's really good to see you. We've been using your character a lot today. He's really fun. I really like him. He's such a cool character. Yeah, it's still like that. I hate it. Hasn't improved much. Yeah, but the people who like Swift and stuff like that, they're just, I don't know, it's like they're in this, like, they have blinders on and they just have never tried other things, and so they don't even know how bad it is. But yeah, I feel you, man. I just got back home from picking up my mother and sister. They need a ride because the person that would have picked them up was stuck in traffic. Yo, that sucks, man. Was stuck in traffic. Driving to pick them up? Like they got it stuck in traffic driving to pick you up and you were able to just like go and pick them up without having to... Yo, oh, now I'm even more curious. Yeah, dude, I don't know. It's just like you'll see. We've got another, like a few really tough characters, but your dude, he's about to have an axe. We're working on the equip systems. I really want to give him an axe just so that he's like, that's his thing. That can be his thing, that he spawns with an axe. Makes him interesting. Like gives him something special. He's like I think him and the knight are the two most like combat-y characters in so far. Just being a great brother and son. Yeah, good on you, man. Good on you. I feel that. Family is pretty freaking important. You guys know I like relocated to Melbourne so that I could, be closer to family. So I get it. What was so funny, Wiley Fox? What did I say? What happened? I must have missed something. Okay, remove the duplicated animation node. I really actually, you know what? When I come and like read these messages, I would love a tool that lets me select the message and then puts that on screen for you guys to see. That's one stream tool that I wanted to make that I never actually got to. But yeah, maybe we'll circle back. Remove the duplicated animation node and animation blend scenes from each scene. Preserve each scene's local animation tree node. Location, animation player, track, and parameters. Defaults exactly as they are now. Do not rename the animation tree nodes. The runtime node paths and the scene must keep working. Okay, each character generation and validation in the character pipeline. Update the character generation and validation in the pipeline, yes. Make generation assign the shared graph resource explicitly when building a new character scene instead of relying on the locally duplicated graph. Then we're going to extend the pipeline generated output validator to fail if the generated dot. It just stopped mid-sentence there. That's unusual. Replace the current duplicates and authored animation tree language with a new character graph behavior. All right. The shared graph remains common to all current 28 catalog characters. No character needs a bespoke state machine variant right now. Correct. Very deliberate, very intentional. Per character runtime state stays local on the animation tree nodes. So sharing the behavior resource. Hold on, this one needs answers. So we're going to go circle back to that because this one's a secondary. This is our primary. This is our main quest. That's a side quest. Wiley Fox, I thought he got stuck in traffic as well. Oh yeah, that would have been a sucky situation. W brother God of War, hell yeah, yeah, family man, family. That's what it's all about. Welcome back, Harry. Was kind of busy, yo. You're like you tune in like a corporate setting, right? You've got like a job in an office or something, if I remember right, right? It's or maybe did we have that a conversation with a different alt account? Maybe we had that with you on an alt account, and maybe it's a different person, or am I getting my wires crossed here? This is an alt account that you used to have. I don't know. But yeah, let me know. God of War is never stuck in traffic. What kind of God of War would be stuck in traffic? He's above traffic jams. You guys ever seen the Techno Viking? I saw it again recently, but for some reason I imagine God of War as like that kind of guy where traffic stops for him. Okay, 2 design decisions still materially affect the plan. How item types are approved without the manual catalog, and whether world item motion should use host physics snapshots. Or Godot's scene synchronizes on top of the spawn state services. Okay, should the host and network visible holdable item types be approved without adding a manual art pipeline step? So each holdable item scene carries its own stable item key and runtime order discover and the runtime order discovers approved holdable items under the approved folder, so there's no separate central catalog to maintain. I think what we can do is the holdable item scene carries its own stable item key. Okay, if we must have a catalog, then items can report themselves to the catalog on the host and clients when the game starts. This way we don't need to build the catalog rebuilds itself at runtime. Push back on this if the idea is a bad one, but that would ensure that we manage to make editing and building scenes easy and don't have to go and create a static non-runtime catalog that needs to be maintained separately. I don't know if that's what it was proposing in the first place, but okay, which networking pattern should we target first for dropped item physics? The host simulates each item with Godot Rigid Body 3D, and the network transports the entire produced transform and velocity state, keeping canonical truth in services and staying flexible for future ragdoll work. Yep. Good. Lean primary on host multiplayer synchronizer and replication for each item, and most live state. Less custom transport, but lighter coupling. Let's think about these and understand them properly, because this will have a really big effect on stuff. Push back. Don't want the AI getting cocky. That's right. This is my new account. I've been following for quite a bit. No, it's the other. Yeah, Harry IRL. That's exactly it. But had some issues. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I think we had a conversation when you were on that account about where, like, you being in a, you being from an, or like viewing from an office or something like that. I seem to remember. I was like, oh, this guy's got like a proper job, like a legit officey thing that gives him some flexibility at the same time. May I ask, how old were you when you began game development? Did you start as a freelancer? Harry, I have been making games in some form since I was like a freaking kid. I used to design board games with like my friend Matt, who's come through this stream a few times. So like even when I was like 10 years old, I was into playing games and coming up with games. But my first job was straight out of, so I went straight out of high school, Harry. I went straight out of high school into, oh no, boo. I went straight out of high school into a job, into uni learning computer game design. So it was a Bachelor of Interactive Entertainment with a major in animation and a minor in software technologies. That was the actual thing that I did. And that was all about learning to make video games. And I did that at a university. And then I did do a bit of freelancing, but it was mostly animation freelancing. In the middle of that degree, I got toward the end of it and discovered that, like, as an animator, you couldn't really build the game. You could only make pretty things and like move them around. And the programmer was the person who did all of the actual game making stuff. So I shifted it so that the major was in software development and the minor, I turned like the animation degree into a minor instead of the major. And then, did this project, our final year project with a bunch of amazing other people who were at that uni. And we made a game called Slipstream, which, it was actually pretty incredible. It was a multiplayer game, way back in would have been like 2005 that we were started making that game. And it was really challenging and I learned an incredible amount there. But I didn't get a real job until the end of my degree. And then it was straight into mobile game development as a professional game dev with a small indie studio. It was, so that, I hope that answers it, Harry. But yeah, crazy animation plus programming is rare. It is. I think now I'd be able to do something like a tech artist. It's, but you can see how useful it is, prawn x prawn. Like in a project like this, I'm using a lot of both of those skill sets. So it's, don't worry about the cybersecurity or cheats while you're building the core mechanics. Do you worry about security or cheats? For a certain type of game, you do, Wiley Fox. If it's a competitive game, then where like the outcome matters and there's leaderboards, then I would architect a game very differently. I would make it host authoritative. I would, you do very different networking models. But for this, I'm not too worried about it, Wiley Fox. If a person wants to be a douche and ruin the game, they can do that. They're only going to spoil the experience for themselves and their friends, and maybe some randoms online in the random matchmaking. But I guess I should consider that kind of thing. But I'm not. I like doing it that way slows you down too much, so I'm not focused too much on it, Wiley Fox. I'd rather just get a game out and then harden it after it's out there, because it's always an arms race. It's always an arms race, Wiley Fox. Even if you put a huge amount of effort into making it secure, it's like the initial barrier that a person who wants to create a cheat needs to overcome is pretty significant. And once they overcome that, any protections you put in place, like if they're good enough to write a cheat, they're usually good enough to get around the anti-cheat, unless you use something like, some of the off-the-shelf cheat things, and then you lock yourself out of other operating systems and you make it harder to move to consoles and stuff like that and keep the cheat systems in place. So it's like, I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'm just going to make a good game. And if cheaters cheat, then cheaters going to cheat. Haters going to hate, man. How do you feel about the state of mobile gaming ads right now? Binge, welcome, man. Good to see you. I saw a message about pushing back in the AI getting cocky, but I didn't connect it to you till just now. Welcome in, man. Welcome in. Good to see you. How do I feel about the state of mobile games? I mean, mobile has always been a little bit seedy, don't you think, Binge? There's something kind of seedy about developing mobile games that's just always been there, like the in-app purchases and stuff like that. Like the way they build their games to be free but then monetize still is a little bit like, it's a little ick, but it's always been that like that, man. It's always been like that. And it's a good business model too. That's why it works in terms of like making money, but I don't think it's very respectful of people's time. And it's not very respectful of people's like energy and effort. And that's what I really don't like about it. But yeah, that's pretty awesome. Quite hard, isn't it? You're referring to, are you referring to like making a game that works well on mobile, Harry, when you ask if it's hard? I feel it's definitely gotten a lot worse. I don't play a lot of mobile games, Binge, so I haven't really experienced it firsthand. Sorry, Turbo. I think that ads are out of control when they show ads for a cool game, but then it's nothing like the game in the end. Yeah. I think that's like, that feels very manipulative, if that makes sense. I feel like that's manipulative, and it takes a certain kind of manipulative person to make a manipulative ad like that. I personally don't like it. And it's not something I'd ever do. So, but you know, it happens. It happens. I typically only watch ads if I'm given an option rather than forced. Yeah. It's like, and usually it's like skip the line. You know, you can choose to watch the ad to get the currency, or you can pay to skip the line. I feel like that can be a little bit more respectful of people's time, but I still don't even like, and I don't think you should be forced to watch the ad. I prefer the model where it's like, if you would like to get this thing, you can watch the ad to do so that the person opts into it, not so that they're forced to do it and have to opt out of it or skip it or anything like that. I think that's the more respectful way to do it. But do you have any experience with marketing or sales? A little bit, Harry. I have a little bit of experience, but it's mostly on point. And doing marketing and sales for my own company, that's where I have experience doing that stuff. And to tell you the truth, it's like, it's the part of the process that I'm worst at. I'm really bad at it. I'm not very good at it at all. So, yeah. All right, hold on. Let's log back in. Okay. Which networking pattern should we target first for dropped item physics? Hybrid sync. Keep the host owned spawn and held world state in services, but use multiplayer synchronizer for continuous world item motion while items are dropped. Lean on multiplayer synchronizer and scene replication for item motion and most live state, which is less custom transport but tighter coupling to scene replication. This is an interesting one. Do we keep the host owned spawn state in services? Or do we... I mean, it might be best to just do the host with physics. Host with physics propagating to clients. We can also use like scene replication stuff. So like lean on more of what's being used for the characters right now. We could lean on the characters like physics systems to do this. I think maybe we're going to go with the host snapshots. You've got a website that's not completed yet. Would you mind viewing it and sharing any feedback? No, like go ahead, Harry. Yeah, we can do that quickly while we wait on a thing. We're stuck waiting here right now. So, the other thing that I can maybe start working on here is, but yeah, you're probably going to get timed out for 45 seconds. So sorry about that, but go ahead and send it. I don't mind looking at it. God of War's permitted you. Awesome source. Good. Barkeeper. Extract here. There we go. Barkeeper. Let's integrate here. Create a new folder. Barkeeper. Hello, noob. Welcome in. How you been, noob at Linux? Turbo. By the way, Seb, do you know much about Niantic? Yeah, I know a bit about them. And what are your thoughts on the job they did with Pokemon Go? Niantic is a very, very, very clever company. Did you see the game that they made before that, Turbo? And have you heard about what they did with the data from Pokemon Go? I think they now have a service that allows you to like see a 3D. They've basically used all of the data from Pokemon Go to rebuild the whole world in 3D, and that data is now going to be used for things like it's going to be used for drone navigation and all sorts of stuff like that. It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. Niantic, I think, is a very, very clever company with the way that they set things up, and you know, like, good on them, I guess. Good on them. Is that what you're referring to, Turbo? Because yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting. Stubbs still won't get timed out on non. Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that. Is Harry a sub though? Yeah, he's subscribed for a month, so yeah, he'd be fine. He would be fine. I think the hands on this character might be too big. I think the hands on this character might be too big. I'm actually curious to see how this animates, because it actually seemed to get the placement of all of the bones pretty spot on. It might have like done a great job first try. Good night, Daniken. Sleep well. You're good, noob. Nice. Decided to take my last night's work and start making a phone app. Cool. What tech are you choosing? What are you working with? The hands are too big, aren't they? The hands are too big. Should we just manipulate the hand size here? I think we probably need to go and... the hands are too big. That's annoying. That's really annoying, because now we need to go way back. Now that I see it move, the hands are like the length of the forearms. They're not like, they're too big. They're too big. Disappointing, because it means rewinding and redoing work that was already done. Also, her hands aren't too big here. I think when we went from there to here, the hands became too large. I mean, look at that. Yeah. I think as we went... Yeah. Why would that be the case? What went wrong here? Because if I do the same thing and expecting a different result, it's going to be like, yo, ACC95, how you doing? What's this Accurig application you're using? It's a system that like simplifies the process of rigging your characters. You just give it like placements for the bones, and it sorts out a lot of the the complicated rigging stuff. There's like, CC Rig is another great tool for Blender that I could have used for this, but it's like it doesn't really do any of the animation, but it does do the rigging, which is pretty handy. I'll do it later when you're free, dude. I'm never going to be free. That's the way it is, Harry. You could send it now and we could have a look, but yeah, that's what I mean. I think Niantic were very deceptive. I mean, if you read the terms of service, everybody opted into it. And never really cared about the game or their players. Their only intention was to collect satellite data. Yeah, which was very much out of themselves. But at the end of the day, it's business. Yeah, it is business. It's like, if people had read the terms of service, they would have seen that that's exactly what was happening. So, yeah, that's just how it goes, man. That's just how it goes. It's similar, yeah. It's very similar to Mixamo, Harry. That's exactly right. But it's Mixamo wasn't producing a root bone in the way that I wanted to have for our character system. So I decided not to use it, and instead to use instead to use AccuRig. And it was mostly because I wanted root motion. I wanted root-driven motion for this. Okay, Barkeeper needs some adjustment. I'm going to open this up in Blender, and we're going to fix it up. Did I hear a ding, fries are done? I did. We're going to keep this running, and then we're going to switch to Blender and fix up hands. Okay. Proposed plan. Use bone attachments. Use deterministic skeleton lookup. And scene unique skeleton. Not an absolute parent path. All 28 catalogs have the scene unique skeleton. And they have the left and right hand bones. So good. Do not add a manual item held item catalog. Instead, each holdable scene is self-describing, and a runtime built registry scan approves items under content items on every peer at startup. What the helly? No, thank you. Okay, where do the animations come from? I do think I actually got these animations from Mixamo, ACC85. The rigging is done with AccuRig, but the animations themselves come from Mixamo, and I moved them through Blender. And then got the Blender animations into the engine, used retargeting in the engine to put the Mixamo animations on the AccuRig skeleton. The new .NET 10 is fun. Yo, nice new Linux. You've been trying it out. It's pretty good, huh? It's really cool. They've got some really cool new language features in there. Turbo, just communication with the player base was poor. And let's be honest, who reads the terms of service? I think they were counting on that, Turbo. I think they were counting on that. They wanted players to not do that. And they wanted to design something that like had people use their phones to scan the whole world. They actually were kind of genius if you think about it. Scopely aren't much better though. The game is now boring with events being way less rewarding. I've completely quit the game now. Look, they were smart about, they knew what they were doing. They were smart about it. They were open with players about it, but no, like you say, nobody reads the terms of service and they only care. Yo, Micro, you going into lurk mode. You're going into lurk mode. 10 biddies to... Oh! 1,000 biddies for some coffee. Cheers. Cheers, Micro. I appreciate you. I will definitely use that to get a delicious coffee. Thank you, man. Thank you. What a W. I quit after the last one even. Yeah, right. Yo, I didn't even like, thank you, Micro. I appreciate you being here. When'd you get in? When'd you get in? Just now? You just showing up now? Yo, thank you for the suggested raid the other day. That actually felt really nice. That content creator seemed like she was just getting started and really just like finding her way into the industry. I got some like warm and fuzzies from that recommended raid, man. That was really good. Thank you so much. It was a good raid train of great streams too. It was. It really was. Yeah, I'm surprised she didn't stay like longer, but you could see how excited she was. The thing about Lana with a raid train like that is I feel as though Lana never raids anyone, so her like, she was super bubbly, exactly. I feel like her going and raiding Lana might have been nice in terms of Lana getting to know her, but I feel like Lana would never ever return the raid, so it's kind of a shame. She could have raided somebody else who would have raided her back one day, but you know, it's all good. It's all good. Okay, all the early Pogo days were unforgettable. The Pokemon Go days, yeah, so many great memories, absolutely. Read the TOS like the South Park Sentai pad. Yo, I haven't really seen her in streams before. Maybe just a matter of levels. Yeah. I get it. Lana is cool for sure, but it's like, yeah, for a smaller streamer, it would have been nice for her to raid people who would have returned the favor to her one day. I just feel like that a little bit. Okay, developers authored room items. Okay, let's see. Character sockets, left hand and right hand bone attachments under the general skeleton. Okay. Skeleton audits and docs. Add a unit tests under that. Yep. Holdable item scene contract. It scans the character catalog and verifies the scene unique general skeleton. Plus both. Okay, good. Okay, holdable item scene contract. Introduce a holdable item route. Rigid body 3D with exported item key, exported type. Okay, hold on. This is important. Introduce a holdable item route. Hold on, before I read any further. I can understand both stances, yeah. I have more respect to bigger streamers that try and bring light to the smaller guys. Totally. I had that recently as well. Was very overwhelming when it happened. Yo, you mean like a big stream hit you, Micro, when you were streaming? Like, yeah, cool when that happens. You're okay. I'm gonna have to raid you sometime as a really great. How am I not following you? How did that happen? Okay, there you go. Dude, your stream setup looks slick, man. Looks really nice. Yo, that's very cool. That's very, very cool. I need to level my stream up, dude. That's sick. How you going, man? How you going? Micro, I gotta remember this. I'm so sorry that I haven't been subbed so far. Very cool. I'll raid you when I can, dude. I'll raid you when I can. Okay, yeah, 1,000 last night. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee, that's something else. That's a lot. Damn, who was that? Who was that, man? Okay, I would be deaf if I was streaming to 5 people and to see 50 or more drop in. 1,000 though, dude, 1,000 is a massive raid. I feel like the most I think I've ever had in here, Micro, was like 600 at one point in time. And they didn't stick around for very long. It's just like the chart goes, like instantly they dip. It was study time. I did a random collab with her last month in Chiang Mai. Oh, yo, where are you actually based, Micro? Are you in Japan? I know that's where, your, what's her name? Cyber Steffi's there. And I know that you came in from that. Yeah, it's an interesting ramp off. It's very rare. Sometimes I'll get like, after I get repeated streams and people from that community start to get to know you, then the drop off isn't so steep. People like they stick around a little after they see what you're doing and they like you, and that can really matter. I'm in Chiang Mai. Okay, Digital Nomads live. Yo, I mean, I just clicked your. I didn't realize you were live when I was just now giving you a bit of a stalk, and I didn't realize that looks like a very established location, dude, with the the fireplace in the background is a really nice touch. The reflective surfaces and stuff, that's very cool. Very cool. That looks like you're very settled though, not very digital nomad. Okay, hold on. Here we go. We've got Nick Beckwith. Good to see you, man. Okay, some people watch for like 8 hours and don't have too much energy left after watching a long stream. Yeah, no, I hear you, man. I hear you. For sure. Can be like that, man. Can be like that. I mean, another person I'm following, another streamer in the chat is very cool. Good to see you, man. Hello. How are you? Hey. Waves right back at you. God of War. I only did a couple of streams and I was just gaming. So it would have happened during those streams. My progress in the game would have been it would have gone very poorly. Yo, thank you. Thank you for that. 3 months of tier 1 for Nick, dude. Huge.
Hey Micro gifted 3 months of tier 1 to Nick Beckett.
Yeah, right?
They gifted 42 months in the channel.
It's a lot. That's a lot, Micro. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. No, it's good when that happens, guys. Those raids can really they can help. They can help. I wonder with that 1,000 subbies, like sorry, 1,000 subbies, the 1,000 people who rated you, how many actually hit the follow button? It's such a hard thing to figure out, you know, like how to do proper conversion there. I've seen like some game developers will have like channel trailers, and when they get a good raid, they'll run that. And I think it's a really smart way to capitalize on those kind of moments. But it's yeah, it's a funny thing. All right, where are we? Holdable item scene contract. Introduce holdable item root, a rigid body 3D with an exported item key, a typed interaction target, pickup target, and an exported. Okay, what's the pickup target? I need to figure that one out. An exported type node 3D default grip actor. An additional typed left grip anchor and right grip anchor. Any item with a pickup interaction can be picked up with either hand. Hand choices come from input, not from authoring. Yes. Runtime built item registry. Add a holdable item type registry service that scans the content / items recursively at startup and loads approved holdable scenes. Validates unique non-empty item keys and caches item key to pack scene. Yep. Host and clients both build the same registry locally. Not separately maintained resource catalog is introduced. Good. Because I didn't want to maintain that. That would have been very annoying. Already, just like the character, maintaining the character catalog is also very annoying. I don't think there's ever going to need to be a system where we see them centralized, like all in one place. I think it's very unlikely we're going to want to be like, what are all the items in the game, and show me those in one list. And I can see why we might need that at runtime during networking, but I don't think I want to build a catalog the way that we did for characters. It's just too much maintenance, too much code maintenance required for that. 3 months is huge, dude. Micro, you don't see gifted subs for a big period of time like that. And since it's Nick too, I hope Nick will tune in and watch the stream a little bit more. I never really catch Nick when I go to browse, but it would be very cool to see him live sometime. So hopefully he'll get to see me live, which is awesome. Thank you, Micro. I really do appreciate it. It is a bit interesting. And dude, like if I'm ever in Chiang Mai, I'd love to do some random collab. That would be cool. That would be cool. Hillfort Games has their own trailer. Yeah. Hillfort does it really well. Nick, I don't know if you've seen Hillfort, but I rate him a lot because the quality of his channel, like the way he does his streams, it's like really good. He's a really good streamer and also a really good game developer. With how I'm seeing life right now, it moves too fast. 3 months is enough to get the full experience. That's it. Yeah. Yo, I may be in Australia in August. Dude, that would be incredible. August is quite near to... Hold on, let me just pull up the... This is... Where are we? Oh my gosh. There. Boom. Between... if it's late August, I would definitely say hang in a little bit longer to go to PAX. Because that's a really, really good opportunity to network with other streamers, not just me. Like PAX, and like before that is Queensland Games Festival, and is Games Connect Asia Pacific, GCAP. It sits kind of like just before this. So it's like 1st of October is GCAP, and then it moves on to PAX. So there's a whole bunch of different like software and game development related, streamer things that happen around that date. So if it is August, like late August is a great time to be doing that. We have a bunch of mutuals. I've lurked here a bit, but I don't often chat this late at night. No, fair enough, Nick. I mean, it's cool to see you here. It's cool to see you here. I think I looked at your stream a while ago and I hit that follow button way back then. It was cool to see, man. But yeah, August, dude, that would be pretty cool. Hit me up on Discord, man. That's usually the best way to reach me. Is the gaming industry overhyped right now? I mean, I don't think so. There was a bit of a bubble, Harry, after COVID, but I feel like that kind of like burst and settled. A lot of studios got really big really fast. And then they had this like big, phase of scaling down and shutting, like a lot of studios laid off a lot of people. And so I feel like right now the games industry is like set to make another slow recovery from after that. But there was this, like the GFC completely killed the games industry in Australia, and it recovered, and then COVID happened and it boomed, and then it's kind of like been slowly dying down after that, and now it's kind of like starting to recover again, Harry. So I've managed like that my project files that you do. Sorry, I've managed. Yo, crazy! Thank you for the resub. 11 months now. Oh my God, nearly a year, crazy. Nearly a year. It's coming up, man. That's huge. Okay, I've managed like that my project files that you do. I followed you. Sorry, Harry. I think what you're saying is like you like the way that I manage my project files and you're using the same patterns. Yeah, like naming things and structuring things can really, really help make sure that things stay like ordered and they stay like sensible. PAX is a great thing to go to, Turbo. Thank you for the resub, crazy. I really appreciate it. That sound is forever amazing. The PlayStation sound for sure. 1 year and 8 hours, incredible. Almost 1 year, it's crazy. I mean, look at that. Gamosaurus just flagged it at 1 year and 8 hours following now. What a freaking event, man. Congratulations, Gamosaurus. That's huge. Absolutely huge. Okay. I feel like I left a message unread. Maybe it was Nick's message here about having a bunch of mutuals. No, we did read that. I'll see what I can do. It's not a bad idea. I have to be back in Asia mid-October. That's rad. Yeah, no, if you can make it to PAX, Micro, that's a really cool event. I can even introduce you to some, like, especially GCAP. Like Goldie here in the stream, he'll be there. There's a bunch of really cool Aussie game makers and content creators that more game developers, less content creators. We will meet on the 30th of May. 30th of May. What's happening in the 30th of May? The community playtest. Hold on, what's happening 30th of May, Nick? Is that going to be like TwitchCon or something like that? Maybe. Love that emote. Okay. May I ask, are you actually happy doing this? Just chatting? Yeah, I am, Harry. I am. If I really needed to lock in, I'd probably going to be doing that toward the end of the stream, where I just lock in and be productive. But I should be changing to the chat scene and just asking, reading and answering messages here would be a better way to do it. But okay, you're right though. I should lock in. But it's not every day that Nick's here. We've got Micro here. There's some people saying cool things who aren't here all the time. It's nice you're on Lisa's team. I'm on, oh, no way. Nick, okay. So on the 30th of May, yeah, we will meet in person then. That's true. I realize now, you're the enemy. But trust me, we are no threat. I don't think we have any chance of doing anything serious at that event. We're just going to be bottom of the leaderboard. I'll be surprised if we're not. But it'll be fun. I look forward to meeting you, man. Okay. Holdable items scene contract. We're going to introduce a holdable item route. Default grips, left and right anchors. Yeah, we reviewed that. Runtime built item registry. Holdable item type registry that scans the content items. Yes. Add authoring and spawn point bootstrap. Add a holdable item room bootstrap runtime under room rate. Oh my God, that's a long name. Subscribe to room load and room unload. On room load, scan authored holdable item descendants and compute a deterministic authoring seed. Host creates the rebinds for the holdable item and records that seed. Clients immediately suppress their local authored copies and wait for the authoritative materialization. Room authoring and spawning. I don't know about this. Hold on. On room loads, scan authored holdable item room descendants and compute a deterministic authoring seed from room. The host creates and rebinds the holdable item records from that seed. The client immediately suppresses their local copies and wait for the authoritative materialization. I don't know about this, to tell you the truth. This means there's a chance that there'll be a holdable item on the client that gets interacted with before the host creates it. And that's a bug waiting to happen. This should be authoritative. So I might need to push back on that a little bit. We'll keep an eye on this in the implementation and see if it implements it that way. Okay, network lifestyle, held state, and physics. It might even clarify here. We're going to add a holdable item spawn record. Still, this sequence comes up and I don't understand what it means. Add a generic physics body state record. World items simulate as live rigid body 3Ds on the host. The client keeps them frozen and applies authoritative physics state. No custom force integration or manual physics math is introduced on the client. Okay. Held items disable world pickup physics and behavior and reparent to the holder hand anchor, dropping reparent back to the visible room item root. Seeds transform and relative velocity from the hand and avatar re-enable the body simulation and get Godot's physics. And let's Godot physics continue. One more time. No enemy in the chat here. Don't worry, I'm no threat either. I'm in a personality hire. I'm not even a personality hire, Nick. I have no idea. I have no place being on that. Like, the only reason I think is because I'm really good friends with the team lead and she knows that I was pretty good at Counter-Strike. And so she's like, you can join in, it'll be fine. So I was good at Counter-Strike, but Valorant's a very different beast, you know? So I don't know how it's going to go. I need to practice. I do need a lot of practice between now and then. Okay. Held items disable world pickups and physics behavior and reparent to the holder hand anchor. Dropping reparents back into the visible room item slot and seeds to transform and release velocity from the hand and avatar. Yes, this is going to be cool. This will mean, like, if you attack, guys, if we do an attack like this, say we have an attack animation and you hit say you attack with the right hand and then right at the end of the swing, you release with the right hand, the weapon is going to continue with the physics of the right hand. That's going to be pretty cool. That's going to be pretty cool. Okay, held items disable pickup and physics behavior and reparent to the holder hand anchor. Dropping reparents it back to the visible room. Seeds transform, release the velocity from the hand and avatar, re-enables. So yes, okay. When the holder changes room, the host updates the held item room ID to follow them. Late join and host migration paths include the spawn state snapshot. So many things about supporting rooms have complicated this process. I think maybe I'm not going to regret doing rooms the way that I've done them when the project becomes more complicated. But right now, I think the choice is complicating so many different systems. Almost every system is complicated by the existence of rooms. It'll really help in optimizing and reducing the amount of network data that needs to be sent and reducing the amount of different object instances that need to be rendered. But also, everything becomes complicated by it. We probably could have done this completely without that. Anyway. Okay, that's just summarizing all of this. Tests are there. I think we're going to ship this. This is close enough. The only thing that I don't really understand from this, or that might not be part of the plan, I'm not sure about sequence and what it means by sequence. But I'm just gonna trust it and review the results. The other thing that we need to look for is how the room materialization is handled in the client when it finally gets implemented. So that's a go. We're gonna greenlight that, and then we're gonna go fix up the hands on this character. Okay, let's get the barkeeper in here. I'm going to frame all of that. Looking at it like this, it doesn't even seem like the hand is too dense. I think while we're at this, we may just like introduce an edge loop. But the big thing that we want to do here is we're going to go transparent. We're going to go straight on this way. Wait, this way. We're going to select everything here. I think that line will be fine. And then we're going to, this tool is great. I absolutely love this. If anyone is working in Blender and doesn't know this tool, it's so handy. You can like deform with like these weights, which is really, really cool for adjustments like this. Because as I scroll my mouse wheel, I can, whoops. I can reduce the radius of this distortion down to like that. And I can then say this needs to push down, like it needs to compress. So hold on, I'm gonna try again with, what I think I'll do is I'll push this in. This pushes in. And then I'll grow the selection. Except for that. And then that's going to move out to about there. And then we're going to have hands that, oh, this is not mirrored. That's very annoying. Then we need to do the same here, I suppose. Okay, there. And then we're going to go more. And then that goes back. And now we can cut our edge loops in. I need to kind of like measure this to be accurate with it. I don't want our arms being the wrong lengths, but it's probably fine. It's probably fine. So where are we? I can just do it with a knife tool, right? If I just do this with the knife tool, is it going to do it all the way around? No. About there. And there. About, there we go. That'll do. I'm going to do the same on this side now. How you doing, Gorky? Good to see you. Again, hold on. So, like, it can be so reflexive when you see somebody saying hi to be just like, welcome them in, even if they've been here for ages. Blendering, yes we are. How you doing, EMB? Good to see you. 5 stream streak, yo! Huge, Huge. Good to see you, man. Good to see you in here for 5 streams in a row. Okay. That way. And that way. Okay. Now I think we have enough OBJ to... I mean, one more little adjustment. I want edge loops in here so that that elbow doesn't become a problem. So we don't want a straight cut, sorry. One more. Like that. There we go. One more cut here. Flip it and reverse it. Okay. Let's export this. Export that OBJ. I'm going to go here, there, replace it. Ooh, shiny. That's a bit weird rendering. Hopefully the Material in Engine isn't doing this. I don't know why this is so like... Maybe it's a metallic channel doing something weird, but we don't need to worry about that yet. We can worry about that later. We now can load that character again. And now we've got better hands. We've been inconsistent with the length of the hands. One more adjustment. Let's go to the front view. I think we were a little too aggressive in compressing this hand. All right, export again. Annoying that it doesn't remember the export path. Oh, it's because it's FBX. We're going to export as OBJ. There we go. Okay. EMB Gambling straight in here. I'm on Blender working on VFX stuff. Nice, Harry. Cool, cool, cool. What kind of VFX? You bought your dream camera set up for birds today. Dude, Gamosaurus, that's cool. I didn't know you were like watching birds. Is that what kind of birds you're seeing? Oh, Aero R5, EOS R5, damn. Hello, correct. Hold on, you were here before. I don't know why I'm having a stream where I'm like saying hello to everyone who's been here for friggin' ages. Don't ask me why I'm doing that, guys. I don't know. I don't know what's happening in my brain today. Okay, that's pretty good. We're going to go with symmetry. Let's see if the auto rig nails it again like it did last time. Oh, did Gamble all not work? Did you lose it all? Did you lose it all, Gamosaurus? Is that your first camera? I mean, dude, my camera right now is like even not a great camera. This looks like the auto rig is done pretty good. Pretty good. Not against it. This is having a good think. It's doing its thing. We're in a good spot, guys. We're in a good spot. I feel as though I'm making progress on several fronts all at once. So next thing, Barkeeper. How about her shoulders? Do we need to move her shoulders out? Yeah. That needs to go like there. And then recalibrate. Just looking at it there, it was like, yeah, that seemed off. That seemed off. Okay. Better. See how much better that is, guys? I think her face is a little paler than the rest of her body. I'm not sure why, but it also won't matter so much when she's actually got a... that's her staunch pose. We're going to have to work on the dress. Unfortunately, that's not something we can affect here. Do we move her shoulders out even further so they don't affect her dress too much? Actually, we need to go check out her... So we're going to have to do some weight painting on the dress, which is really unfortunate. I mean, this isn't too bad. Yo, this song, guys. It's okay until I see it when she's walking. This seems too aggressive here. So we may need to soften the weights here. So the left and right leg affect the vertices here in a little bit more of a smooth manner. But that's a good starting point. Let's go with it. Barkeeper, done. Let's see how it goes in engine before we do any like jumping back and forth to try and fix things we might not need to fix. Hold on, what big words? Hey, that's a good camera. Same as Seb's roommate. Is that Fass or Dev? Guys, I really should get a better camera. But I don't have a room to show anyone. That's the thing. If I had a cool background, then I might invest in something like that. But I also just need a different environment. Better to ask you a question before Goldie is back, though. Harry, yeah, is this Harry's I like big words. What do you mean? What do you mean? Gamosaurus and God of War. You guys are like, what's the question? Seb, have you seen Devon Fastby audio dubbed a Star Wars scene from episode 3? No? Druggy link please? I want to see this. I want to see this. I want to see this thing. That sounds funny. You said some big word I can't spell. Sorry, Gamosaurus. I do that from time to time. I think big words aren't better. Often big words are worse. And I'm trying hard not to use big words when I can avoid it. But it's just, for some reason, it's in my nature to use them. And it's annoying that I do. I don't want to. Why use? It's like you guys remember when we took a look at that GitHub repository with like caveman? I think why use big word when small word will do? That is the question. She's a little too big. We're going to 90 her instead of 100. I think that's better. I like her hairstyle. There's something cool about this character. I think I know what it is. I know what it is. She reminds me of someone I know. I think that's what it is. Yeah. Though we won't be putting up the inspired by for this character, that's for sure. But definitely inspired by a person. Should I... Remember how I was like, ooh, you know what? The polys on this don't feel right. They still don't. I think I'm going to adjust it here. We need to smooth the normals. This is the normals. That might be already better. Still seems wrong. Oh, that actually affected the geometry. Look at that. Something very odd going on with this character. I'm not sure why she comes up so shiny, but we'll try one more time. That's kind of irritating because now we have to actually go through the rigging process again. But it came out pretty good the first take, so I'm going to hope that it does the same thing this time. Load that character. All we had to do was move her shoulder. So let's see if the auto rig nails it again. Why does she still look so blocky here? She still looks so blocky. What is it about her surfaces that are making her seem so like shiny and then looking blocky here? All right, that there, that out here. Otherwise it was pretty good, right? He's asking to set his points back to before Gamer did the gamble. You should just set it to the goal. He needs to make it happen. Hold on. Who gambled what? A small loan of $1 million. You referencing Donald Trump there. That's a Donald Trump quote, I believe, which is pretty funny. You degenerate gamblers. You're crazy there in the chat. Okay, acting. Let's see, a walk. That'll do. Export FBX. Replace the barkeeper. One more import into engine. I don't think this is going to fix it somehow though, which is annoying. That is annoying. Should have deleted her before bringing it in. You're gambling. Okay, hold on. Did her center point freak out? What the helly? I think when you delete a person who's like already in an environment, it does some weird thing with the metadata. Barkeeper. Then one more import here. And then hopefully they're not all freaking blocky. Rigged. I know you will all enjoy the gambling thing, but I don't know, I'm not so sure. With the what the hell? Remember that disembodied head hack? Here it is again. And still we haven't fixed the we still haven't fixed the smoothness of the skin. Seems fine here. What's causing it to render that way? And more important, what the hell is causing it to scale this way? Oh, well, now we know how to fix that. That's not bad. She's still blocky, and it's not. I'm not into it. We're gonna do some quick Googles. I've created a character in Blender and the geometry looks smooth there. When I take it into Godot though, I can see the polygons. This might be something to do with the vertex normals or the edge normals or something along those lines, but I'm not sure exactly what's the cause. Can you highlight what you think the most likely culprit is here? Okay. Off with her head. Hold on. Where's that? Does anyone have the link to that thing? The link to that video that was redubbed? Also, Goldie, can I remove my 99,800 points? Because it doesn't seem fair that I should be in first position. I don't think I've gambled even once. I don't know how I have all those points. Or did I just get them for always being around when the stream is on? Is that just the channel points or something? Shading pipeline mismatch, not the actual geometry. Okay. Blender shade smooth. Auto, okay. Shade smooth. File export. OBJ. Why is that OBJ so large? What on earth? Okay, barkeeper. Oh, there we go. We got it. We got it. All right. Nice. Glad we went back and fixed this. We need to do the same for the... we definitely need to do the same for the shepherd. I think the shepherd is going to be an issue if we don't fix him up. What's the cooldown for gambling? Asking for a non-addicted friend. Yo, with your gambling degeneracy. I don't know how I feel about supporting gambling in this stream. Okay, this is looking way better. Like, way better. Let's first delete here. And here. And then add barkeeper back here. And then export there. And then bring that here. Okay, tell them Seba. I mean, whatever. Let them do what they will. And I feel like I'm supporting degeneracy. I'm just actually not really into gambling myself personally. I feel as though it's a bad... What the hell-y? $90. Oh, what the hell? There we go. That's fixed her up. Okay, re-import might actually be really necessary for these kind of things. All right, good. We've got a character pipeline. Let's set her up. Oh, before we do, we need to do this. We need the skeleton with the bones mapped. And now we go villages, barkeeper, barkeeper. Excellent. And then barkeeper, what was her special ability? No, no emote. Oh my. Okay, let's see. Barkeeper there. All right, nice. I think we're at the point where we generate a character here, guys. And a portrait. Actually, I should not have generated the portrait yet. We needed to fix the location of the face because that smiley face has just become terrified. Look how different that looked. It's like, ah! Where if I just move it forward, it's like, ah! That's pretty funny. Okay. Okay, the position is kind of weird that... I'm just going to leave it. That's fine. The rotations, though, the rotation around that axis should be 0. We want a straight up face. Guys, isn't this a cute character? Didn't this come out really good? How good is this character? I'm very happy with this one. Looks good. God of War's in agreement. Awesome. Awesome. All right, one more character. Let's check her out. Let's check her out and make sure that we can see her in the game. Ooh, we cannot do that because it's in the middle of big changes. Huge changes, probably. I would dance with her if I met her. Exactly. Hello, Sergius. How you doing? Cheers to you also. Hey, just cheers. Nice. All right. Lots of changes incoming. Oh, we need some actual like. I'm nervous about this change. Actually, there's so much change going into there. We're creating some like holdable stuff. I mean, we should probably start to like freaking think of some things that need to be held and start making those, don't you think? Instead of characters. I mean, she can go probably. Let's save the blend file actually. Just because we fixed her hands. So this is our bartender. Where are we? Should be way down here. Bartender. Bartender.blend. Save. Okay, so let's start with pretty exciting, guys. This is pretty exciting. I want to, so this can go. We'll close that. I want to start now with making in Not Monsters, we need to, where do we start with this? Let's go with an item. how do we define this thing? I want to create a torch. I think that's the first thing I want to do is a held item is a torch. Or we can go a sword. A torch or a sword, one or the other. Which item should we go? Quick poll. What do you guys want? First item ever. First ever item. Torch. Sword. Start the poll. And in the meantime, while that poll runs, I'm going to leave this on screen and use the restroom really quickly. It should be a drink. We could do a drink. Maybe I should add a drink. Hold on. Maybe I'll cancel the poll and you should all drop suggestions in the chat. Can I cancel it? Well, we'll poll the next item as well, okay? So put suggestions in the chat and we'll queue up a couple of items to create and you guys can vote on it. I don't think there's a cancel poll, unfortunately. Can I cancel poll? Doesn't matter. Put things, we're not just going to make one item. This first poll is between two items and after that we'll come up with a bunch of other suggestions and make some of those. I'll be right back, chat. Okay, how do we go? First ever item, 3 votes, 3-2 for swords. Okay. Everyone else is just freaking gambling. That's it. Oh, man. Okay, all right. So I guess we're going for the sword. All right, well, I think as I sit down, I have an idea of what I would like to do here. I think the way that we're going to do this is start with the character design, same as we do the other characters. So let's see. We're going to download that and then create a sword for this character. You're going back to Back to bed. Good night. Good night, Goldie. I didn't even realize you went to bed in the first place. I'm sorry, I'm not paying good enough attention. All right, what do we think about that as a sword? Remove the character and just show the sword on their own. All right, whole new section incoming. Sword. Set this image. Rotate the sword so that it runs from left to right with a 0 degrees rotation. I was gonna say it's too short, but compared to him, it's actually not short. Yeah, it's a pretty decently long sword, Gamosaurus. Goldie has gone to bed. Oh, cute. No, it's a freaking cat holding a thing. Good night and see you next week. Why is that pinned? Why is that pinned, God of War? Good night, Goldie. Sleep well, man. Okay, here we go. Copy image. Sword. And we'll make that large. And not dashed. Okay. Render the same sword as a 3D model. Okay. Just wanted to make it easier for you if you were focused. No, okay, I appreciate that. Thanks for the effort, God of War. I do appreciate you trying that. All right, this is pretty exciting. Very much a cancel. Please don't not cancel. If I hit the cancel button there somehow, that would have sucked. Might be okay. I don't know. On one hand, I feel like this is too it's too well rendered in a sense. Like we're definitely gonna have to put a metallic channel onto it, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, we can give it a shot. Why not? I don't know if it's right, but there's something wrong about it. It just looks too no, something wrong with it. Okay. Reload. Oh my god. Things are progressing. Let's start on where's our butcher? Here he is. Butcher needs to go. Butcher needs to go from here. Um, Generate a... Show me this short sword from a straight on bottom perspective. Straight on from the side. It almost looks diamond shaped. Harry, it's going pretty good. How many characters left? I think this is going to be the kind of game where we just keep adding characters to it as it progresses, even after launch, Harry. So it's not, there's not going to be like a point in time where it's like job's done. We're going to keep like continuously working on it and adding people and adding new characters as it goes. Hopefully with like lots of updates after release and stuff like that. It's we're gonna keep chipping away at it. I mean, I don't half mind this sword, but like, I don't know. I'm not sure about it yet for some reason. So where's the resource? This is what I actually want to open in code. There we go. I'm going to put that there. This can close. And then we can remove a crispy bacon to reintroduce the new beta butcher. The new and improved butcher. That goes here to process there and butcher. That one goes. Butcher. There we go. Okay. The middle looks raised. I think it's recessed. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's an interesting shape. I don't mind it. But I do mind the rendering of it. I think the shape is okay, but the rendering might leave a little bit to be desired with it potentially. Okay, let's get the rig. Have you heard of Google Jules? Who's Google Jules? I have not. Or what is Google Jules? I feel like this is one of those tricks where it's like somebody tricks you into saying a funny word or Googling something silly. What is it, ACC85? Okay, are we okay with the fingers now? Yeah, I'm okay with the fingers now. So that goes way down here. We got so close to having the butcher before I noticed the finger thing. That goes out there. It's a cloud-based autonomous coding agent from Google. Hello, Sergius. What's the ding for? Did I miss something? Or is that just Goldie going to bed that I've missed? Hold on. No, that's pinned. I'm looking for... I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. It's probably fine. Let me know if I've missed anything important, guys. That seems right. A lot of this seems right. That's going to have to go quite far out because we know the way his hair works is going to get in the way. Okay. Jules scales with how you build from quick flex to fully async multi-agent development. Oh, choose your plan and it gives you speed, throughput, and model access you need. So it gives you access to a bunch of different models, I'm guessing, from that message, ACC? Yo, he came out really well this time. I think I'm seeing something weird with his feet, though. So far, so good, though. Especially his hair. Remember? Oh, there it is. A little bit of a problem. But not too bad. Not too bad. I can stand this. We need to adjust his feet just slightly, but this is a really good result. Damn it. Yeah, that's why his feet are so bad. That's very not acceptable foot placement. All right, one more time. Give a look at his walk. What changed in your life after you started streaming? I think for a very long time, Harry, I started, like, I did a lot of stuff, like, in a vacuum. I made some amazing and really cool things, but nobody ever saw it, so nobody ever really cared, you know? At least now when I make cool things, I get to do it, in a sense, with an audience and with a community of people who help guide you as to what you ought to make and help you, you know, it's really, I wish this had a Control Z. It's this midpoint placement. It buggers it up every time. Every time. I've never had it do midpoint placement right. Became famous? No. I'm still not famous. There's no way. There's no way. But yeah, I mean, that changed a lot. And I started to meet cool people in the industry. I think that's one other really big advantage to it. How is that you, you know, you meet some cool people. Sign my forehead. Gorky, you would ask for that, wouldn't you? All right, still his foot seems like... The way his foot turns is off. Did he do more like that, maybe? It's cool, right, Gamosaurus? Yeah, I don't know, Harry. I think being online and like streaming has been a really positive experience so far. It's been good. It's been good. I have Seb's name in my journal with hearts around it. Oh, Gorky. You crazy. Okay, this character is working. It is working, guys. I am into it. All right, let's get him in. Let's get him in. Export. Now this is the butcher that Crispy Bacon deserves. This is the butcher he deserves right here. The first one, not so much. This one, I can get into it. Okay. Butcher goes in. He is a little sassy from those animations, he was, yes. He was a little bit sassy from those animations, but he's also like, this dude's tough. That is not the butcher that I brought in. What on hell? What the helly? Yo, this song is pretty good. This song, is this the same song, Gamosaurus? I'm into it. I'm into it. I'm going to get some more of this guy's music. Let's see what else we got here. It's still the wrong butcher. Okay, hold on. Export, export, export. To process, butcher, replace. To process, butcher. There's our butcher FBX. Draggy, droppy. Importy. Unless the engine's like doing something to cache its reference to that butcher. All right, something's very wrong there. We're going to do a re-import. That should fix it up. Oh, don't add to favorites. Re-import. I wonder what you even do to check the favorites. Okay, 100. Re-importo. Excellent. Yep. He's working. Where's the maiden? All right, Butcher. Let's put him next to some of the other guys. Get a sense of his size. All right, cool. All right, that is good. That is good. We like this. We like this. From there, we need Butcher. Let's clear all that. All these errors, I want to know if something goes wrong, which I feel like very hard to have that happen if you don't clear errors first. Butcher, his ability is... He's down the bottom here, right? There we go. Produces meat. He is inspired. Content link is metadata lookup key is crispy bacon. Generate character and we're off. I've never seen a streamer who reads chat messages and replies so well. No matter how busy he is, he always responds, and he's a really good person. Thank you, Seb, for your positivity. Thank you, Harry. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's like Fastfee really drilled it into me. She like comes in here and she'll say things in chat, and if I don't respond like instantly, she's like, "You failed, Seb. You failed." Which is like it's a good reminder. She's also really good at it. She's really, really good at it. But I feel like the size of her chat is different from the size of our chat, Harry. Mine's at a nice manageable level of like 50 people, where other streamers, they'll have like 100 people. It's very, very hard to, okay, replace character, clean that up, generate this. That can close. Let's reopen this. It's very hard as your audience gets bigger to respond to every message. That's the real challenge. That's the real challenge. Okay. We've got him. Now we just need to move his face into place. I think this is the first time I've seen him with a face on. It goes there. And about there. Do we see any of his mouth? Probably because of the rotation. Hold on. I always think the mustache characters look better when a little bit of a little bit of mouth shows through. It looks a bit like a tongue, which is not ideal, but little bit further forward. All right, there we go. The one thing we could do, which I haven't really done many times, might just make an exception for him so that his mouth comes through his mustache a little bit more, is change the scale of the face. What's going on? Why is that? It's like it's locked. It's snapping. Okay. I believe, chat, that is a butcher. Next step, we can generate the portrait again. Associate that with our form here. And then I think we're good. Now we have a butcher in. Okay. So many new characters coming through the pipeline. Do you shrink wrap the eye to the face, by the way? No, Harry, I don't even bother. I could do that, but that would mean another step for every character where I have to go into like the mesh that's their face and like go make it like deform and attach to the surface. And it's just like, nah, I don't bother. I just, position it manually and then like call it a day. But remember, Seb, the views can be 100 or more, but most likely most of them are not typing much at all in chat. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. So the game you're making, is it just a simple MOBA? I mean, it's a good question. AC88. I feel like MOBAs aren't like in terms of making them. I know that's not how you meant it, but I read it as like it's just a simple MOBA. But it's no, it's not a MOBA. It's not a MOBA. I think MOBAs are with lanes and like 2 bases and stuff like that. This is very different. This is closer to Among Us. If you've seen Among Us, the game's a lot more like Among Us. ACC85. My brain is fried for making this engine. You're making a game engine, Ghost? That's wild. Making this engine, but I've made so much progress since I sent the last link to your streams. Maybe come back. Hold on. Maybe come back to reality. Yo, this is the physics simulation one, right? With all the particles, dude. That's really cool. That's such a cool project. It's good to hear you're making a lot of progress on it, man. That's awesome. Very cool. Very, very cool. All right. This is still kicking on, which is crazy. That is absolutely wild. So that gives us more time to do the hand and get the sword right. Rotate this sword 90 degrees around its center axis. See if the center axis, if it interprets that the right way, because there's no frame of reference. If I say x-axis or something, it doesn't know. I really want to like spin this. I could say something like spin it around the tip by 90 degrees, and that might get what we actually want. Otherwise, we can just like hope it generates with the right perspective and then retopologize it. Reorient it. Right side of the hilt. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it, Blue Ghost. That's a good way to describe it as well. Okay, I think we might even be able to mark that as done, which is fantastic. A lot less red. Still a lot of red. Don't get me wrong. There's still a lot of red here. But, ooh, even less. Even less. I think we're going to have to... I don't know if we're doing gender swaps, like gender alternatives, but I think that's not necessary. All right, what was the suggestion? Right side of the hilt, or around the rotate the sword around the line from the hilt to the tip by 90 degrees. It'll be fun. Maybe it gets it, maybe it won't. Probably won't. I think we're probably just going to have to deal with reorienting it. It'll be fine. We'll just reorient it. Okay. What do you guys think about the next asset? Can I get some suggestions in chat about what to create next? It did deviate a lot from this as it went. But we'll see. We'll see. What do you guys want to see? There's so many different items that we could get. I think I want items that will be held in one hand. We've got torch, pitchfork. Pitchfork could be two-handed. Maybe. Maybe we detect when you pick up an item. If you I don't know. A cleaver, that's a good one. That's a really good one. Crispy Bacon's gonna love you for that suggestion. We were just working on the butcher, so it makes sense. Pitchfork is a two-hander. Yeah, true. We're gonna have to think about how we handle that. I think the way we make that is going to be probably some animations for two-handed, and then we'll have it in one hand and then aim rotate it along its axis towards the other hand. But yeah, we'll see. All right, so here we go. That's our first in-game item, I think. A sword. Let's try bringing it in. All right, where are we? We've got items. There's the debug. A longsword. Downloads. Longsword. All right. I think the nice thing about... All right, wait. We did not take that in properly. Need to do all of this. It looks amazing. You like the look of it, Harry? Yeah, it's going to be pretty cool when we get this in the hand of some characters. It's going to be pretty cool. All right, that's exciting. Oh, hold on. Mistakes were made. Before we do that, we need to We need to take this into Blender and adjust those rotations. Okay, get rid of that, that, and that, and that. Whoopsie daisy. The other thing we have to figure out is like which way is up for an object. Probably this, right? Yeah, if it's going in a hand, I think it's this. Oh, this is hard to consider. It's a big design decision. I think actually, maybe the way we do this is we place it as it would be lying on a table. So maybe we're going to go like that. And then like that. And the center, this origin, is going to be where the center of the hand will be. So we're going to go like that. That's going to be how held objects are. Okay. We're going to export this as OBJ directly over, first off, directly over here. We're going to selected object only, and that can go back into here. Copy, replace, re-import. Another question, do you think indie developers will have more opportunities in the future or less? What we're doing with AI, Harry, is it's a powerful sword, but like this one, it cuts both ways. On one hand, creating assets like this will become easier and faster. On the other hand, everyone will be able to do it. Because it's easier to do, it makes it easier to make a game. It creates more opportunities, but the number of opportunities to have successful games will go down because so many more people will be doing it. So yeah, it's both, Harry. It's both, in good ways and bad. Yeah. Hopefully that's a good clip. I reckon I can make something out of that. Does that answer your question, Harry? Indie developers need to create their own opportunities, but like how successful they'll be depends very much on the market, and the market's going to get very crowded. That's what I'll say about that, Harry, is like, yeah. So, in part, I feel like I need to get onto this quick because the opportunities to do things like this in the future will become less. Okay, can we duplicate this? We're going to call it Longsword. Holdable. And then I should not have put the longsword in here. That's what that art test scene is for. I shouldn't be messing with something like the main scene that this might be working with. It's all right. It's all right. Mistakes were made. Where do we put items? Let's start putting items. I thought there'd be way more plants, but the plants never really materialized, did they? We probably still have to do a plant and vegetation pass, honestly. I mean, where is the trees that we put in? We created cool trees, but I don't see them anywhere. Let's get them. Catalog these with our art tests. Maple tree. That's a big object. Especially compared to a little corn. All right. What are you saying sorry for, Harry? Nothing to be sorry about. How big is a game map in kilometers? It's not very big. We're not making a very big game map. It's honestly pretty small. It's a pretty small environment. Okay, collision shape. The environment for this game, I want to say, is like... I mean, we can figure it out like this, Harry. We can make a 1 by 1 meter cube and then duplicate that across the world. And then we can count the number of cubes and then multiply that, by, we'll do it in a minute. It's a good question. I kind of like scaled the world by testing how long it took me to run it. Which is a good way because it means it's gameplay relevant. But in terms of its actual size, I'm so not sure. Okay, why is the longsword not getting its material? I'm also noticing that this has got the same problem. This is going to be mixed hard and soft edges. I think we want, if I select more, all right, X-ray, select here. And then we want to select more. What does redo? What does it repeat? Shift R, that's it. Plus that, plus that. Let's get rid of this. And this will be our soft surface. Oh my god, our shit's done. Smooth shade that. Everything else can be hard shaded. And if we export that now, replace that. That can go over our sword, and then we make sure that the sword has, I mean, why didn't we get a, it's weird. Why didn't we get a material with the sword? All right, metallic is definitely a must for this one. Metallic gets that. Albedo gets that. The roughness gets this. And that's looking like a sword. I don't know what's happened with some of these faces have gone quite weird, but let's not worry too much about that right now. How big is the game map in kilometers? I thought you said something. Sorry, I didn't catch it. Let me have a look at the game map in terms of world size. Outside environment. What's the longest axes? Probably like from there to there, right? So what we'll do here to evaluate this is we'll go right here, create a, let's see. So we're going to go mesh instance 3D. Mesh instance 3D. We are going to make that a cube box mesh. This is going to be 1 by 1 by 1. If we take that over here, and then what we do is take you, go to 0, 0, 0. Move them across. This is a quick and hacky way to measure, but we're just going to do that. All right, 1, 2, 3. Is it aiming the right way? Not really. All right, you can count with me, chat. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, we are rotating there. Why on earth is that happening? Because I rotated the wrong thing. This needed that rotation. Okay, here we go, Harry. We'll figure it out. Then he said something in line of AI can be a blessing for indie developers. I actually clipped it. Harry, if you want to have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20. 40. You know what? I'm doing this completely wrong. Doing this completely wrong. We can just do this. Actually feels silly for not doing it in the first place. All right, that's one of them. The other one. It's about 160 meters. So it's not that big. It's really not that big, Harry. It's about 160 meters across that from end of the one end of the town to the other. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, that's right. I think that's about right. So it's a smallish space when you really think about it. So it's like not it's like less than a fifth of a kilometer from end to end. It might expand in the future, but who knows? All right, this is exciting and terrifying. We've implemented the held item plan end to end. A client now has a network visible holdable item support with room authored bootstrap, host authoritative rigid body 3D state replication, left and right hand sockets on character bodies, Q&E pickup and drop semantics, split hand prompts, and host migration remapping for held items and physics snapshots. Dude, that's a lot of changes. Item scenes are self-describing under item contents instead of using a manual catalog, and the host now keeps rooms loaded while they still contain world and state items, so dropped items can persist independently of players. I also documented the remaining non-canonical skeleton assets here. The butcher is canonical now, so the violation is down to 8. We fixed the butcher. We don't have a multi-test. I mean, let's test the damn thing. Let's create a markdown file for our changes so that they're well documented. Someone should be able to read it and understand how to add a new item to the game. A new item. New held item to the game. Pretty exciting, guys. Pretty exciting. We've already got a longsword in. Okay, let's do a new. Gonna add a file. Where is our Is Sev gonna go to the shop real quick? Be right back. See you in a minute, God of War. See you when you get back. Okay, we're gonna go for copy this guy. Or even download him. Add a torch to the hand of this character. Okay. I think torches will be cool. Lanterns are going to be another cool item. I think torches are a bit more iconic. The lantern, it will be really cool to have some like some physics on them so that when they're running it's like flinging around everywhere. That'd be pretty cool. No. No. Um, no. Let's go with some of these and then see if we can like some art that we really like the look of, and then we need more characters, so add a torch. Generate me a new image of a torch consistent with the art style of the provided attachments. Okay. Holdable item pipeline. Use this guide when adding a new pickup holdable item to the game. This document reflects the current live pattern. Holdable items are authored as normal Godot scenes under content item. There's no separate manual held item catalog resource. Room designers. What on earth with this music? I don't know about this one. Other music's been good, but this one. Room designers drag actual holdable items into scenarios. Room authored item instance bootstrap into authoritative networking spawns at runtime. Drop items use a rigid body 3D physics on the host. Held items are attached to the left and right hands of character bodies. The item should exist as a normal authored item under content items. Be discoverable automatically at runtime through item key. Be placeable directly into a room by drag and drop. Be pickupable with either hand through the shared pickup interaction. Move with the holder between rooms. Drop back into the world as a network visible physics object. Okay. Item definitions live in the item. Room placement lives in the room wrapper. Hand placement lives in the item grip anchor plus the character hand anchor. Physics motion is Godot physics, not custom physics. Network state replicates. Do not separate the resource catalog just to register a... Do not create a new resource catalog just to register a new held item. All right, step 1, create the item scene. We've already done that. Items, longsword, scene, longsword holdable, runtime scans, item, content items recursively at startup and builds the item registry. Use the required root contract. The seed item must be holdable item root. Did we do that for our longsword? Holdable item root, yep. This is required because world state items are simulated through Godot physics. Required exported fields on holdable item and root. Item key, pickup target. Debug holdable cube. This is going to be longsword, holdable longsword. Let's go with that. This is going to be also we're going to go debug cube item. Then we're going to need grip anchors. Okay, grip anchor. Yeah, okay, we've got good grip anchors. Left grip anchor, right grip anchor. Okay, we've got item keys. Item keys, pick up targets, default grip anchors, left grip anchor, right grip anchor. Item rules, they must be non-empty, must be unique across all holdable items. Should be derived from a room or placement. Interesting. Build the scene contents. Visual route. Pick up target, visual route, graph. Yep, okay. Keep the visual meshes and colliders under this route. Wire up the pickup interaction. Do we have that there? Wire up the required interaction target assignments. Yep. I mean, think we can basically just put this into a room, right? Open the room wrapper scene in content spaces. So let's go to Chapel. You know what? We should probably just rename that. Go to our chapel. Open the room wrapper scene in content /spaces. Yep. Content spaces, drag the holdable item into this room scene. Here we go. Oh, I'm excited. Here we go. Okay, the holdable room item bootstrap scans the loaded room instance for holdable item root nodes. Each authored room item is converted into deterministic authority spawns using room ID. The temporary authored room copy is hidden and freed. The network spawn system materializes the authoritative item instance. This means dragging an item into a room is enough to make it existing gameplay. Room reloads to not duplicate that item. If the item is already moved or picked up, the authority source doesn't copy. Okay, holdable items have two runtime nodes, world and held. The item exists in the room. The item exists is a rigid body 3D. The host simulates physics. Clients receive this. The item. Okay, character hand requirements. We need to see about these hands. Left hand attachment. Let's try, we'll go with the knight. So knight character. He's got a left hand holdable and a right hand holdable. Yes. Okay. The current node exceptions are character skeleton path violations. I mean, yeah, we need to fix that up. Validate the new item. After authoring a new held item, validate both the scene wiring and the runtime contracts. Inspect the scene. Run a smoke test. Build the client solution. If you touch the body scene, exported refs or hand anchors. All right, let's go. I think we're ready to test this thing, guys. Let's go. If this works, first shot. It seems really well reasoned. If this works first shot, who's excited? Everybody excited? Anyone else really excited by this? This is going to be so freaking cool. This is going to be very, very cool. I'm excited. Host a game. We need to update the barkeepers. Oh, let's do it while we're here. I've forgotten to do it. So, barkeeper form. There's the resource. That goes to portrait. Oh, wrong thing. Portrait there. We need to regenerate that, don't we? God dang it. Browse to... I thought we starred villagers. Barkeeper. And then we are going to regenerate her portrait. You're excited? Oh my god, I'm excited. Turbo's excited. Katie's excited. We're going to be able to pick up a damn sword. I'm pretty psyched. Gonna be able to run around with a sword. I can't freaking wait. Okay, host. There's the bartender. Isn't she great? She's great. Oh, and the butcher. Butcher is now way better. Way better. Look at that butcher. That's one buff butcher right there. He ready. What a hero. He's probably too tall. I think he's too tall. We might have to size him down. He's as big as the barbarian. The barbarian's supposed to be a big dude. All right, the knight needs to be a bit bigger too, potentially. Okay. There's gonna be a stupid sword and a freaking block here. You know what? I'm gonna do it with the new butcher, I think. Oh. Okay. No. This is not bad. It's the interactable sphere that needs to get bigger. But if it's on the same level as us... Oh my god, are you guys ready? You ready? We pick up the sword? He's got a sword in his hand! He's got a freaking sword! Look, chat! He's holding a sword! Okay, adjustments are needed. We need to rotate it 90 degrees and we need to offset the position a little bit, but it's actually sick. Okay, hold on. There's one more thing we can do here. And in my left hand, I will hold the cube. Boom. He's holding a cube and he's holding a sword. It's happening. It's happening, chat. Okay, we need to adjust this. We need to adjust this so that the offset is a little bit is changed a little bit. So the position of the palm and the position of the hand. Okay. The position of the palm and the position of the hand are a little bit different from one another. Okay. First things first, we're going to go... Let's go to someone like the butcher. And the left-hand attachment, if we put our sword... If we put our sword holdable under that, we should be able to see... Hold on. Right hand. Should be able to see where it spawns right now. So... that anchor needs to go... Hold on, a little forward that way. A little off that way. A little off that way. A little less here. A little less there. And then we need to rotate this around 90 degrees that way. And then we're going to have the right position for... Not quite, hold on. There we go. Now we're looking good. Even if that was 0, that might be good. But I think 0.2 is actually not. Sorry, 0.02. Okay. Copy that. The anchor needs to have the following offset to position the object in the hand perfectly. Okay, 0.0x y. You're back. Welcome back. Well, I have to get ready for work. See you, Mike. Good to see you here. God of War, welcome back. We've got some really cool stuff just working. Very, very cool stuff. I'm freaking excited by this. Z is this. Position, I should say. Position and rotation is then 90. X is 90. Y is 0. Z is 0. Dan, that sword looks huge. Yeah, it is actually. That's a big ass long sword. It might need to go down in size a little bit, but it's freaking cool though. That's what she said. That's what he said. Yep. I feel like some like big weapons can be like this game can have big weapons. It can be like iconic, like ridiculously big things. Weapons. I'm down for it. I'm here for it. But isn't it freaking cool? I'm like, yeah, I'm into it. We need to update our existing characters to use this offset as well as the template so that future characters also have the right hand position. We have to update our existing characters to use this offset for both the left and the right hand. Remembering that the left hand is a mirror of the right. Okay, the anchor needs to have the following offsets. Position, offset. The anchor needs to have the following offset on the right hand to position the object in the hand perfectly. We have to update our existing character to use this offset for both left and right hands, remembering that the left hand is the mirror of the right. Yeah, that can go. And then we can get rid of that object. Okay, that's going to be very cool. Now we can start to create just like a crap ton of objects. Are you going after the cleaver level? So hold on, the cleaver style then? I think we're going to add the cleaver very soon, yeah. But I need we're going to adjust so the hands, like the objects actually appear in the hands. It's going to be really, really cool. I mean, this is the first object where the metallic channel is actually working. Look how shiny that sword is. That's sick. I need this guy's armor to look as shiny. That's going to be pretty cool. So yeah, we haven't tried this yet. If we let's drop the sword. Yes, it dropped the sword, but it didn't remove it from his hand. And the physics stuck. Okay. I mean, that's very cool. So we are able to drop objects as well. That's going to be the next thing to fix, but isn't that freaking exciting, guys? I think this is very cool. This is very, very, very cool. He was holding two. Hold on. Yeah, look, it didn't remove it from his hand. We'll have to update that because there's definitely a bug happening there. I think we'll be seeing it here. There's a bug there, but I'm not even angry. I'm not even angry. One thing at a time though. We'll let it finish this with the offsets so that it actually holds it properly. And then, yeah. Okay. No flame in the torch, just the torch itself. Very, very, very cool. Very cool. Excited about this. Excited about this. We can start to introduce like pitchforks and torches and apples, and imagine when this game is finished and everyone here got to see the development. Jupios, you get it, man. Imagine. I really, really, really hope this game just does super well. It's gonna like just wait until I get the like battle axes. Yes, turbo. We need to add that. Hold on. That's a really good point. Where is our barbarian? Barbarian, of course. Battle axe. This list is going to get pretty big pretty fast, and I'm not even angry about it. Battle axe. Battle axe will be needed. We'll do it before you know it. We might even do it this time, like now. We might even just like do it right now. We've got pitchforks, fruit baskets, torches, swords, a battle axe, all the like edibles, crops and fruit, harvestables, chickens. You'll be able to pick up a chicken, guys. You'll be able to pick up a chicken. The baskets are going to be really cool because the baskets will be containers that you'll be able to pick up. This is the very fun part of making the game, it seems. Yeah, turbo. Now things start to get really fun. Now they get really fun. Okay. Validation. Let's see if it got this right. Yep. Yep. That's looking good, guys. Let's try a different character. Let's try Fast. Let's see how big Fast is gonna look so stupid. She's gonna look so stupid with this. Okay, where's that longsword? Yeah. Oh man, this is so good. This is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. That's fascinating. Get it? Fascinating. That she looked. Yeah, this is like Buster Sword type sword. This, I think, is going to be... Imagine taking this into a fight. Imagine taking this into a fight, Turbo. Especially if we do the adaptive... if we're going to be aiming for... so we're going to go with active ragdoll. The coolest thing about this, guys, is I'm going to be able to give this weapon weight. So that doing the animation isn't as simple as doing the animation. It's just going to be like... woof, woof. And the weapon itself will like drag the player around. They'll be like slow to move because of the heft of this weapon. It's going to be very cool. It's going to be very cool. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Hold on. Let's run this once again. And then we'll deal with the dropping bug. Will the active ragdoll be Gang Beast Fall Guys level funny? That's the plan, Turbo. That's the plan, yes. I really want it to be like that. Ooh, monster. We'll see if the weapon transfers to monster mode, which is another thing we need to test. It will need to do that. Okay. And we need to, the pickup needs to be bigger so that you can, like, if you're short, you can reach things on ledges. All right. Hell yeah. He's got it in, like, he's got it in badass mode. All right, so we're going to drop that. And then the collider is actually kind of, yeah, that's going to be an issue. All right, he can pick that up. And it's in his hand in the right spot, which is fantastic. All right, that's great. That's really cool. We need to do so many tests about this. I can actually imagine the gameplay now. It's really coming to life, Seb. Turbo. Yes, good. I really need people to be able to see this vision. Because it's in here, but like the more I work on little bits and pieces, the more other people get it. It looks good so far, man. No, thank you. This is an exciting stream. This is an exciting stream today. I think even seeing it now, it's like I knew it was going to be exciting, but like seeing it come together, it's like especially exciting. I'm actually very excited. I can't wait for the game. Yo, me neither, guys. No, me neither. Okay, we had one thing to test. Did I end this? No, I didn't. Okay, so he's holding things. I should be able to do this and go boom. And then, oh, hold on. The pickup thing, that's going to be an issue. I mean, it's probably a good idea that like that interaction works. The interaction sphere, we're going to have to, let's see, debug. Visualize collision shapes. I need to end that. Let's run this again. And look what's happening there. Because there is an issue here. So before we do any of that, we need to... This is fantastic progress. All that content needs staging. All of this needs staging. It's a lot of changes, guys. That doesn't need to be staged. We need to test this on the network. That's the next big and important thing that we need to do. With multiple clients. But before even that, if I go host a game, let's go with like Blacksmith's Hammer. Hold on, hammer. We need that. Hammer for the blacksmith, of course. All right, let's go with... Who should we have for this? I feel like the butcher he's sick. He's like, just like how staunch he is, it's come together so well. Seb, if you can pick up a chicken, does that mean you can you can throw eggs as well? Like possibly, we could possibly do that. The butcher might be too big. He might be too big. All right, that collision sphere needs to be a capsule with more vertical height, I think. So that's gonna be a thing we need to fix. All right, so he's got his sword, and he's having a cry. It's so cool. There was some. Oh, actually, what's going on there? I can see a physics check that takes place. There's a physics check taking place there that stays behind after I do the pickup. That's a problem. That should not be there, but okay. The position of the objects is working. Let's see if I can like jump and throw and use the physics to throw it. Yeah, that works. That works. Yo, it landed up there. It landed up here. Do you guys see that? This is like, that's sabotage. That's sabotage. Throwing an object up where others can't reach it. But can you throw a shoe? We can put in a shoe and have it so that people can throw shoes. We could do it. Okay, I need to. Okay. Oh, hold on. Another thing to test. We need to test if it can take the objects outside. I think technically he doesn't even have objects. So that's an issue. And he's not a monster. He's not a monster, so we can't check that transition. So there's a lot to test. There's actually a lot to test. Okay. The right hand. So we still need, let's go for like, let's put the long sword in the right hand. Oh, sorry, the left hand, so that it's facing the wrong way. It needs to be rotated somehow. So I think this anchor is going to need 90 to 180 degrees here. Okay, on the left-hand item anchor. On the left-hand item anchor for all of the characters, we need to add 180 degrees rotation to the y-axis so that the item faces in the right direction in that hand. Make sure that the template character also has this change. Don't save that. The other thing that we can do here, when we drop the object, make that Phasfy ragamuffin weapon. Yeah, we need. What kind of weapon would she have? Do you think? We're gonna have to have a. Oh, what would like a cane? A cane for the shepherd? I don't know what its effect would be, but that'll be cool. Can you enable physics on them so you can? So you place them up high, they might fall off. I've already actually done that, Blue Ghost. I've done that, but the object didn't fall off there because my physics. I'm using. You can actually see it. Sometimes I'm using complicated shapes, but mostly I'm trying to build the world out of like simple blocks so that the networking and the calculations and all of it just simplifies. It's much easier to stay really simple with those objects than making complicated ones. So, okay, we're going to have to fix the hands on some of these characters to be closed fists. I think I haven't thought this through carefully enough. The hands need to be closed. A great example will be Lisa. So this is probably a good reason why we shouldn't introduce a huge number of characters. Hello, Fluffy Panda. How's it going? Welcome in. We're working on something pretty damn cool right now. We're making objects you can pick up in our game. So that's going to get fixed. When I drop the object, it does not disappear for both the left and right hand if I drop the object. For both hands, if I drop the object, a duplicate is created in the world, but appears as though it is still in our hands. We need to track down the cause of this bug. The other thing we need to test, I mean, it is actually still in our hand. I can see there's two. I can't drop it. We can see that the object's still there as it has the collision mesh and it's not just visual. But it's no longer possible to drop that item. What happens if I replace the object? So left hand, if I pick up the item, it becomes possible to use that hand to pick up items, but the old item still remains when the new one is picked up. It seems as though when we drop an item, it's simply not cleared from the hand. Let's see if we can take the cube outside, and we can. We can take the cube outside. There we go. Can we pick it back up? No, we can't. Once an item is picked up, it is no longer possible to pick that item up. It's no longer possible to pick that item up a second time. We need to test this for network and see that multiplayer it's true. It actually looks kind of badass holding the sword the wrong way. Holding the sword backwards is kind of sick. But yeah, can you kind of see what I mean about the objects? With the, who asked that question? It was Blue Ghost. See how instead of doing all of the meshes for all of these objects, what I've done is made really simple shapes. And so I did that with the door. And so, yeah, it's going to appear as though you can't pick that up, but you actually could. If you were able to get, what I mean is it would have fallen off if I'd made the shapes accurately. But I didn't make the shapes accurately because I wanted to keep the collision physics really simple. Really, really simple. All right, we need to run this test now with multiple connected clients. Let's do 4 and see if all of the physics are in sync across the clients. That's a big and important thing to fix up. Oh my God, it's 3:44 a.m. It's 3:44 a.m. How did we get here? I need to fix my sleep patterns, guys. Play, host a game, full of players, create. Let's pick players that we know will be moved to their homes and see if so he has a home. Ooh, he's a monster. We can do another test with the monster as well. We can matchmake a game. Who else goes to a home? The farmer has a home, so we're going to stick with him. Who else would there be? We've got Maiden. Maiden has a home. We need to really get the bar maiden spawning in her home. I don't think I've even done her yet. I don't think I've even spawned her one time yet. Okay, select her. Testing lots of stuff all at once. Okay. Who should we do this test with? One of the clients. We'll do the test with the monster character. Right now it's very Fluffy Panda. You know networking hell. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Let's see if they all... Oh, yo, something didn't work there. That should have taken people to their homes, and it didn't. So we've got a regression. We've got a regression there. All right, hold on. He can turn into the Reaper. Yep. So that works. We need to test if the Reaper carries the object into the monster form. Oh my god, a multiplayer game. Jason! Yeah, the Reaper looks so sick, doesn't it? He's so cool. He's one of the coolest. This guy, look at this guy. Look at that Reaper, man. Okay, let's do some tests. First off, let's go take our bar maiden and see if when we walk to the... Oh, something really went wrong on the host. The host can't even see the other characters, but the other characters are still somehow in sync. All right, we've got a real bug there. Let's see. Let's just keep it simple. Step one, we're going to see if... Let's just do a pickup with... Okay. Something's gone wrong and we need to fix that first. Let's start with the host and see if the host can just pick something up. That's the first step. Host can pick something up and we see it on all of the clients. That's good. Host gets picked up and the clients can see it. If the host drops it, can the client pick it up? Drop that. The client does see the object and the client can't pick it up. All right. Once an item is picked up, it is no longer possible to pick up that item a second time. This is true for the host and the clients. What else can we test? So we can pick up the object as the Reaper. No, we can't. The client can't pick up the client still can't pick up objects. Only the host is able to pick up objects. That might be related to this other bug though, because the host doesn't see the clients where the client sees the clients. So we're going to try that again one more time. One more run like this. I can't wait to play him on stream. Yo, it's going to be so fun, Jason, when that's in. Yeah. This is what the Reaper did, and I haven't even started playing the game. You know, Fluffy Panda, the Reaper is inspired by Jason. Jason here in the chat. That's his that character is inspired by him. He's also a streamer. He's got his own little check out his brand with all the different heart and cross skull faces. That's his character right there. Okay. Did I host with 4 players? No. Create like that. Okay. What is the sound just now? Sounded as if someone is talking. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, God of War. It's something to do with this music. It's in the background of this. Yeah, like it's just in the music. It's kind of weird. It's weird music. I don't know if I like it. We're going to go with something different. Let's go with that. Okay. We're going to go matchmake. We need the host to, I mean, this could very well have been related to the host not loading in first. Maybe that's what that bug was. Maybe the host needs to be loaded in first for the countdown to work, and we just never tested that path. Okay. Sev, that music was playing for so long, it wasn't the best, was it? I should have thought about it. I was just too locked in. Fluffy Panda, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Yo, thank you, thank you. This game is going to be so good. Are you looking forward to playing, Fluffy Panda? I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I'll be able to play with all of you guys. If you hang out here, you'll be able to play before anyone else gets a chance. All right, let's go. Gonna go pick up the sword and pick up this. Gonna take it outside. Can we see it? We can move the weapons between rooms, so that we can move items between rooms. That's good. We need to change the vertical height of the sphere that's used to detect pickup things. The other thing I can just do quickly here. The mummy can see in the dark, which is great. If I threw the weapon, which works just fine. Throw our cube, that works fine. Can't pick them up. Yeah, so that's the same problem. Only the host is able to pick up objects. We needed to run that again, and my test was actually, can a client pick up an object? So let's kill that. Let's go to auto match harness and skip into this more quickly. Of course I'm hyped to play. You guys seem cool here. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Stay hanging out. The community are going to be the first people to get to playtest this thing. When we arrive at that moment, I will give away and buy X amount of keys to the community. Yo, that is pretty freaking cool, God of War. I cannot wait for that moment. That is going to be amazing. All right, countdown happening. We need to also make sure that players who pick things up before the... let's take the host. We'll take the host and the farmer into the chapel to where the weapon is. All right, here's the host. Let's make sure the farmer cannot pick up the weapon. Yo, Simtex, the alignment of that, wolf is just perfect. Absolutely perfect. Welcome in, Simtex. We've been, welcome back. We've been doing some really, really, really cool stuff. Check it out. We've got items that can be picked up now. Let's pick up the sword. Okay, we can pick up the sword as the client. That makes sense. What happens if the client drops it? Okay, there it is in the world, and I'll try and get the host to pick it up. We saw it disappear. Yeah, okay. So we don't need to worry about the client can also pick up objects. There was just a spawn bug there, which I wish I would copy. Wish I'd copied it out of the console. I think I would have undone it when I reran it. So there's a bug there, definitely. Let's let that run. It is getting early. It is getting early. I know, God of War. You're right about that. Maybe I ought to call it. Gotta call it. When this one finishes. Such huge progress. Like, really huge progress today with the items. Very exciting. Very exciting progress. What other items are there? There are so many that I know that we're going to need. Pitchforks, fruit baskets, torches, swords, battle axes, hammers. I mean, the staff maybe for the shepherd would be one. Yeah, some characters just need to spawn with stuff, don't they? I mean, it's not a half bad idea. That might be a backlog task, like characters spawning with items, or we can just put the items in their homes. Yo, Demo Light, good to see you again. That's why I couldn't follow up a couple of days. My job ends typically at the same time. Oh, dude, I'm so sorry. Like, when we're streaming, you mean your work is like you're unable to view? That sucks, man. That sucks. I'm sorry. Okay. The interaction path doesn't show a second independent blocker. The item reuse failure lines up with the adapter losing the tracked instance during reparent and leaving the stale held object behind while the new world instance takes over the authoritative spawn ID. I can make a plan decision complete from here, but there's one implementation preference worth locking before I finalize it. Okay. So what do you want the left hand Y180 change authored across the character and how do you want it? Write the final transform directly into the left hand anchored node. Yep. From 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. when driving. Yeah. Demo Light, what time zone are you in? Because we're like Australian Eastern Standard Time. What was that voice in the background bed saying Seb sleep? No, look, Katie, you're confusing it with the background sound from the music from before. Yo, Ducky who's this? Ducky Diductic. Hello, how are you? Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. We're making a game here, Doug. Have you seen the stream before? Are you just finding us for the first time? 8 p.m. here. Yeah. It's 4 a.m. here. It's 4 a.m. here, Demo Light. It's time for the go to sleep. It is. It's sleep time. Very soon. Not exactly now, but very soon. I'm with you. It's noon here. It's midday. Okay, nice. This is why Jason makes all our streams, because we're just degenerates for Australians. For Aussie hours, these are the worst. Oh, still got a bug there. There was definitely a bug in spawning that I need to fix. Though it didn't happen with the auto match harness, did it? Good things to follow up on. We'll get there. We will get there. Okay, so what we could do? Yeah, I think we're going to do this. We're going to build some new items just while we wait for that next set of fixes. So let's see, the torch. We were already in the process of generating that. Where could that be? There we go. Without changing its appearance, while minimizing the change to its appearance, make this object a 3D model. Change this to the kind of torch where it's wrapped in a cloth. do you call that kind of torch? Without changing the appearance of this torch much, show it as a 3D model. All right, what else have we got? We've got corn. The corn object's going to be an important one. Pretty sure we generated corn already. Where is it? There it is. That's our corn. Yeah. Nah. Like that. And then we're going to make a new one here. Copy as PNG. Thank you so much, Ducky. Have a great stream too. Well, I hope you had a great stream. Sorry, I should have really asked you about your stream before you left. Thank you for the raid. I do really appreciate it. Render just the corn and remove the rest of the plant. Change the perspective to a top-down angle. And then we'll do a front-on angle. Oh, I feel bad. I should have given Ducky more attention when they come in. It is getting late. I need to probably go. So I stay locked in. Tomorrow, I'm so excited about the potential of doing tomorrow's stream. Oh, okay, hold on. Left hand fix and holdable reparent bug. It's going to fix the dropped item, repick stuff. Okay. Ducky was in a hurry? Okay. Welcome in, Incredible. How are you doing? Do you have all the context about the project? Do you know what we're up to? If not, I can fill you in and show you what we're actually doing. Okay. Time for me to catch up with all my VODs. Nice. You're going to build up a stream streak there, Demo. My streams have been fairly long. Fill me in, please. Okay. We're making this game. This is the idea. This is the concept art. This is the key. This is the vision. Which sports do I play, Harry? I used to play, I did a lot of martial arts when I was younger. Less now, but other than that, soccer for a really little while, and not many other sports, to tell you the truth. I really like school sports, but we're making Not Monsters. It's a social deduction party game. So you can think of it like Among Us or the game Werewolf. But the twist that we're putting on this is it's a pretty chaotic physics-based combat game as well. So it's going to be multiplayer with proximity chat, and we're going to try and make it really affordable so that lots of people can play it. So yeah, the idea of the game is you spawn in a medieval village, a little bit like Salem, but like medieval. And everybody chooses a villager role, and they have to work together to almost level up and become stronger so that they can find and defend themselves from the monsters. But secretly, some of the villagers are the monsters. So it's their job to try and be sneaky and out-level the villagers, because they level up and get much stronger, and they get much stronger at night. And so they kind of have to try to kill the villagers without getting discovered. That's the game. It's called football. Not in Australia, it's not. In Australia, we call it soccer, but I think football we have is rugby. We have got a rugby sport over here, but and we call that football. But I know the rest of the world does it different. So you're right. You're right. Okay, let's see if we can get... Maybe that can be the... Like, it's not a bad top. It kind of is a bad. Show a bottom-up perspective of this. Okay, there's our corn. Show just one corn. Show just one corn cob. I can appreciate a ball. Nice, nice. Yep. I too can appreciate sports ball, but do not partake much. And I find it much more fun to play it than to spectate it for whatever reason. But it's football. I know. It's stupid. Aussies are stupid with this one. It doesn't make much sense. Did I implement this? Hold on, I needed to finish reading this. Character assets and template. Update all of that. Holdable item rule. Remove the exit tree driven dictionary evict pattern for materialized holdable objects. Preserve the invariant so that one spawn ID maps to the holdable item route. Keep all of the transitions in place. Held to world. Held should reconfigure the same instance rather than instantiating a replacement copy. Yep. Ensure that the clear materialized item still frees the tracked item explicitly. I feel like we should have done this in 3 fixes, but we're going to try it in 1 and see if it works. If anything, we'll learn a little bit about the process and see if like trying to give it lots to chew and finish is like a good idea. I'm saying it was Americans who called it soccer originally. Yeah, no, I know. The Americans for sure, but the Aussies also have make similarly silly mistakes making their sports, if that makes any sense. It's yeah. I don't know if this is going to render very well. I think this is probably going to be an issue for us in terms of like the perspectives, but we'll try. All right, that's looking good. That's some corn I can get behind right there. Should I put some the leaves around this? Corn sometimes comes with leaves. Add a leaf that wrap around the corn itself. Let's add these leaves back to our corn. Okay. Okay. We've got corn. Harvestables. We've got crops. It's going to be very cool when we can pick up the farmer's going to be able to pick the damn corn off the... Are we going to add the king of corn? I mean, we've already got a king, Turbo. Is this guy the king of corn? Is that our corn king? Otherwise, no, probably not. We can call him the king of corn if we like, but otherwise, not so much. Okay. All right, look. Let's go with... Where was our... Micro! Yo, Micro! Thank you, man. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. I really do. How is your stream? Oh my god, look at the noise. I love your chat making noise there in that. Micro, thank you for the 10 bits on the Gigantify emote, man. I appreciate that. Check it out, man. Check it out. Look what we've just got going. How is your stream? It's not all about me. I'm enthusiastic, but it's not all about me. Let me show you, man. Let me show you what we've been cooking. I've been setting up this. Yo, and now it's a torture handle. Yeah, we're adding items to the game because I just got the equipment like handling, like not even equipment, just like item handling working. So here, check it out, check it out. Yeah, I'll go with like, who's a cool character? We'll go with our butcher. I'll show you guys, and I'll also show you everybody else, your entire community, the game. You love the progress of this game. Yeah, we actually got a lot done today. Like, and I mean like a lot. Check it out, check it out. So this is the new thing. There's now this sword, like swords equipment in the world. I have to figure out the collision. You can see I need to turn this little like you can kind of see it. There's a line to a circle. That sphere determines if I can interact with an object, and it was designed for things like doors. So I'm going to have to re-engineer it so that it works for things like this sword. But here we go. We're going to pick the sword up I can do left and right hand. I'm going to put it in the right hand. So now we're running around with a freaking sword, guys. How's that? And I'll do the same with the left. Ready, boom. And now he's holding the random cube. And then you can do things like you can drop an item. So there's still a bug here that I'm in the process of fixing, but like it'll duplicate, but it'll drop straight to the ground. So you can drop an item, and then full physics works for the object. So for instance, have a look. If I run and sorry about it getting dark and foggy here in the game, but if I run and like jump and then drop, it like full physics on the object. It fell through the door, unfortunately. So, but it's pretty cool. It's coming along. I'm pretty excited about it. I'm going to have a shield. We need to add a shield item to the game too. Now we're going to be able to add shields as well. But yeah, this is the game, guys. This is called Not Monsters. It's a social deduction party game where, you know, it's a bit like Among Us, but instead of voting your friends, you beat them to death with a sword if you think they're a monster. And sometimes they are. There's not imposters. We actually have monsters in the game. So how it works is, damn, that's an angry butcher. That's right, Raisins. That's it. Yo, incredible. You didn't know? You didn't know what we're making? So here are all the different monsters, and here are all the different villages. So lots of different villages in the game, like, there's a barkeeper, there's the artist, there's the priest, there's like a lot. There's a lot is my point. And then these are the secret monsters that sometimes happen. Sometimes people will be a secret witch, or, you know, a mummy, or whatever. We've got like, this is Jason's character. It's, and there's a Cyber Steffi too. That's absolutely right. Here, have a look. This is the planned character for that. There we go. That's going to be Cyber Steffi's character when we finally get it in there. I'm slowly seeing the entire picture. Incredible. Yeah, absolutely. There's so much getting done and so much progress getting made. It's so dope. You like it, Micro? Yeah. I like it too. It'll be really cool when we finally get this character in. There's some changes I need to make. Like her hands need to be a little bit more like these kind of hands, so that the holding things works better. Like this is good hands, and the other hands is not good hands. But like, yeah, that's what we're making, man. That's what we're working on. Today we got our zombie in. We got the zombie in for the first time. So today, the progress we've made today, just today, has been, we got in the barkeeper, we got in the butcher, we got in the zombie, and we've done the equipment handling. Like picking up items. Well, it's not in yet, but it's a fairly good work in progress. Oh, and we got this sword in. We got this sword in too. So we started to make some items and like put them into the game. So yeah, it's been good progress. It's been good progress today. Shiny sword. So much progress. Yeah, Monstrosity, like, hit that follow button, man, and next time you can follow along and watch it all happen if you're into this kind of thing. Crushing it, bro. Thank you, Micro. I really appreciate that. Much appreciated. Let me catalog this, just since it's about to get made. And the other thing I'm about to put in now is going to be corn, where I'm going to put some corn into the game. Okay, where was it? We had a torch. Torch item goes here. This one's going to be fun too. We're going to do particle effects on it so that it actually has a flame. It's neat. No, thank you, Table Bass Furtive. Table bass furtive. No, thank God. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, like, yeah, follow along, guys, if you're interested in this. Like, especially a raid from Micro means a lot because I know Micro's community is like going to be very similar to my community in terms of what you guys like, and what you're like. Micro is like a really intelligent dude with a kind of mature sense of humor for his stream in a lot of ways. And it's like not sense of humor. It's like, he's like legit, if that makes any sense. I don't know. I'm doing a terrible job of communicating it, but like, yeah, thank you for the raid, man. I do really appreciate it. And thank you for all the time you've spent in the community lately. You're really becoming a core community member. And for another streamer, that's often really rare, man, because I know how time poor streamers typically are. So it means a lot to me, man. It means a lot to me. You're doing great, dude. Thank you. I still feel like I'm pretty new at this. A raid from Micro means a lot. It does. Like it means a lot to me is what I mean. It's a kind of special thing, man. It's kind of special. It's hashtag hype. That's right. Are you saying that? Are you saying that because Cotter, are you saying that because he doesn't raid often? It's Look at that, Nicolas Cage. Right. Micro small. No, what I mean is like micro. Hold on, micro. Is this wordplay? Is this a joke? Yes, I get you, Cotta. I get you. Very funny. I'm thinking of changing my name because of this. No, I saw it as micro as in like macro and micro, where it's like the micro as in like really good control of the keyboard and stuff like that is how I read it, at least. So I would say don't change it because it's a pretty cool name. But you do you, man. You do you. I don't think if it does really bother you, then go ahead and change it. But I would say don't worry. Just keep it, man. Keep doing what you're doing. I like his username. Yeah, I like his username too. It's good. And the vibe that he had on his stream, I checked it out today too. It was like, choice. Okay, this plan we really need to implement. Okay. So what do we think of the torch? Is that a kind of decent torch? The one thing I don't like about it is that there's so much detail in it. It might be a little too detailed for an object that's so small in the world. Here, take a look. Like there's a lot of mesh in that. There's a lot of mesh. But don't optimize too soon. Premature optimization is the root of all evil, I swear. So, all right, we'll stop with that. And let's get it in. Okay. To process, this is our torch. We can extract that there. That goes there. That goes there. Oh my God, this thing's giant right now. So 90 degrees and then we can then move it. Wrong axis. All right, where's the handle? About there. I think even a little smaller potentially. When I look at the size of this, it's really a big sword. Maybe about there. We'll keep the handle size consistent. Never change. That's the Z torch. It torches Frieza on fire. I love it. Oh, yo, the Dragon Balls. Yeah. Is that what you're referring to? Hold on, I might be wrong about that, but All right, let's get rid of that. This can go. The rope makes it a Z. Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. Yep. I got it. I think the rendering on this needs it needs to be smooth shaded. That's probably going to be looking better. All right, let's check it out and get its size wrong. Yo, Leah, coming in hot. How's it going? I love the way you did your name. You're just like shouting your name instead of. That's good. That's cool. Welcome in. How are you doing? This is it. Yes, it is Blender. You're doing good? Great. That's awesome. I'm having a good day too. Though I'm going to wrap my stream fairly soon. Just a warning for everyone who came in with the raid. Won't be a long one today. Okay, torch goes here. Okay, we're going to export that and override it. And then a new item in here. Oh my God, only like one item in the game so far. Can you believe it? Just one longsword. Let's get this torch in. All of this comes in. Excellent. New scene. We're going to copy our debug holdable, or rather duplicate it. And then we're going to make this our holdable torch. Or actually, torch holdable. I'm good. I love Blender. We use it for pre-production. Yo, Leah, what kind of work do? You sound like a pretty technical person, which is not a surprise because I know that Micro hangs out with Cyber Steffi, and both of those guys are like super technical, talented people. So that's what kind of stuff do you do? Oh, I'm an animation director. Sick. For Disney? No way. Leah, you can't look at our you can look at our my animation process. It's gonna be like you're gonna be so you must do it so well, and we're gonna be so scuffed with our animation process. It's like I feel shy now. I'm self-conscious. I can't imagine that freaking Disney animation director in the stream. What? That's wild. That is wild. Welcome. You are very welcome. How's it going? Welcome in. Okay, hold on. Something went wrong there. This torch holdable. Let's duplicate this again. We should be seeing a cube in here. Torch holdable. Leah, no way. Thank you for the follow, Leah. Very cool. What stuff at Disney have you worked on? I can't even. You're gonna tell me you're gonna blow my mind with these amazing projects that you've worked on. I'm an avid lurker. Just warning. No, thank you. I've been working since 2011. Huge. Yeah, we're using Godot for this project table. Oh. Frozen and Moana? No. Dude, guys, that is such a huge flex. Yeah, dude, you are like, when I was younger, my software engineering degree, before it was that, I talked about it today on the stream. I actually started not as like a software engineer or a game developer. Well, I was a game developer, but it was an animation major was what I studied at uni. And then I swapped to software engineering. But that I really wanted to animate stuff when I was when I was a kid. So you have my child, like my teenage years dream job. You have the job that I dreamed that I would have when I was a teenager. So I must lurk and do chores. No, thank you so much for swinging by and for the follow, Leah. And thank you, Micro, for bringing such cool people in here. I'll explain more if you're still here. No, absolutely. I'll be here a little longer, but not too much longer. It's nearly 5 a.m. here, so just a warning to everyone. I will be wrapping soon. Okay, so it's a torch holdable. And now let's open that up. There's our torch holdable. That can now go in here, because that's got all our objects, and now the torch can go in. We might have made our torch a little bit too small. It's very possible. I think it needs to go a little bigger. 1.5, this size. I'm worried now that the handles will be too big, but maybe less. Maybe 1.2. Hold on. Plants, do you know Leah? Have you guys hung out in different streams before? Okay, Leah is another co-working streamer. Really cool and one of the hardest working on Twitch with the hours they pull. Yo, that's really cool that you still get to stream like that while you're, while working at freaking Disney. Oh my God, imagine that. My sister too. She's an art director. No way. Table. I don't know if it's the same. And she's also working at Disney. How many art directors does that place have? That's so cool though. Leah worked on frickin' Frozen and Moana. What? That is wild. Okay, collision shape 3D. This one's going to need a different shape. I think this one needs a capsule so it rolls nicely. There's a way to rotate this, right? 0.1. Hopefully that's still fine. We're just going to leave it like that. That's going to be enough. I feel like that's enough. Otherwise it'll roll awkwardly. Probably like that. That will do. Torch holdable. All right, let's put it in the chapel. The other thing we can do here in the torch holdable is actually our flame. Let's get our flame going. We've got it in our... we can make it a light source, which will be absolutely sick. Let's go to our candle. Candle has that particle system and an Omnilight. And now we just need to like manipulate this to be like way bigger. Amount ratio. Okay, hold on. We need the scale to go way up. Collision. Probably also, we're going to have to rotate that. But I realize it doesn't change much. Where's size over time? There's like... How's this going? It's still working. It's still working away, guys. Love both movies? Yeah. I'm from Australia, Table. this is like my time is now like 4:30 a.m. in Melbourne, Australia, which is like terrible of me to still be here streaming. I need to wrap it up. I just want that one process to finish, and then I don't know. I'm terrible at stopping streams. Where is the scale here? Okay, pre-process, no, hold on. Scale speed. Collision, no. There we are, this is what I was looking for. So, particle flags. Where is the... very, very annoying. Turbulence is on display. Scale, that's it. There we go, there we go. Oh my god, that's too much. That's too much. I take it back. That's... what on earth? Nope, not that. I thought this was it. Somewhere here is like scale over time. All right, maybe this is fine for now. We just go with, we need to pull up our tutorials again. Because that looks wrong. That looks wrong, but it'll do for now. We can circle back to it. In the chapel. Now that means we get to create our... Okay. Harry, you're a 3D animator. I didn't know that. That's cool. That's cool. I work on cartoon animations and a lot of other projects, especially VFX stuff. Okay, all right, cool. He keeps me up. I do, I'm sorry. You don't have to though, God of War. You can go. Wait. Why did I think you lived in Sydney? I used to live in Melbourne. I didn't know you used to live in Melbourne, Micro. Where do you live now? It's like you live abroad, right? You're in... Yeah, I asked you this earlier. But no, that means you have to come back to Melbourne. Melbourne's an incredible city. I love living there. I would go back there if I was forced to move back to Australia. Well, here's hoping you get forced to move back to Australia then. Let's hope you get forced to move back. That would be great. That's good. I see that the process just went and made a modification to our items. I think there's a thing here that lets us like see our favorites, and I think that can get unfavorited, removed from favorites. Where on earth? Okay, this is different. It's going to be content, equipment, and then here's our torch. Holdable torch. Let's see, this torch, maybe what we do with it, just so that it sits a little bit more naturally. maybe both of these. Ooh, cool. Guess who just went live? We can raid Pestily. Okay. Collision shape goes. It's going to be like that, yeah. Let's go have a look in Chapel. You just joined. I'm sorry. We're gonna be raiding soon. I do like watching the Formula One, Harry. Yeah, I do like watching it, but I'm not like a super fan. I know some people are really, really into it. This is our torch holdable. We need to remember to fix those names. Can get rid of our candle. That's our sword. Long sword holdable. Cube. Yeah, that one's the cube. The debug cube. That's fine. This is our torch. Torch holdable. Respect for the 7.5 hour stream. Yeah, like lately I'm so freaking excited and locked in. It's but then I used to work like 8-hour days, all the like 11, 12-hour days all the freaking time. It's just, replacing that with stream a little bit. Okay, where is... I think the position of that flame is totally off now. Did not used to be. We've got to fix that light, but just to give us an example of the fact that there is a light is going to be pretty cool. Okay. This is still going. All right, we've got our torch. We should probably be keeping track of this catalog, like what objects we do and don't have. I think the next thing that we might be ready to do is this corn. That's looking pretty cool. GPT 5.5 is out. No way. When did that happen? That's exciting. Okay, let's go see. Hold on. Let's go see its benchmarks. Let's go see its benchmarks. 16 minutes ago on Instagram. It's not even being benchmarked yet. That is not even being benchmarked yet. Okay, that is breaking news. Here it is. Oh my God, and it's already at the top. It's like instantly at the top. 5.5 with Codex, which is what we use. Guys, that's exciting. We just got the bleeding edge. Now the best that's out there. Yo, that's sick. We are reporting to you live from Base Coast for Java. Yo, thank you for the update, Micro. I wonder if I can... Let's see if I can... see if Codex has it. No update notification yet. So it's not yet in... it's not yet in Codex. So... I think that means tomorrow we're going to be testing that out. That's pretty exciting. That's really exciting. It's been a while since, so it's +1 accuracy. But the thing is, Plants, that it can like, the app is updating. All right, hold on. I think I have the app, so. I honestly don't like the app as much as I like the terminal. Oh, here we go. Exciting. The moment it updates, the stream goes another 7 hours. 24-hour stream. Yo, how you doing? Kent, welcome in. Welcome in. No, I can't go that long. I can't go that long. I've been really like, I could, but I shouldn't. And we won't. Tomorrow. We're going to check it out tomorrow, guys. Though I'm pretty excited. Pretty excited too. That would be sick. Still not in the app. Damn. Even though the app updated and it's still not in there. I will join to watch you trial it. Yo, what exciting times we live in. No, I'm excited too, man. I'm excited too. Okay, this just finished implementing, which means we can run this test now. So for those who didn't see it, this is what we're actually working on. Okay, here goes. Yeah, so I'll probably be aiming for 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time tomorrow for the stream. Just to try and, I really want to start earlier so that if I end up running a long stream, that it doesn't take that I don't wind up blowing out and just one of these days I'm going to lose a day just because I streamed all night. And okay, we're going to let's go with that guy and show all the new characters that came in very recently. Select, 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 select. Fruity got the monster. We'll make her the skeleton. Hell yeah. I think there's going to be a bug here picking items up. These two are spawning on the same spot. That's a problem. But okay. Let's see. Let's pick up. Actually, why isn't this here? This torch should be there. I definitely saved the scene, so I'm confused why the torch hasn't spawned. We're going to have to look into that. Oh, I know why. I know why. I didn't change its item ID. All right, hold on. Let's pick it up with our right hands. All right, I think that item ID bug is probably going to kill this from working. Torch holdable needs... Okay, actually, holdable torch is right. How did it do that? Holdable torch. Oh, it must have fixed it for me. Okay, hold on. Highlight route. No, not this collision shape, this. Sadly, on the other side of that spectrum, absolute hating the timeline we're in right now. But to each their own. Oh, you mean the Uvio? You're disliking the way AI is going, I'm guessing? Is that what you're saying? Like, I can understand that perspective too, but I feel like there are two ways to deal with that, right? Like, either you hate it or you embrace it. And if you hate it, you're likely to... it's not the best. It's not the best timeline. The timeline that we're in is the timeline that you make. We make our paths. We make our own paths. So it's like, But you may not even be saying that. I'm not sure. Okay, what are our errors? Could not resolve the entrance. Spawn barkeeper in room chapel. So barkeeper has some issues. It's going to be missing the spawn point for the barkeeper. True. Yeah. Like, I feel you. I understand what you mean, Uvio. Like, look at my name. The name of my stream is Base Code. I'm a person who loves to code. It's what I love to do. And my craft is just on the receiving end of Gen AI. So is mine though, Uvio. It absolutely is. Like, but if you don't get behind it, either you can let it hit you, or you can get behind it and ride it, right? It's like a wave. Either you get smashed by the wave, or you ride the wave and turn it, like, use its momentum to propel you. You choose which way you want to take it, right? And it is what it is, but how you respond to it is you choose your own future with this type of stuff. Either you can embrace it, or you can let it destroy you. And it's like, for me, I know which one I want to do. It's like that with any technology, man. It's just, this technology is so radical and so fast that, Okay, I'm back. So I've basically worked on everything since 2011 except a few, because it clashed with outside projects. Yo, Leah, that's amazing. That's so exciting. That's really cool. Good night, table. Hold on. Micro's off. Good night, Micro. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, man. Sleep well, sleep well. Okay, chapel space. Where is space layout? Should be showing the torch. There it is. Okay, it is showing that. I keep getting asked, but I can't say, but it's soon. Yo. That's exciting, Leah. That's so cool. Man, I wish I had a job like that. That's so cool. It's so weird. I had music going on and the same song popped up for both of us at the same time. Yo, Turbo, what are the chances? That's kind of wild. Okay, so it's the works, but it's Hush Hush. Nightmare Before Christmas. What a good choice. Good choice. Okay, let's go with this. I'm going to clear all these errors and we're going to see what's going on. Well, they're not errors, they're warnings. The worst part is these warnings aren't even related to my code. This is what I hate about using other people's plugins. You can't fix things when they break, or even when they like throw warnings. I don't want that cluttering up my... I was so confused. I thought it was echoing. What do you think, Turbo? Do you like that we play music here, or do you not like it? Because I imagine for people like you who really care about their music, me playing music could get in the way of you enjoying the stream experience. But on the other hand, I feel like it sets a vibe, right? All right, let's move quick through this. One of these guys is a monster. Today it's the third one. What do we make it? Let's make it the new zombie. All right, countdown. Is anyone spawn in here? Yes. Which doctor does? Sorry, doctor does. Okay. We can witness him as he picks up a sword. And now, hopefully, as I jump and throw, it dropped the sword. It dropped the sword. The sword has been dropped. And now we'll pick it up with this guy. Oh, damn it. I was so excited for that to work. Can he pick it up again? No, he cannot. All right. It is progress. What else did we fix? Left hand. Ah, yeah, we got to pick the sword up with the other hand. Let's try the torch. Who is the torch guy? Yes, you. We're going to pick it up with our left hand, and it's facing the right way, and he's holding a freaking torch. He's holding a torch, guys. And he can take it outside. How dark is it? Not that dark. We need to change the orientation of the animations. It's going to start to look really weird with the hands facing this way. Now that we have characters, the animation direction actually matters. Yeah, go for the question. What's the... Textures are amazing, Harry? Thanks, man. Hold on. You're referring to probably the Disney stuff, right? What's your question, Harry? Shoot. I love it, YK, that I've never heard you play a bad tune. Okay. We'll keep doing it, Turbo. We'll keep playing music. We really need to improve this flame. That flame is absolutely not the torch flame. I'm going to drop this and watch it roll down the hill. It completely missed the collider on the terrain. Why are terrain collisions not working? That's annoying. All right, kill this. Run it again. Actually, kill that. Let's auto match harness. Run it this way and go straight in. A riff through the... Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened there. I'm just a bit too passionate about music. I struggle with anything without it. Yeah, fair. What's something you built in a game that players enjoyed, but you personally didn't like creating in games? When mobile games started getting big, Harry, there were some instances where in order for the studios that I was working with to adapt, they had to use patterns that caused players to you had to go freemium, and to some extent you had to build those kind of things into the game, and no matter how respectful you tried to be with it, it would be time gating, for instance, be come back in this many hours to get your thing. And I always felt like we should just give the player the thing. And so, yeah, that's one thing that I think I built into games that I didn't quite like. All right, look at him run. He looks so sick with the sword. It's so cool. This is so cool. Attacking soon, guys. Attacking. I cannot wait to do that. Let me just try. I'm going to go outside, and I want to see if I drop this here. It falls just fine. I can't pick it back up. I needed to test it here on the ground, but I also noticed there's no colliders on, no collision meshes being generated here, which kind of annoying. What's your favorite genre of music? Oh, man, I don't know. I mean, you know better than anyone. You know better than anyone, Turbo. My taste in music is pretty diverse, Okay, let's test one other thing. Let's go see if the farmer, when he spawns into this location, he sees a sword. Yep, the sword is there on the ground, just where it was dropped. Excellent. And he should be able to pick up... Oh, he can't pick it up. Why not? Oh, yes, he can. He can. Okay, one sec. Let me know when. Hold on. When's the... Hold on. Did Disney Con come up and you can see what's coming up? Hold on. There's so many messages here that I'm missing. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to lock in and finish this. Yeah, it's I would say electronic music. Yeah. It does cover a lot of different genres, and that's probably a good way to catch my broad taste in music nicely, for sure. Oh, there's a physics glitch here, and it seems to be happening for everyone too. Okay, look at that. We've got a torch at night, chat. Oh, and we delete the object when we switch to monster mode. No. All right. That's good. I need to end the stream here, guys. It's too early. I could keep on going for another hour, but I could keep on going for a lot longer than that even, but I really All right, Pestily. We're rating Pestily. Let's do it, guys. Pestily is a really, really, really special person to me. So please hang around and make him welcome. Be very active in the chat. Do you guys know Pestily's character? It's he has his own character in this game, and like what he thinks of me and how our game's coming along like means a lot to me. So talk it up to him, please, 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 please. Let him know how cool it is and how cool his character is. If you guys just can do one thing, please make a lot of noise about this. I would really appreciate it if you did that. Thank you for streaming. No, this means this one thing. If I ever ask you guys for anything this year, it's going to be this. Please talk up the game. Please let him know how cool his character is, and you know, that kind of thing. I think that's really important. I would absolutely love to do that if you could. It was a pleasure to meet you too, Leah. Please, like, come back to another stream as well. I mean that. That would be great. But yeah, Pestily's pretty important to me. I think what he's doing, he's in the game. What he's doing is really cool, and I'd love to do more collab stuff with him. So just like, if you can please just make some noise about his character in the game and how cool this stream is and how fast it's coming along and all of that. You know, don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Don't do that. That's fine. Don't worry about it. But very cool that he's on now and that we get to raid him. So here goes nothing. Let's raid Pestily. And we'll see if he even notices. Guys. But it's been a fun stream. I've really enjoyed it. I'll catch you guys tomorrow where we finish off the items and holding items. That's going to be pretty freaking cool. I absolutely can't wait. Held items is going to be awesome when we finish it off. Soon we're going to be able to exchange items to different players, and we're going to add all sorts of equipment. And this is the starting point for combat. It's the starting point for like consuming items. It's like a lot of stuff jumps off from here. So I'm really, really excited to continue this. I hope you guys are starting to see the vision for the game come together. It's going to be amazing. And I appreciate you guys tuning in for it. Yeah, please let Pestily know you're enjoying the streams too, and stick around for his streams because they're really, really good. I can't wait to see the game he's working on. Hold on, this is still just Tarkov. All right, cool. Have a nice night. Thanks for your stream. Thank you, Table. See you, Dragihan. See you, Turbo. See you, Harry. Iliad. See you, man. It was great you're coming in toward the end, but it was a great stream today. I'm glad you managed to make it. Good night, guys. Good night. I'll see you all tomorrow. I'm aiming for 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, so should be really good. I'll see you guys soon. Have a great night. It was a pleasure meeting you. Thanks for coming in, Leah, and thanks again for all of the micro for his subs and everything. All right, bye, guys.